The Sudanese Communist Party. This book serves as a case study of the Sudanese Communist Party and its impact as a grassroots movement that championed the Sudanese people. It accomplishes this by providing a rich narrative that details the SCP's inception, main players, important milestones, and values. In this narrative, the author not only delivers a comprehensive examination of the party components, he guides readers through their connections to one another, but also associates them, and the party, to Sudanese society at large. Using original party documents and interviews with leading figures, this book is the first time this subject has been detailed so extensively in one publication. It is also the only up-to-date work available on the subject and includes analysis of the most recent party congress, and the division of Sudan and creation of the newly independent Republic of South Sudan. Tareq Ismael is a professor of political science at the University of Calgary, Canada, and is the Secretary General of the International Association of Middle Eastern Studies. He has published extensively on the Middle East, Iraq, international studies, and political ideologies of the Middle East. The Sudanese Communist Party. Ideology and Party Politics. Tareq Ismael. This work is dedicated to all of those who have struggled and are struggling for political change and independence from corruption and oppressive governments. Contents. Preface. 1. The emergence and rise of the party. 2. The party and Sudanese politics after independence. 3. The party and the Nimiri regime. 4. The SCP in post-Nimiri Sudan. 5. The party and the al-Bashir regime. 6. Crisis in the party. 7. Renewal of the party. 8. Party positions on local and regional issues. 9. Conclusion, the legacy of the Sudanese Communist Party. Appendix I, the dilemma of the Southern intellectual, is it justified? Joseph U. Garang. Appendix II, composition of the NDA. Appendix III, the SCP's reservations about the Darfur Peace Agreement. Appendix IV, Our Vision, Manifesto of the New Sudanese Forces Movement. Appendix V, Selections from Post-Secession Issues and Tasks. Preface. The development of communist movements in the Arab world has been a lifelong academic and personal interest, resulting in the publication of 4 country-specific case studies of Arab communist parties and a general Arab world communist movement study. In light of the now 2-decade absence of the Soviet Union and the international communist project in world affairs, it is fair to question the relevance of the study of regional communist movements. Fundamentally, aside from the intrinsic historical value of such a venture, the continued study of Arab communist movements is worthwhile in its identification of themes advanced by these parties that have shown continued resonance in Arab thought and politics. The communist parties of the Arab world were independent movements organized at the grassroots, not as simple extensions of Soviet power, but instead as struggles against foreign domination, dictatorship, and political reaction. The progressive themes represented in the projects of the Arab communist parties have shown continued resonance, even as the parties themselves have receded in influence. Indeed, in 2011, the Arab world exploded, with the rise of people power democratization movements across the region. In Egypt, Tunisia, Bahrain, Syria, and elsewhere, protesters demanded democracy, national independence, and an end to corruption. In this lies a demonstration of the continuity of Arab political aspirations, with the Arab communist parties representing earlier case studies of Arab desires for national liberation. The Sudanese Communist Party, Ideology and Party Politics is the final contribution in my quintuple series of books on the Arab communist parties. The SCP represents an exemplar among Arab communist movements, standing apart in its independence and indigenous nature. This is to say, the SCP envisioned itself, and the specificity of its communist ideology, as a solution to Sudanese problems first and foremost. The SCP was more nationalist than internationalist in its orientation, seeing itself not as a vehicle of global communist revolution, but as an advocate of Sudanese development and progress. A note on the methodological approach is in order. As a case study, the focus is on dissecting the unit of analysis into comprehensible parts, describing the parts and explaining the relationship of the parts to each other and to the whole. The data collected for this task was fundamentally based on the discourse of the movement itself and interviews with party leadership. Thus, as with the other books in my series of case studies on Arab communist movements, the challenge was to understand the movement from the inside out rather than from the outside in. As stated in the preface to the Communist Movement in Egypt, 1920–1988, my first book in the series, the method employed here is to examine the development of communism, as a dynamic response to conditions. Over the 2 decades of research, many people assisted my efforts and contributed to my knowledge base. While space does not allow me to enumerate all of them, they know who they are and I am deeply indebted to each of them. However, I must express my special gratitude to Dr. Khalid Al-Kid, Dr. Muhammad Said Al-Kadal and Al-Qadim Adlan, all of who had so much input and information, and words of encouragement that made this work possible. I wish they were still with us to see the final product. I must also note my appreciation to the following members of the SCP Secretariat, who were gracious with their time and patience in answering my questions to the best of their ability, Dr. Elshaf Kider Said, and Al-Tigani Al-Taib. A particular debt is owed to Professor Ibrahim Elner of the American University in Cairo, who was crucial in locating not only documents in the Sudan, but very often worked hard to obtain and arrange their delivery to me, something that goes beyond friendship and academic cordiality. I want to acknowledge my appreciation to my research assistants. Chris Longili tirelessly chased down English language sources and played devil's advocate to my analyses and arguments. Candice M. Juby was the guardian of style and enforcer of format. Bassem Hafez and Gamal Salim looked after the painstaking and tedious transliteration of Arabic sources and were of assistance in the final phases before this book went to press. I also want to thank the Social Sciences and Humanities Council of Canada not only for the support I received for this research, but also for the positive scholarly environment SSHRC provided. Without access to ideologically unfettered research funds, research is not scholarship. Research tied to any agenda other than the researcher's scholarly interests and integrity is propaganda. Whether noble or ignoble, an agenda is by definition an incrimination of objectivity. With the corporatization of the academy and privatization of research funding, I fear that academic freedom and the scholarly environment it fosters in the social sciences is becoming a thing of the past. Finally, I want to thank my steadfast supporter, kindest critic, and most patient wife, Jacqueline. She has put up with me, my late nights, stacks of research, and travels around the world over the course of the series, which has been ongoing for the last half-century. Without her, none of it would have been possible. The transliteration system adopted in this study generally follows the system used by the International Journal of Middle Eastern Studies. As always, I take full responsibility for the opinions expressed herein. None of the gracious individuals mentioned here influenced my analysis for better or worse. July 31, 2011. Calgary, Alberta. 1. The emergence and rise of the party. At the time of its independence from Britain in January 1956, after 58 years of colonial rule, the major political parties in Sudan were Alama and Al-Hizb al-Watani al-Adi. Both Alama and NUP drew their major support from different Sudanese religious sects, Alama from the Madhya, and the NUP from the Adamiyya, and other minor Sufi orders such as Samaniyya and Qadiriyya. In addition, the Muslim Brotherhood, founded as a branch of the Egyptian movement, attracted some support of pan-Islamic fundamentalists and students. For the more secular Sudanese, the Sudanese Movement for National Liberation, and later, the Sudanese Communist Party, offered alternatives to traditional and conservative organizations. The SCP formally came into being in 1949 when its first party conference was held. 1 By 1971, it was considered the largest, best organized, and most prominent communist party in the Arab world, with an estimated 50,000 to 80,000 members and supporters, including peasants, workers, intellectuals, and even religious leaders. Point 2. In all three major national revolutions of 1964, 1969, and 1985, communists played a leading role, subsequently holding a number of ministerial posts with high-ranking members in key positions throughout the government. Despite the bloody suppression of the Communists by Nimirai in 1971, and more than a decade of clandestine existence thereafter, the party managed to maintain its structure and identity. Because of this, it not only re-emerged as a significant national force following Nimirai's downfall in April 1985, but it, in fact, played a significant role in the April Revolution itself. This chapter will examine the emergence of the SCP in Sudanese politics. The rise of the SCP will be viewed within the larger context of the development of Sudanese nationalism during the first half of the 20th century. Accordingly, the chapter will be divided into two main sections. The first will trace the rise and development of Sudanese anti-colonial activities during the first half of the 20th century, and will sketch the evolution of Sudanese nationalism during this period. The second will look at the genesis of the communist movement in Sudan in the 1920s, as well as the different political dynamics that led to the establishment of the SCP in the late 1940s. Sudanese nationalism and the road to independence. The rise of Sudanese nationalism can be traced to the early 20th century. Similar to many other nationalist movements, the nationalist movement in Sudan evolved in several phases. Each of these phases was characterized by a different set of political dynamics corresponding to the then prevailing political, economic, social, and cultural conditions. Sudanese historians, such as Muhammad Said al-Khattal, refer to five main phases in the development of modern Sudanese nationalism. Point 3. The first phase was characterized by the rise of religious and tribal forms of resistance to British occupation. During this period, several religiously oriented movements were still inspired by the legacy of the Mahdiist state and the idea of the return of the Mahdi. Point 4. The Mahdiist state had been established in 1885, first under Muhammad Ahmad ibn Abd-Allah and then under Abd-Allah ibn Muhammad, known as the Khalifa. In June 1881, Muhammad Ahmad ibn Abd-Allah, whose family was claimed to be a RAF, professed to being the Redeemer and called himself al-Mahdi. He led what came to be known as the Mahdiist movement, a religious movement which called for a return to the fundamentals of early Islam, and became very critical of the Turco-Egyptian administration that had ruled Sudan since 1821. The movement attracted thousands of people, known as Lansar, from across the country. The movement's appeal to a large segment of Sudanese was mainly due to its religious nature and the growing disconnect among the Sudanese with the oppressive and corrupt practices of the Turco-Egyptian administration. In 1882, al-Mahdi led Lansar in a jihad against the Turco-Egyptian rulers, and unexpectedly by 1885, Lansar had defeated the Turco-Egyptian forces and gained control over major parts of the country, particularly in the north. In the same year, al-Mahdi died and his successor, Khalifa Abd-Allah, laid the foundation for the Mahdiist centralized state in Sudan. 5 13 years later, the Mahdiist order came to an end when the British defeated the Khalifa at the Battle of Durman in September 1898 and occupied the country. But despite the fall of the Mahdiist state, the religious movement itself did not end. For almost 2 decades under British colonialism, a number of Mahdiist-inspired religious movements challenged British colonial authority, and several Mahdiist uprisings broke out in different parts of the country in desperate attempts to restore the old order. Perhaps the most serious of these uprisings were those led by Ali Abd-ul-Karim in 1900, Abd-ul-Qadir Wad-Chabab in 1908, and Abd-ullah al-Saini in 1921. Most of these movements, however, lacked discipline and effective organizational structures, and thus were easily crushed by the British. 6. There was also tribe-based resistance to the British. This resistance emanated primarily from the Nuba area and southern Sudan, largely in response to British attempts to extend the jurisdiction of the central government over tribal areas, by way of disarming the tribes and forcing them to pay taxes to the central government. Consequently, a series of armed confrontations broke out between the British forces and the tribes. The first clash confrontation took place in 1904, in the Nuba Mountains area, when the people there refused to pay taxes to the government. Among the more serious uprisings that broke out at that time were the ones by the Zandi and Dinka tribes between 1917 and 1919. Although this tribal resistance was quite violent in nature, the British managed to crush it, though at a relatively high cost. 7. The second phase in the development of modern Sudanese nationalism witnessed the rise of a nascent form of nationalist consciousness among the Sudanese. Such nationalist consciousness needs to be explained against the background of a number of important developments at local, regional, and international level. First, there was the rise of a relatively small middle class in the urban areas after the end of World War I. This newly emerging class consisted of traders, university graduates, writers, and poets. With their involvement in commercial activities, Sudanese traders began to realize the negative impact of the colonial order on the expansion of their activities, because the trade sector in Sudan at that time was mainly controlled by foreigners and foreign companies. For example, of the 11 major importers of agricultural machinery, 8 were foreign, 2 were Sudanese immigrants and only 1 was Sudanese-born. Moreover, these foreign companies usually controlled the whole, or a very large share, of exports of the major commodities. They also acted as representatives in the Sudan for a multiplicity of foreign companies. 8. Such foreign control over the export-import trade put heavy constraints on the development and expansion of local Sudanese capital at that time. Meanwhile, the educated class began searching for channels through which it could further its interests and communicate its ideas. For that purpose, they established several cultural leagues. The second development was the rise of nationalist movements throughout the Arab world, the Egyptian movement of Mustafa Kemal and Sadza Lul being most notable. The Egyptian nationalist discourse at that time had a significant influence on the direction of the newly emerging nationalist movement in Sudan. The most important influence was related to the outbreak of the 1919 Egyptian revolt, which provided a great source of inspiration to the Sudanese middle class. 9 Furthermore, earlier in 1916 came news of an Arab revolt against the British in Arabia. Other Arab countries, including Syria, Palestine, and Lebanon, also witnessed the emergence of strong anti-colonial struggles. The third development had to do with the end of World War I and the rise of the self-determination idea in President Wilson's 14 points. Wilson's ideas were widely discussed in the Egyptian press, which was considered a major, if not the major source of information to the Sudanese educated class at that time, especially for those who had studied in Egypt. All combined, these developments had a profound impact on the creation of incipient nationalist consciousness among the Sudanese middle class, who felt socially closer to the Muslim, Arabic-speaking Egyptians than to the British. This newly emerging nationalist consciousness was reflected as early as 1920. In that year, several leagues and societies were founded across Sudan in the major cities, the most influential being the League of Sudanese Union, a secret society that promoted union with Egypt. Considered the first serious political organization in Sudan since the British occupation of the country, the League was founded by Ubaid Haj al-Amin, Muhyiddin Abu Saif, Suleiman Key, Sh. Ali Abd ul-Latif, and Ibrahim Badri, and mainly consisted of Gordon College graduates. The League criticized British policy in Sudan and accused the government of trying to disengage Sudan from Egypt. 10 According to Abdel Rahim, the League made a substantial contribution to the organization of opposition, especially among the young. Through their rapidly increasing circle of contacts, the critics of the regime were better able to spread hostile propaganda up and down the country. 11 Another important development took place in the same year when Ali Abd ul-Latif, a founding member of the League of Sudanese Union, sent an article titled "The Claims of the Sudanese Nation" to the editor of Al-Chadara newspaper asking for its publication. There is no reference to the exact wording of Abd ul-Latif's article, but it was said that the article included the following points: 12. 1. Sudan needed a guide to reach independence, and it was for the Sudanese people to choose this guide. 2. It called for widening the scope of education, ending government monopoly over the sugar industry, and appointing Sudanese citizens to senior positions. 3. It criticized religious and tribal chiefs for their loyalty to British authorities. The article was rejected, but the government took notice of it, resulting in the imprisonment of Abd Latif for 1 year, on the basis that the article was inflammatory and anti-government. In 1923, Abd Latif was released and was generally acclaimed as a national hero and became the acknowledged leader of the opposition to the British government of the Sudan. 13. In May 1924, he founded the White Flag League, another secret society that included a small group of politically inexperienced intelligentsia and a few Sudanese officers. The main objective of the White Flag League was to promote national consciousness among the Sudanese. 14. The White Flag slogan had a number of indications to the League's political orientation, symbolizing the moderate and nonviolent approach adopted by the League toward the British. In addition, it was intended to emphasize the question of the Sudanese nation over ethnic, tribal, or religious loyalties. It was also intended to distinguish Sudanese nationalism from its Egyptian counterpart, with the latter having the green flag as its symbol at that time. Parallel to this orientation, the White Flag League authorized the Egyptian Waftist government of Sadzagh Lul to represent the Sudanese nation in any future talks with the British. It considered the Waftist regime the main voice on the Sudanese question. As a result, the League refrained from getting involved in major anti-British demonstrations and activities, in order not to undermine the position of the Egyptian government in its negotiations with the British. 15. Nevertheless, it was said that the League played a role in the outbreak of a series of anti-British demonstrations in several parts of the country in 1924. Most serious was a demonstration by students of the military college in 1924, a protest which came later to be called the 1924 Uprising. In these demonstrations, the Sudanese were not merely inspired by the nationalist experience in Egypt, but were also backed and supported by elements from the Egyptian military units operating in Sudan. The uprising, in fact, witnessed some armed confrontations between the British and the students of the military college, but it did not last long, as the British managed to crush it that same year using overwhelming force. In addition, the League itself was easily destroyed by the British in 1924, the same year of its inception. At this stage, it is important to refer to the phenomenon of religious and political sectarianism that represented a major feature of Sudanese society and politics. This sectarianism found its roots in the period prior to the Anglo-Egyptian condominium, and was manifested in the rivalry between Al-Kh Adamiyya and Al-Ansar, the largest politico-religious sects in Sudan. Al-Kh Adamiyya sect, whose sphere of influence was located in the center, east, and north of Sudan, found its roots within the Kh Adamiyya Tareq movement, which was founded by Syed Muhammad Th. Man al-Mir Gh. Ani, an Egyptian who travelled widely in Sudan during the period of the Turco-Egyptian rule. 16. Al-Ansar sect, on the other hand, has its influence in western and central Sudan, and found its roots in the Mahdiist movement established by Muhammad ibn Abdullah. The rivalry between Al-Kh Adamiyya and Al-Ansar went back to the period of Turco-Egyptian rule. Al-Kh Adamiyya collaborated with the Turco-Egyptian administration and assumed the role of a traditional leadership mediating between the people and their rulers. The authorities, in return, allowed them considerable freedom and did not interfere with their religious order. Accordingly, Al-Kh Adamiyya had a vested interest in maintaining the established political order. 17. Conversely, Al-Ansar opposed the foreign rulers of the country, and engaged in an armed revolt against the ruling administration. This brought Al-Kh Adamiyya and Al-Ansar into direct conflict, as Al-Kh Adamiyya saw in Al-Ansar a threat to its position and privilege. When LANSAR took power in 1885 under the leadership of the Mahdi, and then Kh. Khalifa Abd-ul-Law, they turned against Al-Kh. Umayyah and their leader, the father of Sayyid Ali, who was exiled to Egypt. 18 Later, under the Anglo-Egyptian condominium, the British played off the two sects against each other to maintain control of the country. However, they first supported and collaborated with Al-Kh. Umayyah to counterbalance Al-Ansar, who had tried to restore the Mahdiist order after its defeat in 1899. With the advent of World War I, and out of strategic and political considerations, the British shifted their alliance and decided to support Al-Ansar. According to Abu Hasabu, the government could no longer ignore the de facto mass support which Sayyid Abd-ul-Rahman enjoyed. His followers, Al-Ansar, were known to be strongly anti-Turk. Besides, perhaps there was the fear that the Kh. Umayyah might become too strong to remain under complete control in future. 19. Such rivalry between Al-Kh. Umayyah and Al-Ansar came to play a major role in Sudanese politics, during both the colonial and post-colonial eras. The third phase in the development of modern Sudanese nationalism was the period of exhaustion and defeat that dominated 1925–37. The fierce repression of the 1924 uprising, as well as the failure on the part of the Sudanese intelligentsia to mobilize the masses in the struggle against the British, both resulted in the spread of a sense of depression and despair among the educated class. 20 In addition, the November 19, 1924 assassination in Cairo of the Governor-General of Sudan and Sirdar of the Egyptian Army, Sir Lee Stack, gave the British the chance to undermine Egyptian nationalist influence in Sudan by ordering the withdrawal of all Egyptian troops from the country, which in turn caused another serious blow to the growth of Sudanese nationalism. The 1924 protest had made the British realize that the Sudanese educated class was the main challenge for their rule in Sudan, and accordingly strict measures were taken to limit the growth and influence of such a class. According to Mudathir Abd-ul-Rahim, not a single school was opened during the decade following 1924 except in the three southern provinces. The military college was closed down. The courses for training Sudanese administrators were discontinued. The sending of students to Beirut, which had been started in 1922, was stopped. 21. In general, nationalist activity subsided after 1924. Within this atmosphere, the Sudanese intelligentsia shifted its attention from politics to literary and cultural activities. This led to the establishment of numerous study groups and cultural societies during that period, such as 1. Abu Rauf Group, which included graduates of Gordon College living in Abu Rauf in Durman, 2. Al-Fajr Group, which included graduates living in Al-Morada district in Durman, and 3. Al-Ash. Iqsa Group, which included graduates living in the market and post office areas of Durman. 22 Initially, the activities of these groups were confined to the cultural and literary domain, but they were later extended to address social and political issues. 23 Although not directly involved in political activities, the spread of study groups and cultural societies at this stage helped maintain a minimum level of nationalist consciousness among the middle class. There was another emerging problem during this period that has come to have major repercussions on Sudanese politics even today. This is the problem of the South. In Sudan, the social, political, and religious character of southern Sudan differs markedly from that of the north. The north is predominantly Arabic-speaking and Muslim, however, in the south, Christianity, animism, English, and tribal dialects predominate. Certainly, ethno-cultural diversity is not unique to Sudan, however, the extent of the north-south gap is striking. Multiple dimensions: culture, religion, history, politics, and economics reinforce one another to give this phenomenon a particularly Sudanese trait. In fact, the roots of the South's disenchantment go back to the slave trade, where the Disruption to southern societies caused by slave raids emanating from northern Sudan continuing over many centuries but reaching its climax in the mid-19th century created a lasting social antagonism on the part of the Negroid Southerners towards the Arabs of northern Sudan. 24. Nevertheless, British policy in Sudan seriously aggravated the problem. Through their southern policy, the British attempted to seal the south off from the north in order to keep Arabic and Islamic influences out of the south, with the ultimate goal of separating the south from the north. In fact, the southern policy was consistent with the general framework of the British policy of divide and rule in Sudan during the 1920s and 1930s. As previously mentioned, the Egyptian-inspired rise of Sudanese nationalism within the educated class in the 1920s had caused alarm and presented a serious challenge to British administration. In dealing with this challenge, the British initiated a divide-and-rule policy in Sudan, with the ultimate goal of preventing any re-emergence of Sudanese nationalism. A disengagement policy was implemented at two levels: 1. A disengagement between Sudan and Egypt, and 2. A disengagement within Sudan between the south and the north of the country. According to Abu Hasabu, the Sudan government's reaction to the 1924 revolt could be summed up, policy-wise, as involving the immediate elimination of Egyptian influence and presence in the Sudan, the implementation of a policy of separation of the Arabicized north from the pagan south and the substitution, as far as possible, of tribal organizations for bureaucratic ones through the revival of former tribal chieftainships that had been destroyed during the Mada 25. This policy was clearly illustrated in a number of memoranda presented by the British government in Sudan to the Milner Mission. 26. One memorandum stated that the possibility of the southern portion of the Sudan being eventually cut off from the northern area and linked up with some Central African system should be borne in mind. 27. A second memorandum referred directly to the separation of the Negroid from the Arab territories by drawing border lines between the north and the south, while a third memorandum recognized that the South would have, eventually, to be assimilated to the government of other African possessions, such as Uganda and East Africa. 28. The British implemented their southern policy through a series of measures. First, they opened the door to Christian missionary societies to operate in southern Sudan, especially in the field of education. The missionaries worked to spread Christian values among the Southerners. One of the most important outcomes of missionary activity was the exclusion of Arabic from schools and government offices, and its replacement with English as the official language of the South. Second, the British applied a policy of disengagement between southern and northern tribes. Through the relocation of many southern tribes to areas away from the influence of the northern Arab, Muslim tribes, the British created a buffer zone, acting as a barrier between the two. Further, they imposed restrictions on trade and the movement of people between the north and the south. There was also a push on the Southerners to abandon their Arab names, way of dressing, and customs. In any event, the British failed to promote economic and social development in the south, thus widening the already significant economic gap with the north. Whereas the north, by means of an expanding railway network, experienced rapid economic growth, it became increasingly tied to the world capitalist market via the Nile and the Red Sea ports. The South failed to develop any sort of economic and administrative infrastructure. The fourth phase in the development of modern Sudanese nationalism was the resurgence period that marked 1938–45. During this period, the Sudanese intelligentsia re-involved itself in politics, owing to two main external developments. One was the rise of fascism and Nazism in Italy and Germany, respectively, while the other was the outbreak of World War II, which had pushed Britain to reconsider its policies vis-à-vis its African and Asian colonies in order to reduce any colonial conflict during the war. Sudan was no exception in this regard. The British eased their repressive, iron grip on the Sudanese people and provided the middle class with more opportunities to effectively participate in the country's civil administration. This change in British colonial policy opened new spaces for the middle class to become re-involved in politics. 29. In addition, the Sudan Army, which had been created by the British in 1925, played an important role in the British war effort in eastern Africa. In 1941, Sudanese troops fought for the British against the Italians, and units of the Sudan Army served in several African and Near Eastern theaters. The direct participation in the war effort had a profound effect on the nationalist consciousness of the Sudanese as new political ideas began to circulate among the Sudanese intelligentsia. A further development that repoliticized Sudan's intelligentsia was Indian resistance to British rule. The Indian Congress's tactic of civil disobedience against the British provided great inspiration to the Sudanese intelligentsia in the establishment of the Graduates' General Congress in February 1938.30. The GGC was headed by Ismael al-Azhari, who was to become the first Prime Minister of Sudan upon independence. The GGC modeled itself on the Indian National Congress, and aimed to have enlightened Sudanese take the lead in defining clear political goals and strategies. Although at first the GGC confined its interests to social and educational activities, it later became heavily involved in politics, and thanks to Egyptian support, it became a prominent organization in the Sudanese nationalist movement at the time, and its leadership was the main voice of Sudanese nationalism during this period. Although the objective of the GGC was the creation of a unified nationalist movement, the organization had been influenced by sectarian politics since the early years of its foundation. Within its ranks, there were two main opposing factions, the A.S.H. Iqsa faction, and the Ibrahim Ahmad faction. The A.S.H. Iqsa represented the revolutionary trend, backed by Egypt and Syed Ali al-Mir. G.H. Ani, and mainly represented by the young graduates, the A.S.H. Iqsa were against any kind of cooperation with the colonial government, and were in favor of unity with Egypt. The Ibrahim Ahmad faction, on the other hand, represented the moderate trend. Backed by the government and Al-Imam Abd ul-Rahman al-Mahdi, and mainly represented by the senior, elder graduates, this faction adopted a cooperative approach toward the government, while calling for Sudan's independence. Both factions competed for dominance within the GGC. 31. Within the GGC, a council of 60 was established whose members were to be elected at an annual general meeting of the graduates. The council was then to elect, from among its members, an executive committee of 15 which would supervise and direct its affairs. The first executive committee was dominated by Mahdaists, and during this period, the council maintained a relatively balanced representation between the younger and senior graduates. Despite the ongoing rivalry between the A.S.H. Iqsa and Mahdaist factions, the two groups maintained a spirit of relative compromise. According to Abu Hasabu, both the A.S.H. Iqsa and Mahdaists were concerned to contain and limit their differences in order not to undermine the newly born organization. 32 For the first 2 years, the GGC activities were confined to the social, cultural, and educational domains. Under the Council of 60, a number of specialist committees were created in order to address a variety of social, economic, and educational issues. A monthly magazine, Al-Mu'tamar, was also established to express the attitudes and views of the GGC on the different issues of concern. 33 In 1940, however, the activities of the GGC turned toward the political domain, as an increasing number of young graduates, who pressed for more commitment to the country's political issues, joined the organization. 34 With the GGC becoming political, the process of compromise between its two factions came to an end, and the struggle between the young and elder graduates increasingly came to the fore. In April 1942, the politicization of the GGC reached its peak when the GGC presented a 12-point memorandum to the Governor-General of Sudan. 35 The memorandum made the following demands. 36. 1. Issuing, at the first possible opportunity, of a joint declaration, by the British and Egyptian government, granting the Sudan, within its geographical boundaries, the right of self-determination immediately after this war. This right is to be safeguarded by guarantees assuring full freedom of expression in connection therewith, as well as guarantees assuring the Sudanese the right of determining their natural rights with Egypt in a special agreement between the Egyptian and Sudanese nations. 2. Establishing a representative body of Sudanese to approve the budget and the laws. 3. Forming a higher council for education, in which the Sudanese would represent a majority, and allocating not less than 12% of the budget to education. 4. Separating the judiciary from the executive. 5. Abolishing laws on closed areas and lifting restrictions imposed on trade and the movement of Sudanese within Sudan. 6. Issuing legislation defining Sudanese nationality. 7. Stopping immigration to Sudan, except for what had been agreed upon in the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty. 8. The non-renewal of the Sudanese Plantation Corporation's contract. 9. Applying the principle of welfare and priority for the Sudanese in government posts as follows. A. By giving the Sudanese the opportunity to have effective participation in ruling the country throughout the appointment of Sudanese in senior political posts in all the main branches of the government. B. By limiting the appointments to government posts to Sudanese. For the other posts which necessarily require the appointment of non-Sudanese, they are to be filled on the basis of limited-term contracts during which Sudanese are to be trained to fill these posts at the expiration of the contract. 10. Enabling the Sudanese to utilize the country's commercial, agricultural, and industrial resources. 11. Issuing a law committing the companies and commercial firms to allocate a reasonable proportion of their posts to Sudanese. 12. Cancelling subsidies to missionary schools and unifying the educational syllabuses between the North and the South. The memorandum was rejected by the government, which accused the GGC of bypassing its limits by claiming to speak on behalf of the Sudanese people. In a letter responding to the chairman of the GGC, the civil secretary, Sir Douglas Newbold, wrote 37. In claiming to represent all the Sudanese and in attempting to turn itself into a political national body, the Graduates' Congress not only could not retain the cooperation of government but could not hope for continuance of recognition. There can be no restoration of that confidence until the Congress has so reorganized the direction of its affairs that the government can rely on having its wishes respected and its warning observed. The Congress must realize that it is the duty and business of the Sudanese government alone, having paramount regard to its tutelary obligations to the people of the Sudan, and in consultation if need be with the governments of the two partners in the condominium, to decide the pace at which this association and this development shall proceed. The rejection of the GGC memorandum sparked a crisis within the GGC between its two factions, those who favored maintaining good terms with the government while working for the independence of Sudan, and those who rejected cooperation and stood for unity with Egypt. By the end of 1942, the factionalism within the GGC reached its peak and it was no longer possible to maintain the unity of the organization. This led to the split of the GGC into the first two political parties in Sudan. In 1943, the A.S.H. ICSA. K.H. Adamiyya faction established Al-A.S.H. ICSA party, which was headed by Ismael al-Azari. 2 years later, the Ibrahim Ahmad Mahdiist faction established Al-Umma party, which was headed by Al-Imam Abd ul-Rahman al-Mahdi, son of the Mahdi and the leader of Al-Ansar sect. The fifth phase in the development of modern Sudanese nationalism was characterized by the birth of several political parties. As mentioned before, the nationalist A.S.H. ICSA and the conservative Umma parties formed from the GGC in the mid-1940s, with each adopting a different perspective to the question of national independence. While the A.S.H. ICSA party raised the slogan of Unity of the Nile Valley and won the support of Syed Ali Almi, RGH, Ani and the K.H. Adamiyya sect, the Umma party raised the slogan of Sudan for the Sudanese and drew its support from Al-Ansar. In addition to the establishment of the A.S.H. ICSA and Umma parties, there were a number of other smaller parties that were founded under the umbrella of these two main parties. The first group, which branched off the A.S.H. ICSA party, was called Al-Ittihadiyyan parties and included Al-Ittihadiyyan party, Al-RR party, and the Unity of the Nile Valley party. Al-Ittihadiyyan party was established in October 1944 by former members of the Abu Rauf group, such as H. Ahmed Tawfiq, Abd ul-Lamir, G.H. Ani, K.H. Idr H. Ahmed, and Ibrahim Yusuf, and called for the establishment of a free, democratic Sudanese government on the basis of a dominion status with Egypt, which would preserve for the two partners in the future the right of succession, if so desired. Al-Ahrar Party was established in 1944. Its founders preferred to distance themselves from the factionalist dispute within the GGC, and called for the establishment of a federation between Sudan and Egypt. However, the party split in 1945 into two groups, 1, Al-Ahrar al-Ittihadiyyin, and 2, Al-Ahrar al-Infisaliyin, who rejected the formula of unity with Egypt that had been stipulated in a joint declaration, the Charter of Coalition Parties of Al-Ash, Iqsa, al-Ittihadiyyin, and Al-Ahrar parties in 1945. The declaration called for the establishment of a democratic Sudanese government in union with Egypt under the Egyptian crown. Al-Ahrar al-Infisaliyin later joined Al-Umma Party. The Unity of the Nile Valley Party was established in 1946 by a group of Sudanese intellectuals, headed by Muhammad Nuruddin, who called for unity with Egypt by all possible means and a decentralization of administration. 38. The second group of smaller parties, established on the sideline of Al-Umma Party, were the pro-independence parties and included Al-Qawmiyan Party and the Socialist Republican Party. Al-Qawmiyan Party was established in 1944 by former members of Al-Fatra Group, such as Muhammad Ahmad Mahjoub and Ahmad Yusuf Ha. The party called for the abrogation of the condominium rule and a transitional period during which the Sudan was to be placed under the British and Egyptian government jointly with the supervision of an international body, during which administration was transferred to the Sudanese. 39. The party was also in favor of the establishment of a democratic Sudanese government that would determine the political status of the country. The Socialist Republican Party was established in 1951 by a group of pro-British tribal leaders. Despite being pro-independence, the party adopted a hostile attitude toward Al-Umma Party and accused it of attempting to restore a Mahdiist monarchy in Sudan, and stood for granting Sudan a self-rule status in 1952, postponing self-determination to the future, and joining the British Commonwealth. 40. In addition, this stage witnessed the rise of other parties/forces across the political spectrum, including the Republican Party, the MB, and the SCP. The Republican Party was established in 1945 by Mahmoud Mohammed Tiaha, and stood for the independence of Sudan from both Britain and Egypt, as well as the establishment of a Sudanese republic. It became very critical of the two major political parties, Al-Ash, Iqsa and Al-Umma parties, due to their association with either Britain or Egypt. 41. The MB, who were strongly inspired by the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt, were among the emerging forces that would take part in Sudanese politics in the post-World War II period. Last, but not least, was the SCP, whose rise, evolution, and politics are the subject of this book. Following the end of World War II, Sudan's major political issues remained the question of independence and unity with Egypt. As part of its post-war general decolonization policy, and under the growing pressures of Sudanese nationalism, in 1946 the colonial government appointed an advisory council to help the Governor-General in the administration of the country. 2 years later, this advisory council was transformed into a partially elected legislative assembly. Al-Ash, Iqsa and other unionist parties were very critical of the newly established body, and viewed it as offering too little to the nationalist aspirations of the Sudanese. This led them to a boycott of the Legislative Assembly, with the result that it became dominated by Al-Umma Party. On July 23, 1952, the Free Officers took power in Egypt under the leadership of General Muhammad Najib, and on February 12, 1953, the Egyptian government signed an agreement with Britain regarding the status of Sudan, called the Anglo-Egyptian Agreement Concerning Self-Government and Self-Determination for the Sudan. Under the 1953 agreement, Egypt and Britain accepted the right of the Sudanese to self-determination after a transitional period of 3 years. 42 In accordance with the agreement, parliamentary elections were held in Sudan. These were considered to be the first elections contested by all registered political parties in the country. Al-Ash, Iqsa, which united with other Unionist parties in 1952, and became known as the Nationalist Unionist Party, won a majority of seats in the parliament, thus allowing Ismael al-Azhari to form the government in January 1954 and become the first Prime Minister of Sudan. The following period witnessed growing public support for independence, rather than union with Egypt. There also emerged strong voices within the ranks of the NUP in favor of independence. Further, a large segment of al-Kh. Adamiyya sect became increasingly supportive of independence. According to Abdel Rahim, for the majority of Unionists, including the Khatmiyya, cooperation with Egypt during the lifetime of the Anglo-Egyptian regime was only a means of achieving the independence of the Sudan, and not a preliminary step towards the political fusion of the two countries. 43. In December 1955, the leaders of both al-Kh. Adamiyya and al-Ansar sects joined forces in their support for independence, issuing a joint statement in which they declared that they would work together for the welfare, happiness, freedom, and complete sovereignty of the country. 44 The result of these developments was seen on December 19, 1955 when the parliament voted for the full independence of Sudan, after which independence was formally celebrated on January 1, 1956. The genesis and establishment of the SCP. It was during the fifth phase of Sudanese nationalism that the SCP was formally established. However, it is important to note that communist discourse in Sudan began 2 decades prior, as communist attempts at political organization in Sudan can be traced back to the post-World War I period. The communists attempted to gain followers by making appeals to the anti-colonial and pro-nationalistic sentiment among the population by arguing that Britain was doing its best to make the Sudanese economy dependent on Britain and independent of Egypt, and that Britain was exploiting Sudanese raw materials. 45 After the demise of the White Flag League in 1924, communist propaganda and influence declined considerably in the Sudan, although British fixation with the communist threat is reported to have continued for several more years. A Sudanese intelligence report from 1925 reads, "It seems clear from recent reports that the Sudan is now definitely within the orbit of activities of the Bolshevist organization in Egypt. We are told, on good authority, that a clearinghouse for the Sudan couriers has been established in Fayum, that advanced bases are at Asud and Shell Lal, and that the front-line attack is in Atbara. 46. Finally, local officials are said to have become weary of such communist alerts, but when Cairo became obsessed with the danger of communism and called the nomad Basharin sheiks as communist agents, a Sudan government intelligence officer comments, "I am not inclined to attach a great deal of importance to this report." 47. Although some individual Sudanese may have become acquainted with, and committed to, communist doctrines in the early 1920s and 1930s, it was in the 1940s that Marxist-Leninist thought was meaningfully introduced into Sudan by 2 different but complementary means. The first of these was through Egypt, where a number of Sudanese students had become active in various socialist organizations which arose during World War II. In contrast with other Egyptian parties, and the Sudanese A.S.H. ICSA, the Egyptian communist groups, while stressing the joint struggle of the peoples of the Nile Valley against colonialism, tended to call for Sudanese self-determination rather than Sudanese union with Egypt. For Sudanese students confronted with the common Egyptian perception of Sudan as an underdeveloped region, such a position had significant appeal. Furthermore, the communists had a forward-looking, progressive program and ideology, which contrasted sharply with Sudan's traditional political movements. Communism's natural appeal was further complemented by aggressive recruitment efforts, particularly those of Henry Curiel's 48 Egyptian Movement for National Liberation. In 1944, Curiel united a small group of Sudanese students within the EMNL which became known by the name of their periodical, Durman, a Sudanese newspaper designed to recruit new members and disseminate information. 49 The Durman, popular among Sudanese living in Cairo, proved to be a fertile training ground for future leaders in the Sudanese communist movement, many of whom served as impassioned writers for the newspaper. In an effort to describe its aims, the paper published an article entitled "Who Are We?" We are a rich group in our beliefs and nationalist. We are fighting imperialism fiercely and we will not compromise justice. We call for unity to face our great enemy, imperialism. We hate war because of its destruction, but we accept it when it's against tyranny and oppression. We know that our struggle will be bitter, however, that's the only path to liberate our people. 50. The Durman, however, did not last long, and was shut down on July 12, 1946. The second source of Sudanese communism in this early period was provided, as it had been in Egypt some years before, by foreign Marxists. A number of British Marxists taught in Khartoum, especially at Gordon College, where they introduced students to the fundamentals of Marxist thought. In addition, wartime Soviet and pro-Soviet propaganda also had some impact on the development of Sudanese communism. During World War II, the British adopted an accommodating and friendly policy toward the Soviet Union. In Sudan, according to Muhammad Nuruddin, this policy took the form of the introduction of Marxism into the curriculum of the arts section of Gordon Memorial College, as well as stocking the college library with the basic Marxist texts, including the works of Lenin. Outside the boundaries of college, the Sudan government also allowed the entry of Soviet magazines and pamphlets, and did nothing to prevent their being offered for sale at newsstands in the center of Khartoum. 51. Perhaps most important, however, were the activities of a young British soldier stationed in Khartoum by the name of Herbert Story, who was a member of the Communist Party in Britain. According to Ahmad Zain al-Abidin and Ismael Ali Amir, the activities of Herbert Story were quite well known before those of Curiel. He played an influential role in promoting a Marxist analysis of Sudanese problems, overseeing an informal Marxist discussion circle among young Sudanese who likely represented the first group of its kind in the country. 52 Although Story's very loosely knit discussion group 53 could not, by any stretch of the imagination, be considered an important influence on politics at the time, and even less as a vanguard of the Sudanese working masses, he nevertheless laid the foundation for the communist movement in the country. 54 Further development and refinements had to be left to the young Sudanese who had been trained by Curiel and inspired by the more socially advanced Egyptian environment. There is some evidence that the two Sudanese communist groups of Curiel in Egypt and Story in Sudan were aware of each other's activities and maintained connections, for, in 1946, the two groups reached the conclusion that communism in Sudan would be better served if they merged into one organization. On August 10, 1945, 55 Sudanese delegates from the Durman Group and members from the Khartoum Group held a joint meeting in Khartoum and declared the merging of the two communist groups to form the Sudanese Movement for National Liberation. 56 The SMNL was closely affiliated with the Egyptian Communist Movement. 57 However, according to Abd al-Majid Abu Asabu, one of the first to enter the communist movement, for many the movement's attraction was its intellectual stimulation. In 1945, we were students at the university. Our leader was Abdul Dahab Hassanan, and we used to meet in his house with a number of Egyptians who used to speak to us in a new language and of new concepts such as imperialism and its role. Their approach was academic and attractive, and gradually meetings began taking place and became transformed into semi-cells. Then they began supplying us with publications carrying their ideas and analyses. All of this took place and we were not aware that we were in a communist cell, as we thought we were spending the evenings in intellectual diversion. Dahab played his role with great flair, and when he informed us we were communist cell, we didn't care and we replied, let it be communism or Satanism as long as what we hear appeals to us and increases our understanding of imperialism and its role and how we can combat it. We continued in our communist activities to the end, and after a short while became part of the party's cadre and started indoctrinating and recruiting others. Among those I initiated was Abd al-Kh. Alec Mehjub. I was gradually promoted until I became the first Sudanese to become a member of the Central Committee in Egypt. 58. Abd al-Mjd Abu Asabu was also present as Curiel and Story pondered the future of communism in the Sudan. Curiel wanted to create a Sudanese communist cadre that maintained affiliation with Hamtas/Hadita, while Story wanted the connection to be with the British Communist Party. Another perspective emerged from this which called for the creation of an independent Sudanese Communist Party. The first to graduate from our group was Drive Abd al-Wahhab Zayn al-Abidin, who went directly to the Sudan, and was designated by the Egyptian party to supervise the organization of the Sudanese movement doctrines. The Front played a very important role later on in supporting the idea of independence. 83. In spite of its significant role in the independence movement, the SMNL was denied participation in the new government. Two factors help explain this state of affairs. First, the movement had aligned itself with Alama Party during the struggle for independence. The dilemma facing the SMNL leadership was that unqualified support of Alama meant strengthening the more reactionary social forces in Sudanese society, forces which could then dominate the state after the British withdrawal, while unqualified support of the pro-Union A.S.H. ICSA party could weaken the position of the Sudanese worker and peasant vis-a-vis the Egyptian bourgeoisie, due to the comparative strength of that class under King Farouk, President Najib, and even Nasser. As an outcome of this rather ambivalent situation, and lack of strategic alliance with any major political forces in the country, after independence the Communists found themselves somewhat isolated and without easy access to the political ruling elite. The second factor limiting the role of the SMNL in the post-colonial era was the ambivalent attitude of Moscow toward Sudanese independence. The Soviet Union faced a parallel dilemma after the rise of Nasser. On the one hand, it wished to limit British-American influence in the Middle East and Africa by opposing colonial rule in general. On the other hand, it did not want to alienate Nasser by supporting Sudanese independence outright. Both the SMNL's alliance with Alama Party and Moscow's ambivalence toward it must be viewed against the backdrop of the movement's small size and political underdevelopment. From 1950 to independence in 1956, the SMNL had a core membership of only 1,0001,500 members. Its support was essentially limited to the urban working class and intelligentsia, a tiny fraction of the Sudanese population, and further recruitment from the Peasant League was negligible during this period. 84. 2 months following the proclamation of independence in February 1956, the SMNL held its third conference, which had as its slogan "Let us turn the party into a major social force." 100 members of the SMNL attended, elected 31 to a central committee, adopted a new constitution, and changed the party name from SMNL to the SCP. 85. Making use of the democratic atmosphere following independence and the degree of freedom in the initial parliamentary period, the SCP hoped to expand its previous activities and carve an official niche for itself in the politics of their country. The Congress issued a political report, entitled 10 Years of Struggle, the party's program, entitled Towards Enhancing Independence, Democracy, and Peace, and a new party constitution. 86. The program, endorsed and published by the Third Conference of the SMNL under the banner, The Sudanese Road for the Consolidation of Independence, Democracy, and Peace, stressed economic and social modernization, the breakup of large estates, coupled with the redistribution of land to the landless and marginal peasants, and industrialization, with a strong ideological commitment to the socialist bloc in its opposition to the West. The program also stressed mass participation in politics so as to guard against any elitist tendencies of the parliamentary parties, and called for the Sudanization of state administrative structures. No specific orientation to Arab affairs, particularly to Egyptian sovereignty, was mentioned. Rather, the party envisaged the building of a new, anti-imperialist, democratic, and peaceful state, in other words, Sudan as a sovereign, national entity. Nor was there any mention of the status of the South within the overall framework of the state. 87. The issues identified in the new party program included the role of the revolution after political independence, promoting political independence through economic liberation, cultural renaissance, and entering into the 20th century. The method of achieving these goals was delineated to be, people joining the struggle to affect the developments in the nation, approach power, taking over to establish a democratic system on a productive foundation, and thus allowing for socialist growth. At this point in time, the SCP was no more willing to recognize Southern demands for autonomy than any other political group. Little is known about the presence of the party in the three southern provinces during the 1950s, although over the past years in their literature, the southern Sudanese issue was frequently discussed implicitly. Tactically, the SCP policy during this period concentrated on two issues. First, it opposed the acceptance of American aid to Sudan under the Eisenhower Doctrine. 88 Second, it attempted to counterbalance the domestic policies of Al-Umma Party government, which had ruled since July 1956 under Abd K.H. Alil, by exerting pressure on its left-of-center coalition partner, the People's Democratic Party. National Democratic Front committees were established throughout the country in an attempt to build mass support for these objectives. In the South, during the 1950s, the party formed a democratic movement led by Joseph Garang. The party also inspired labor action by the General Federation of Sudanese Trade Unions in the shadow of a generally worsening economic crisis. The SCP clarified its position on two important issues. First, it adopted a flexible attitude toward religion. The party did not reject Islam, instead emphasizing that Islam, in many respects, was allied with communism. For Mehjab, the first leader of the Communist Party, the only enemy of communism was imperialism, and those Muslims or Christians willing to fight imperialism were the Communists' natural allies. 89 In turn, Islamist leaders in Sudan usually adopted a tolerant attitude toward communism. Explaining the party's position on religion, Mehjab said, "We are not against religious sects and we believe in the freedom of the Sudanese people in choosing their beliefs, but we are against exploiting religion for anti-national aims." He went on to say that there were some members of the Central Committee who leave meetings when the muezzin calls to prayer and come back after finishing the prayer, or we adjourn the discussion and agree on a date for the next session. 90 In October 1954, anti-communist forces published a spurious leaflet in the name of the SCP attacking religion and calling upon people to abandon it. This resulted in public outrage and agitation against the party by religious activists who attempted to mobilize all the mosques. Abd-ul-Rahman al-Mahdi stepped in and declared that he was not sure that this leaflet was a genuine communist declaration, reiterating Abd-ul Kh. Alec Mehjab's pronouncement that communists are not antagonistic to religion and warning his followers against precipitous actions that may result in the spilling of blood. This quelled the highly charged situation. 91. It is important to note that, in principle, the SCP rejected any political role for the religious sects, but in practice, it did not try to antagonize their religious leaders. On this basis, the SCP earned the respect of the Sudanese religious leadership, and Mehjab formed good personal relationships with many of them, so much so that when a Soviet delegation was invited by the SCP, Abd-ul-Rahman al-Mahdi asked Mehjab how the SCP planned to look after the delegation. Mehjab replied, "We never thought of it, and very likely we will have a tea party for them." Al-Mahdi responded by saying that this is not how things should be done. According to him, it is important to us that when the Soviets go back they should say that the Sudanese are generous, decent people. That is why I decided to extend to you and your guests an invitation to dine with me in my house. 92 Between 1951 and 1955, whether or not the SCP should maintain its religious flexibility in order to attract members of the peasant class became one of the first ideological battles within the SMNL. One group, the revisionists, consisting mainly of middle-class intelligentsia, supported an orthodox interpretation of Marxism with no compromise on matters such as religion. 93 In opposition were Mehjab and his supporters who believed that unless Marxism adapted to the unique conditions of the Sudan, it had no chance of succeeding. By 1956, the revisionists were expelled from the SCP. The second position adopted in 1956 was to give top priority to organizing the workers and peasants, and strengthening the pact between these two groups and the intelligentsia. Providing communist propaganda to the peasant class, including the illiterate, became a major part of the party's activities. The SCP was the only communist party in the Arab world to regard peasants as potentially important allies. This unique focus might seem to indicate a link between the Chinese communist ideology and the SCP, but in fact there is no evidence of any direct Chinese influence. Rather, it seems more likely that Mahjub formulated his political ideas independently, based on the realities of Sudanese society. 94 Indeed, this independent political line pursued by the SCP made it possible for the party to play a significant role in Sudanese politics. The SCP evolved independently of the international communist movement, and by the time it was admitted to it in 1958, Sudanese communists had already formulated the majority of their views and programs. 95 As Al-Tigani al-Taib recalled a quarter of a century later. 2. The party and Sudanese politics after independence. The first post-independence government of Sudan was short-lived. The increasingly secular character of the NUP almost inevitably created tensions with the affiliated religious Kh. Adamiyya sect. Accordingly, Ismael al-Azhari lost the support of both the Kh. Adamiyya and Syed Ali al-Mir. Gh. Ani, who in June 1956 split off from the NUP and formed Hizb al-Sh. Ab al-Demokrati. Bitter political feuding between the NUP and its offshoot ensued, and intensified when the PDP joined in a surprising alliance with Al-Umma Party, which wished to bring down al-Azhari's government to protect its religious orders from secular policies. The new PDP-Umma coalition was an unusual event, given the history of rivalry between the Kh. Adamiyya and Ansar sects. The new coalition defeated the NUP in a confidence vote, thus forcing al-Azhari to resign. In July 1956, al-Azhari's government was replaced by the PDP-Umma coalition headed by Abdullah Kh. Alil, the Secretary-General of Al-Umma Party. Mansur Khalid, astute analyst and practitioner of Sudanese politics, in his investigation of post-independence politics in Sudan, described the PDP-Umma alliance as a defining moment in Sudan's post-independence history, since it marked the beginning of the coalition of the two widely divergent enemies, the two sectarian parties. This coalition enabled them to control politics, and through it economic power. 1. Sudan thus entered the Cold War era under the conservative regime of Abdullah Kh. Alil. However, the Kh. Alil government faced two major political concerns, both of which had domestic ramifications: first, the question of relations with Egypt, and second, relations with the United States. The first post-independence government of al-Azhari had attempted to pursue a non-aligned foreign policy, and had strengthened Sudan's ties with Arab and African countries. Under the Kh. Alil government, however, there was the subtle shift in foreign policy toward the United States. Nevertheless, the government was very cautious to indicate its public and rhetorical support for Egypt, the vanguard of an Arab nationalism that stood opposed to the West's regional policy, and went so far as to have discussions on Sudan's entry into a defense alliance with Egypt. In December 1956, Kh. Alil, during a visit with President Nasser, stated, "Our ties with Egypt will always remain strong. It is the proximal state in the world to us. The policy of our government is close, strong cooperation with Egypt in all vital matters, as between the two brotherly countries." 2. By means of a pact, Egypt hoped to forestall the threat of American penetration into Sudan through U.S. economic and technical assistance to Kh. Alil's regime, and indeed, as early as mid-1956, Egyptian newspapers accused the U.S. of attempting to assume, through aid, Britain's former hegemony in Sudan. Despite Sudan's stated policy of maintaining close ties with Egypt, relations between the two countries experienced a number of crises during the period of the Kh. Alil government. First, a problem erupted over the question of the Nile waters, as immediately after independence, the Sudanese government called for a renegotiation of the terms of the 1929 Anglo-Egyptian agreement regarding the respective shares of the two countries in the Nile waters. The government of Sudan argued that the agreement should no longer be viewed as valid since it had been negotiated by Britain and Egypt with no consultation with Sudan, and had not, in any case, secured enough water for Sudan. As a result, in 1957 Sudan entered into negotiations with Egypt with a view to a reallocation of these waters. However, the negotiations faced a stalemate as Egypt refused to allow Sudan additional water shares before the completion of the High Dam project in Aswan. The Egyptians also objected to Sudan's building of a new dam on the Blue Nile south of Khartoum, arguing that their assent would depend on Sudan's agreement regarding the High Dam at Aswan. The stalemate in the negotiations led to a period of tension in Sudanese-Egyptian relations during 1957 and 1958-3 tension which was further escalated when both Uganda and Ethiopia echoed the Sudanese position in calling for a negotiation of the 1929 agreement, thus threatening Egypt with a possible alliance between the three African Nile Basin countries. In April 1956, the Sudanese government announced that Britain had, in fact, requested that Uganda be included in the discussions. Following Uganda, in late 1957 Ethiopia also attempted to participate in the negotiations. 4 However, the alliance, potentially devastating to Egypt, never materialized. Relations between Sudan and Egypt again became strained in 1958 when Egypt, in preparation for a plebiscite on its union with Syria, stationed some police forces in the disputed village of Halaib on its border with Sudan. Although justified by the need to conduct a plebiscite on the union, the Egyptian move aimed also at pressuring Sudan on the Nile water question. Frustrated by the Egyptian position in the water negotiations, the Sudanese government reacted to the Egyptian move by considering the police presence an encroachment on Sudanese sovereignty, and calling for the involvement of the UN Security Council. The crisis was diffused only when Egypt pulled its forces out of the village. 5. More important than all these issues, however, was the question of U.S. aid to Sudan, which triggered even more serious disagreements between Sudan and Egypt. In February 1957, Sudan officially requested economic and military assistance from the United States in the light of Sudan's foreign policy reorientation under the Khalil government. The New York Times noted that the trend of the Khalil government is definitely pro-Western, and in the Arab League alignment, the government now leans toward Iraq rather than Egypt. The premier will visit Baghdad, as a guest of the Iraqi Premier Nouri al-Said. There was even talk of Sudan joining Iraq in an alliance. 6 By early 1957, as a result of both the Baghdad Pact and the role of the United States in blocking World Bank finance for the Aswan High Dam project, Egypt regarded the U.S. as its principal rival in Africa and the Middle East. Thus, for Egypt, the threat of American influence in Sudan had the same implications as had the Baghdad Pact. Egypt considered that assistance to the countries that are outside of the aggressive pacts is the price which America offers to build new pacts in these countries. America is aiming to create a Central African alliance, which is called the African Belt. From this we see that Sudan's acceptance of American economic assistance is the first step to its entrance into military agreements. 7. Egypt viewed the extension of American aid into Africa as an attempt to create obstacles in the face of the liberation movements on the continent. 8 Further, Vice President Nixon's visit to Sudan and Ethiopia in March 1957 aroused deep anxiety and suspicion. It was interpreted as a new campaign to isolate Egypt. 9 Indeed, the cool reception Nixon received in Sudan indicated the reservoir of influence that Egypt could still command in its southern neighbor. Egypt's relationship with the USSR was also very clear, as neither the Egyptian ambassador nor the Russian ambassador was at the airport to greet Nixon. In response to the perceived threat of American penetration into Sudan, Egypt supported the SCP in its anti-American campaign. Abd al-Kh. Alec Mahjoub, Secretary-General of the SCP via its public face, the Sudanese Anti-Imperialist Front, wrote an introduction to a book published in Cairo in which he accused the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum of bribing Sudanese officials. He stated that America's aim requires the isolation of Sudan from the Arab Progressive Area, depends on Sudanese friends in the West, and strengthens them in order to disassociate the idea of Arab freedom from Africa. 10. Egypt also accused America of attempting to threaten Egypt's most vital interest, the Nile, at its origin by penetrating and influencing the nations of the Nile Valley. It perceived America's invitations to Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanganyika as an encouragement of a project on the Nile that could be detrimental to Egyptian interests. 11. Moreover, the great expansion of Egyptian aid to the liberation movements in 1957 was in part an attempt to strengthen Egypt's bases of influence and cultivate a pro-Nasser sentiment, in order to hinder the expansion of American influence. 12. Ultimately, Sudan's crises with Egypt led to rising tensions between the two ruling parties, Al-Umma Party and the PDP, and paved the way for the collapse of their alliance. In managing such crises, Al-Umma Party adopted unfriendly attitudes toward Egypt, while the PDP, which maintained close ties with Cairo, was careful not to antagonize the Egyptian government. In the Nile water dispute, for example, it was Al-Umma Party which insisted on renegotiating the terms of the 1929 agreements with Egypt, while the PDP adopted an accommodating stand. 13. The two parties were also divided in their response to the Halab dispute with Egypt. Whereas Al-Umma Party adopted a tough position vis-a-vis Egypt, the PDP was in favor of cooling tensions with Egypt, thus arousing much criticism from Al-Umma. 14. Further, the two coalition partners diverged on the question of American aid to Sudan. Whereas Al-Umma Party was keen to accept the proposed American aid package, the PDP opposed this on account of Egypt's opposition to it. 15. At the same time, the opposition NUP became very critical of the government's policies, and its leader, Ismael al-Azhari, hoping to utilize an upsurge of pro-Egyptian sentiment in a return to power, attempted to regain Egypt's confidence by boycotting Nixon during the vice president's visit to Sudan, and declining a government invitation to greet Nixon at the airport or attend the palace reception. He further declared his support for the creation of a mutual defense pact with Egypt, stating, "We must stand with Egypt in defense," declaring that Sudan's foreign policy should be closely linked with the UAR's. 16. Even during this tense period in Egyptian-Sudanese relations, both countries attempted to maintain an appearance of cordiality. Egypt's campaign was directed against Western influence, not against the Sudanese government directly, and for its part, the Sudanese government was not, in truth, stable enough to withstand an intense effort by pro-Egyptian and anti-Western factions if they should mobilize their efforts. Abdullah K.H. Alil expressed this when he declared, "I want to develop this country and raise the standard of living of the people. I cannot fight on two fronts. I have to be on peaceful terms with Egypt." 17. The SCP was cautious about entering the NUP-PDP confrontation. Rather, Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjoub called for a cooling off of the conflict, and advocated the creation of a national front that could include the SCP, the Anti-Imperialist Front, the PDP, and the NUP. 18. Furthermore, in a public declaration on June 15, 1956, the SCP Politburo lamented the conflicts among the Sudanese political parties, and in July, again through the Anti-Imperialist Front, warned against this divisiveness. In January 1958, the party emphasized in a public declaration, once more through the Anti-Imperialist Front, that it was neutral in the conflict between the two parties. In the view of the Front, both parties are nationalists of the same stripe. In March 1958, the Front again advocated a parliamentary coalition between Al-Umma and the NUP. According to one historian of the SCP, Muhammad Said al-Khatal, while the Communist Party had no contact with the international communist movement up to 1958, direct relations between the international communist movement and the SCP began soon thereafter. Sudan entered the Cold War, not so much in support of Soviet policy, as much as taking a position against the United States. 19. However, the K.H. Alil government did not have much popular support, and at the very beginning came under strong attack from its political opponents. In opposition, the NUP turned out to be much more radical than before, putting new stress on secular nationalism and making an alliance with the other radical and left-wing political and social forces. In October 1958, a national front was formed including the SCP, the Sudan Workers' Trade Union Federation, tenants and farmers' unions, students' unions, the Federal Party, and the NUP.20. The program of this front called for the establishment of a democratic constitution, abolition of all restrictions on basic freedoms, cancellation of the aid agreement with the U.S., and the adoption of positive neutrality in Sudan's foreign policy. 21. The left-wing forces which were united with the NUP multiplied their activities, and serious social unrest broke out in various parts of the country. 22. It was common knowledge in September 1958 that preparations for a coup were well underway. Instigated in the house of Al-Sadiq al-Mahdi, the head of Alama Party, the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense and several army generals plotted. Al-Mahdi objected to the involvement of the military in politics, wanting the military to control only the Ministry of Defense while leaving the cabinet under civilian control. However, K.H. Alil expanded the role of the military by ordering the General Commander of the Armed Forces, Ibrahim Abud, to take over preparations for the coup attempt. The era of the Abud regime. The SCP's organized public protests and demonstrations progressively weakened the parliamentary regime, though this was to backfire on the party itself. On November 17, 1958, the conservative wing of the armed forces, under General Ibrahim Abud, staged the planned coup d'état. Abud immediately banned the SCP and its front organizations, and suspended its publications, and as well, banned all the other civilian political parties. A period of intermittent communist reprisal against the new regime began in Sudanese politics. In truth, the performance of the SCP during Abud's era can only be comprehended within the context of the political situation prior to the 1958 coup d'état. The preceding election of March 1958 was conducted in a tense political atmosphere that was marked by a split within the unionist parties, which were viewed by the SCP as a national bloc, given their historical affiliation, in contrast to Alama Party. The elections, however, resulted in Alama Party winning the majority of the constituencies, and forming the new government. 23. The anti-imperialist Front Party launched several political battles against the newly elected government, and the most noteworthy attack was directed against the USAID agreement that Alama-controlled government had showed a willingness to accept. Through different political tactics and means, the front succeeded in mobilizing public opinion against the USAID agreement. The party publication, El Middan, issued several statements with emotional overtones such as, "The USAID agreement is stranded there waiting for your last plow, in order not to allow the return of the inspector's era, preserve the national flag of the Republic." 24. The front united the Southern Liberal Party with the NUP, as well as the federations of professionals, workers, and students against Alama-controlled government. Moreover, the Khartoum University Students' Union unanimously voted to work toward toppling the government. 25. The pre-coup era also witnessed a noticeable public awakening, as workers went on strike in October 1958, a move that the students supported. In addition, demonstrators in some of the cities chanted slogans against the government. 26. The Workers' Federation declared another strike starting December 6, 1958, and by the end of October 1958, a nationalist front, whose representatives could be found in all the larger cities in Sudan, was formed in opposition to the coup government. The front included the main political forces, Alama Party, NUP, PDP, SCP, and the MB, whose objective was the toppling of the government. This objective, in fact, emerged as a public political slogan. 3 weeks prior to Abud's subsequent coup d'état, El Middan published a declaration indicating that American support of Alama Party was a plot against the Sudanese people. El Middan wrote, "For the sake of consolidating the American influence in Sudan, the American Embassy has recently brought a number of its personnel trained in subversion from different countries that have experienced American violence and plots." 27. El Middan also called upon the Sudanese people to be alert, arguing that the Americans were planning a coup d'état in Sudan. 28. Ultimately, the political turmoil, which had lasted for some time, was ended by General Abud, the commanding general of the Sudanese army, who led a successful coup d'état on November 17, 1958. The newspaper Al-Aim and the SCP organ, on the day of the coup d'état, predicted a military takeover with the approval of, or instigated by, elements of Alama Party-29 and cautiously blessed by Syed Ali al-Mir. G.H. Ani, the spiritual leader of the K.H. Adamiyya Section 30. On the second day of the coup, the Politburo of the SCP issued a memorandum that analyzed the political situation before the coup, and the nature of the coup itself. The memorandum concluded that this was a reactionary move which had been executed by the military apparatus of Alama Party itself. The SCP called for a national government that would be capable of maintaining national sovereignty by repealing U.S. aid, disengaging the economy from the monopoly of the capitalist market, eradicating feudalism, and restoring the democratic constitution. 31. The military regime of General Abud quickly sought to consolidate its authoritarian grip over Sudanese politics, and once in power, the regime issued a number of decrees that suspended parliamentary and constitutional life in the country. It declared a state of emergency, suspended the 1956 transitional constitution, dissolved the parliament, banned all political parties and associations, and suspended all party and independent media organs. In addition, the regime issued two important documents in 1958, the Sudan Defense Ordinance and the Sudan Defense Regulation. Under the first document, whoever acted for the formation of parties or called for a strike or acted to overthrow the government or spread hatred against it would be either sentenced to death or long imprisonment. 32. The second document gave extraordinary powers to the Minister of the Interior, such as the right to have access to private mail, press censorship, and the authority to compel citizens to give any information requested by the police. 33. During its first 2 years in power, the regime managed to secure the support of the K.H. Adamiyya and Ansar sects, and accordingly the support of the PDP and Alama Party. This meant that the regime's crackdown on political parties was mainly directed against the leftist parties, and mainly the SCP. According to Abdel Salam Said Ahmed, in the first years of the Abud regime, opposition came solely from the left, to which the regime responded by oppression. Several communist and labor leaders were arrested and/or imprisoned after court-martial trials. 34. Rather than undermining it, the severe repression of the SCP under the new military regime seems to have had the effect of strengthening the party. The party's activities multiplied, and a strong underground press emerged. Links with the trade unions remained strong, as, on many occasions between 1959 and 1964, the party helped organize strikes and public demonstrations against the regime. Believing that the only way to get rid of the present reactionary government, to unite all revolutionary forces in a national democratic front, the SCP established ties and coordinated anti-government political actions with other opposition groups. 35. With the SCP acting as a vanguard of opposition forces. Party membership also expanded considerably under the Abud regime, from about 750 in 1958 to a large number thought to be between 3,000 and 10,000 in 1965.36. Most new members were urban professionals, lawyers, teachers, etc. Disillusioned by the corruption of the traditional parties and impressed with the apparent honesty and dedication of the SCP leadership. Party popularity among workers and peasants was sustained by the SCP's continued flexibility toward religion, a policy often stressed by Mahjoub. Furthermore, the party tried to link the national struggle of the Sudanese with the Arab national struggle. Consequently, the SCP was favorably perceived as neither neglecting the vital interests of the Sudanese masses nor as isolating itself from the Arab national liberation movement. Acting in this fashion, the SCP did not find itself on a collision course with the powerful forces of Arab nationalism. Indeed, Mahjoub himself was a close personal friend of the leading figure of Arab nationalism, Gamal Abd al-Nasser of Egypt. In addition, the party was not yet heavily involved in the international communist movement. Yet, at this time of unprecedented domestic successes and the apparently promising international climate of the early 1960s, the SCP was certainly not in a position to act as a classical Marxist-Leninist vanguard of opposition forces. However, as the other parties did not have any experience in clandestine activities and lacked the necessary organizational structures and abilities, the SCP found itself directing the entirety of the Nationalist Front's activities. The Front, in addition to the SCP, included Alama Party, NUP, and the PDP, and called for the restoration of constitutional and parliamentary life. Within the opposition front, two committees were formed, the first of which was composed of Al-Sadiq al-Mahdi, Ismael al-Azari, who was to run the front's day-to-day activities, Al-Ra. Sh. Id al-Tahir and Abd al-Kh. Alec Mahjub. In it, the SCP was represented by Abd al-Rahman and Abd al-Rahim al-Waisila. The SCP had to be ready to work in a pluralistic society and make political accommodations with various other political forces, and in a 1965 interview with an Egyptian daily, Abd al-Kh. Alec Mahjub pointed out that communist and Marxist ideas inspired only a section of the revolutionary forces supporting the socialist way of future development. The others, probably a substantial majority, were instead influenced by broad socialist tendencies that were then dominating Arab and African thinking. 37 Because of this, the SCP put enormous stress on the crucial importance of democracy, the guarantee of national development in the period immediately following the achievement of political independence. 38 And dismissed the alleged contradictions between the struggle for national liberation and democracy. 39 The SCP's avowed goal was the liquidation of the military dictatorship, and its replacement by a national anti-imperialist government which stands for a democratic policy and will lead the country along the path of independent development. 40 The opposition front, however, was short-lived. In 1961, the front received a blow with the passing of Al-Sadiq al-Mahdi, and in 1963 the SCP withdrew from the front in protest of the latter's incompetence. 41 The SCP, nevertheless, continued to be the most active partner in the front of the professionals, which represented radical and progressive political forces such as labor unions and professional organizations. The SCP in the period October 1964 to May 1969. In the summer of 1964, the SCP led preparations for a general strike, concentrating on securing the support of the workers, peasants, students, and professionals. Indeed, the Communists were so successful in fostering support within the Trade Union Federation that by the summer of 1965, 45 of the 60 members elected to the Federation's executive were members of the SCP. 42 The party was also successful in gaining the support of students and professionals. Spontaneous student protests broke out in Khartoum on October 21, 1964, followed by rioting and unrest in other parts of the country. On October 26, 1964, the Front of the Professionals called for a general strike that involved virtually all segments of Sudanese society. On October 28, 1964, the Front of the Professionals joined ranks with the Nationalist Front and formed the United Nationalist Front, which led the opposition against the Abud regime. 43 And during the same month, agreed on a national charter that defined the principles of political change in the country. The October National Charter was negotiated with representatives of the armed forces, and included the ending of the Abud military rule, the ending of the state of emergency, the release of all political prisoners, the establishment of an independent judiciary, the formation of a transitional government, and the holding of general elections by the end of March 1965. 44 Overwhelmed by the power of this opposition, and uncertain of support from the junior and middle-ranking army officers, General Abud and his Supreme Council of the Armed Forces resigned on November 15, 1964. A transitional government was formed under Sir Al-Kh. Atim Al-Kh. Alifa, a respected educator and non-affiliated activist. With the success of the uprising in ending military rule, the two groups of the Nationalist Front, the Front of the Professionals and the Nationalist Front, then diverged on their vision for the next course of political action. On the one hand, the Front of the Professionals pushed for the introduction of radical political and social reforms in an attempt to create a conducive environment for a genuine democracy. On the other hand, the Nationalist Front, which by this time had become dominated by the conservative and traditionalist forces, viewed the fall of the military regime as an opportunity to return to power. This divergence of views and ambitions was strong enough to cause the United Nationalist Front to disintegrate. The SCP, the Front of the Professionals, and NDP split from the United Front, while ALUMA and NUP maintained the name of the Front as a framework for their cooperation. 45. The SCP was undoubtedly an important part of the Front of the Professionals, which played a prominent role in forcing the Abud regime to negotiate a return to civilian government in October 1964, and when Abud handed over governmental reins to the transitional government of Sir Al-Kh. Atim al-Kh. Alifa, the SCP attempted to bring communist representatives closer to power. Out of the total cabinet members appointed to Sir Al-Kh. Atim al-Kh. Alifa's transitional government, 3 were members of the SCP Central Committee, though only one officially represented the Communist Party, while the other 2 were elected by the Farmers' Union and the Labour Union. 46. A number of reforms were prepared, including the gradual abolition of native administration, the establishment of a court to deal with corruption, and the granting to women of the right to vote in all future elections. 47. However, participation of the communist ministers in the transitional government and all projected radical measures caused great concern with the traditionalist forces, particularly ALUMA Party and the NUP, which viewed these measures as direct threats to their interests, which in turn resulted in a strong opposition to the government by these forces. According to Abdel Salam Saida Homed, the traditionalist parties voiced their opposition to these policies on 2 levels: first, opposing it in the cabinet, or campaigning against it publicly, and, second, denouncing the totality of these government policies as superfluous, since its major, if not sole, task was to hold elections by March 31 as stipulated by the National Charter. 48. Furthermore, the traditionalist parties and the transitional government diverged on the timing of the proposed general elections. The government, under the pressure of the trade union elements within it, wanted to postpone the elections, claiming that the 6-month transitional period was not enough for implementing its reform measures, whereas the traditionalist parties insisted on holding the elections by the end of March 1965 as previously agreed, as they saw in the elections an opportunity to gain a parliamentary majority that would enable them to form the government. With this in mind, the traditionalist parties issued an ultimatum in which they asked Prime Minister Sir Al-Kh. Atim either to hold the elections on their due date or resign. To back up the ultimatum, ALUMA Party organized a mass demonstration in which thousands of Al-Ansar militias went to the streets of Khartoum. 49. On February 18, 1965, the transitional government was forced to resign under these pressures, and another transitional government was formed under a conservative majority, with only one communist representative. Along with the pressure of the traditionalist parties, other factors also contributed to the failure of the 1964 radical experiment. Mansur Khalid, for example, attributed the collapse of the SCP-led transitional government to Sir Al-Kh. Atim's lack of experience with sectarian politics in Sudan, which made him incapable of accommodating the emerging differences between the Front of the Professionals and the conservative parties. 50. Another important factor was the failure of the SCP to incorporate its vision of reform within the October National Charter. Not only were the proposed reform measures not mentioned in the Charter, there were also other measures that went in violation of what had been agreed upon in the Charter, such as the mandate of the transitional government and the timing of the general elections. With these contradictions lay the early seeds for the failure of the 1964 radical experiment. In his analysis of the October uprising and its aftermath, Abdel Salam Saida Homed observed that the October Charter meant nothing more than a return to the pre-November modus vivendi, which, arguably, was not what the leadership of the Professionals Front had wanted and worked for. Yet the left had not seen to it that their considerations and vision of change were clearly specified in the Charter. Worse still, by agreeing to a provision that terminated the transitional period by March 1965, they had played into the hands of the conservative forces who clung to that clause alone in the Charter, and demanded its implementation. 51. In this respect, when the transitional government embarked on implementing its radical reforms, it came under heavy fire from conservative parties and their supporters in the civil and military apparatuses. Moreover, the resignation of the Sir Al-Kh. Atim's government undermined the activities of the Front of the Professionals, and on February 20, the front naturally fell apart when 15-member organizations split from it. 52. Though the radical experiment was over, for the first time in its history, the SCP was legal. Admittedly, its accomplishments were modest, but the party had certainly benefited from this brief liberal interlude in Sudan. The period, however, was also marked by recurrent political and social upheaval, and growing tension due more to the nature of political alliances in Sudan, which were centered on personalities and designed, above anything else, to gain power, than to any significant change in the programs of the political parties or the nature of Sudanese politics. During the second parliamentary period 5 governments were sworn in, each of which was to last no longer than 11 months. On April 1965, elections were held prematurely, against a backdrop of communist demonstrations, and perhaps predictably, the election failed to provide any constructive answer to the country's problems. The malaise that beset Sudanese politics affected the political parties as well. Following the downfall of the military government of General Abud, the NUP led by Ismael al-Azari, remained apart from the PDP led by Sheikh Ali Abd al-Rahman. Al-Umma party itself suffered a split, with one wing led by Imam al-Hadi and the other by al-Sadiq al-Mahdi. When the NUP established a national coalition government with al-Sadiq al-Mahdi's wing of Al-Umma in April 1965, creating the first civilian parliamentary government, it also collapsed from the fractious nature of party politics less than 6 months after assuming power. The SCP was unable to influence any of these events from within the government for the reasons discussed above, but it adopted a more critical attitude toward the government and the electoral system in the light of the deepening crisis, arguing that the political atmosphere in the South made the April elections there a farce, and also that throughout the country the people were exhausted and parties unprepared in the wake of the October 1964 revolution against Abud. The SCP was also unhappy about workers' and peasants' representation in the Constituent Assembly 53, and the Communists were deeply concerned about the reactionary electoral laws which, according to them, gave an advantage to the backward rural areas, while denying a corresponding representation to the more developed urban centers with a politically active population. 54 Consequently, they called for a new census, and the creation of new constituencies based on regional and not tribal principles. 55 They also demanded the establishment of special electoral districts for the organized workers and peasants, similar to the ones which had been previously secured for the university graduates, in order to give the SCP the chance of not being overwhelmed by the votes of the backward section of the rural population, still dominated by religious sects and feudal rulers. 56. Governmental instability, thus, made it difficult to introduce radical reforms, or to make significant changes in the social and economic reality of the Sudan. It also prompted calls for stability and reform by all political factions. As traditional and religiously oriented institutions dominated the parliament, the forces of the left attacked successive governments for failing to effect any progressive changes. The forces of the right, on the other hand, sought to restore their lead, and hence to revamp the traditional institutions. Along with other parties, the SCP criticized the liberalization experiment as lacking in clear principles. The SCP also held the experiment responsible for the instability which prevailed in Sudan for over a year before the advent of the second military government under Nimiri. 57 During its Central Committee sessions held on May 27, 1965, the party expressed fears that reactionaries were gaining strength under the umbrella of parliamentary life, and that their ultimate objective was to undermine democracy. On this point, the party expressed deep concern over the quality of democracy in the Sudan. 58 The problem was further aggravated by the deteriorating situation in the south, where the separatist movement was gaining momentum, and about which all political forces were unable to offer solutions. On the economic front, the country's problems continued, unemployment soared, prices went out of control, and governmental debt rose from 309 million Sudanese pounds in 1965 to 460 million in 1969, while its annual revenues over the same period only increased from 73 million to 93 million.59. In this unstable social situation, the influence of the SCP began to rise. The post-October Revolution constitutional amendments gave university graduates 15 constituencies in appreciation of their effective role in toppling the Abud regime. The Communists came out with 8 seats and the leftist Democrats received 3, while the NUP and the MB each won 2 seats in the open constituencies. In the 54 constituencies where it had its own or supported other candidates, the SCP received 73,103 votes, or 17.3% of the total. 60. Particularly in the capital of the country, the party got 26.5% of the vote, which markedly exceeded the 1.16% garnered during the previous election of 1958.61. The SCP Secretary General, Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjab, even ran for a seat against Ismael al-Azari in the southern Omdurman constituency, an enclave of the NUP and the birthplace of al-Azari. Though Mehjab did not win, he was outvoted by only 1,000 votes. On this, Mehjab stated, "The challenge to Mr. Azari in his own constituency was a patriotic act. We were sure that he had moved fully to the side of rightist forces. Thus, to oust him from his constituency would have been a patriotic act which could open the path for his party to select a patriotic leader. In our opinion, Sudan underwent a great transformation and the leadership of the NUP failed to safeguard democracy and was isolated from the people. Thus, the purpose of my challenge was to measure the degree of these transformations. 62. In order to increase its influence, the SCP began to publish El-Middan twice a week and then daily, and the paper seriously competed with the other independent daily newspapers for public attention. Meanwhile, the party expanded its activity in all parts of the country, and managed to recruit more intellectuals to its ranks. This was reflected in its political forums that were held across the country, the most outstanding of which was the Wednesday Forum that took place in Khartoum, and at which the party's leaders and its Secretary-General were often the main speakers. Once again, the rapid growth of the SCP and its increasingly popular influence alarmed conservative political forces. The MB, for example, between 1965 and 1969 made stopping the SCP a prime objective, and greatly increased its own recruitment drive among workers, students, and professionals. Their plan of action was to secure the domestic Sudanese front by fighting the Communist Party. 63. They worked to find opportunities for a legitimate strike against the SCP, and an effort was also made to encourage the political authorities to take official steps against the SCP, on grounds that it was an outlet for atheism, especially since the Communists had enjoyed a platform whose power exceeded that of the Islamists. 64. The MB's view of the Communists could historically be summarized as follows. 1. The Communists are advocates of Marxism, and Marxism is based on atheism and class war, which means fighting the Islamic religion. The requirement of this belief is the crushing of the Islamic heritage, which is founded on love, fraternity, joint assumption of obligations and the protection of private property. 2. Communism is based on a subordination to the Russian or Chinese Communist Party, and the brothers' view of Russia or China, for example, is that of expansionist colonial states. Russia was the second country in the world to recognize Israel and it is still supplying it with emigrants. 3. The local communists are just spies and instruments of a major power, serving the goals of its policies, acting as proxies for it and spreading around degeneracy, decline, and subordination. 65. The MB, therefore, viewed the SCP, not just as a rival in the political arena but as a veritable nemesis to Islam. Furthermore, the Brotherhood maintained that the SCP was an agent of the Soviet Union, a state which at that time controlled and restricted 50 million Muslims within its borders, and was the second state to recognize Israel. Consequently, opposition to the SCP came to be the main preoccupation of the Brotherhood's political activity after the October 1964 revolution. The major strategy was to mobilize public sentiment against the SCP through public forums and propaganda, especially the MB's newspaper, Al-Mi. Th. Aq al-Islami. On October 1965, for example, the main story in the paper maintained that on its literary page, the newspaper El Middan, organ of the Sudanese Communist Party, published a poem the day before yesterday titled Commander of the Faithful, which was filled with slanderous calumny against religion and evil portraits of the person of the Commander of the Faithful. We draw the attention of the security authorities and the acting senior judge so that they may take deterrent measures against this newspaper, to preserve the dignity of religion. 66. On November 8, 1965, at a forum on women in Islam, organized by the students of the Higher Teachers Training Institute, a male student by the name of Sh. Aki Muhammad Ali stood up and announced over the microphone, "I am an atheist and am proud to have been liberated from the illusion of God. I am not sorry to have lost the dancing girls in heaven. As regards debauchery, that is an innate characteristic of man, and debauchery was practiced in the home of the Prophet of God." 67. The incident was strongly condemned by the Islamic Direction Group, which represented the Islamist students inside the HTTI, and called upon the administration to take measures against Sh. Aki. In a press conference, the SCP denied any link with the student and referred to a conspiracy against the party and democracy. However, in a statement on November 11, 1965, the Islamic Direction contended that Sh. Aki Muhammad Ali belonged to the SCP. On the same day, the Islamist students of the HTTI joined with students of other religious institutes and organized a strike against the SCP. The protesters handed a petition to the Prime Minister, Muhammad Ahmad Mahjoub, calling for the banning and dismantling of the SCP. On the following day, the Minister of the Interior issued a statement in which he denounced the assault on Islam by the student Sh. Aki and promised that the government would take necessary actions to prevent such incidents in the future. 68. The conservative forces, especially the MB, found in the Sh. Aki incident an ideal opportunity to move against the SCP. By raising the slogan of Islam, the MB, Alama Party, and NUP became actively involved in organizing mass demonstrations against the Communists and the SCP. In one of these demonstrations, the masses attacked the SCP headquarters in Durman and burned the party's documents and papers. 69. The situation was further exacerbated when some members of parliament raised the issue in parliament and called for the dissolution of the SCP. They proposed that it is the opinion of this constituent assembly, regarding the events that happened recently in the capital and provinces, and regarding the experience of democratic rule in this country and the lack of protection necessary for its growth and development, that the government be assigned to present a preamble in conformity to which the Communist Party of Sudan should be dissolved and the establishment of any communist parties or organizations, the principles of which incorporate atheism, disrespect of beliefs or the practice of dictatorial methods, be banned. 70. On November 15, 1965, the Assembly approved the issue of the amendment almost unanimously, after giving the Communist deputies an opportunity to make their statements. Hassan Babakar al-Haj, deputy of the North Merwi district, in addition to the leftist deputies, dissented. The following amendment was made. 1. The following conditional provision is added to the end of the subsection 2 of the Article 5, provided that the person will be permitted to promote or seek to promote communism and non-belief in divine religions, or work or seek to work through the use of force, terror, or any illegitimate means to overthrow the regime. 2. The following subsection will be added. Following subsection 2 of Article 5, every organization whose goals or means involve violating the conditional provision included at the end of paragraph 2 will be considered illegal, and the founding assembly may issue any legislation it considers necessary to carry out the provisions of the stipulation. 71. The Communists reacted to this assault by attempting to mobilize the masses in support of the SCP. The SCP helped organize a conference on November 16, 1965 that was attended by most of the radical and progressive forces, such as the PDP, Republican Party, Arab Socialist Front, labor and trade unions, student and youth organizations, etc. The conference, which was held in the PDP headquarters, came up with a number of resolutions in relation to the dissolution of the SCP and democratic practice in Sudan, the most important of which were: 1. To form a national committee to draft a permanent constitution wherein there should be a special guarantee of freedom of expression and organization. 2. To hold a march comprising of all the associations represented in the conference to protect democracy. The march should hand a protest petition to the Supreme Council. 3. To form a permanent association for the defense of democracy and public freedoms. 72. On November 21, 1965, the SCP called for mass protests in Khartoum and other cities against the dissolution of the party. The protesters clashed with others that were organized by the conservative forces, mainly the MB, Alama Party, and NUP. In reaction, on November 28, 1965, the conservative forces held a counter-conference in which they initiated the establishment of the Islamic Conference for the Defense of Religious Beliefs. 73. The conference adopted the following resolutions. 1. The formation of a permanent association to protect Islamic beliefs and take measures against any possible conspiracy to repeal the decision taken by the Constituent Assembly. 2. Modification of educational curricula to include more Islamic teachings, to enable the youth to grow in a religious atmosphere. 3. Formation of a press house to spread Islamic thought and Islamic publications. 4. Confiscation of communist publications. 5. Drafting of an Islamic constitution and submitting it to the Constituent Assembly as soon as possible. 74. One of the main repercussions of the banning of the SCP was a failed coup attempt carried out on December 8, 1966 by Communist Second Lieutenant K.H. Alid Hussein al-Qid, whose Revolutionary Command Council consisted of the officer J.A. Farma Ahmad Nimirai, Mustafa al-Abadi, Al-R.A. S.H. I.D. Nuri Din, U.T. Haman Muhammad H. Hussein, and Babakar Ahmad Ismael. However, the coup was thwarted and the plotters were jailed. In addition, a movement toward establishing a new socialist party was initiated under the chairmanship of Amin al-Sh. Ibli, to win over the entire movement of the left. 75. On December 29, the leader of the MB, Hassan al-Turabi, moved in Parliament to expel the 8 SCP members by submitting the following resolution. It is the opinion of this Assembly. In accordance with the Constitution and the law, the membership of the following gentlemen has been revoked. Hassan al-Tahir Zaruk, Ismael Ali Amir, Muhammad Ibrahim Nukud, Umar Mustafa al-Maki, Al-Ra. Sh. Id Nail, Abd al-Rahim al-Wasila, Al-Tahir Abd al-Basit, Joseph Garang. By means of these amendments, the SCP was dissolved, its property was confiscated and its representatives evicted from Parliament. The Islamic movement saluted this constitutional measure as a great political victory, whose success was doubled by its drawing of mass attention to the issue of communism and its position on religion. 76. In a later comment on the achievements of the Islamic movement over the 1960s, Hassan al-Turabi noted, the most important political gains at that stage were the popular protest mobilized by the movement to dismantle the Communist Party in 1966, in addition to the experience of political communication with the masses and mobilization of religious feelings as direct outcomes of such campaigns. Until this stage, the first and main concern of the movement had been the competition with the communists. Since then, the movement has been able to break away from this competition circle, thanks to the defeat and the severe religious isolationism the communists faced at that time. 77. In response, at its fourth Congress, the SCP clarified its attitude toward Islam. A statement issued by the party said, "Our party has to penetrate those categories of the people affected by the campaign against it, not in its capacity as an advocate of struggle, but also as an intellectual force guiding the movement of the people. 78 Meanwhile, the SCP filed a case with the Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality and legitimacy of the decision passed by Parliament to dissolve it. On December 22, 1966, the Supreme Court ruled that the move was indeed unconstitutional. On December 23, 1966, a constitutional struggle followed when the judge, Sala Aitchison, declared the Founding Assembly's amendments invalid. This created a serious constitutional crisis which led to the intervention of the Supreme Council. On April 19, 1967, the Supreme Council issued a statement in which it found the Supreme Court at fault, and ruled that it did not have authority to comment on the Assembly's provisions. 79 This prompted the head of the judiciary, Babakar Awad Allah, to resign, based on the argument that a violation of the independence of the judiciary was occurring. The case was ultimately settled by a compromise solution with the submission of an appeal of Judge Sala Aitchison's ruling to restore the dignity of the judiciary while considering the provisions of the amendment to be in effect. 82 months later, a Khartoum court annulled the deprivation of SCP parliamentarians of their membership. However, the government refused to bow to the court's decision. In protest, Chief Judge Babakar Awad Allah again resigned, but this time the Supreme Council accepted his resignation. In spite of this setback, the SCP continued to operate. As its offices were closed down, it used other forums to propagate its views, especially through symposia, which were organized in different parts of the country. There were two types of symposia: closed, in which the leaders of the SCP identified themselves as communists, and open, where they addressed the rallies and public meetings as members of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. The party immediately began to publish a new newspaper entitled A. K.H. Bar Alusbu. Although this newspaper carried the name of Awad Barber as editor-in-chief, it was known to all that it was an SCP newspaper. Later, the party nominated one of its leaders to run for a by-election in a northern Khartoum constituency. This was the first time the SCP had won a seat in a constituency other than those reserved for graduates. In the second Constituent Assembly elections, two SCP leaders won, Abdul K.H. Alak Mehjub in the southern Omdurman constituency and Al-Haj Abdul Rahman in Atbara. In October 1967, 11 years after the Third Congress, the SCP held its Fourth Congress. Secretary-General Abdul K.H. Alak Mehjub presented a report which was a re-examination of the party's attitudes and tactics. It also outlined a strategy stemming from Sudan's heritage as a country containing many ethnic, linguistic, and religious groups, and as an important link between the Arab and African worlds. It stressed Sudan's special circumstances, and highlighted the Arab and African revolutionary movement, giving priority to domestic conditions, stating that Marxism was merely a guideline, and that it was impossible to set a strategy for the party drawn verbatim from theories so far removed from reality and application. 81. The Congress took place during turbulent times, following a fierce attack against the SCP by the right-wing parties. They issued an illegal resolution to ban and dismantle the SCP, and expelled its elected MPs. The Congress was attended by 200 members, elected by their party organizations, and discussed challenges and issues facing the party. The SCP, as a result of the Fourth Congress, issued a new political report, a new party constitution, and elected a central committee of 33 members, which for the first time in the party's history included 4 women. 82. In 1968, the SCP led a coalition comprising all leftist forces and planned to run a candidate in the forthcoming presidential election. The coalition embraced 12 eminent figures who were independent leftists, Arab nationalists, and SCP members. 83. Babakar Awad Allah, Arab nationalist. K.H. Ali Fallah Babakar, Arab nationalist. Ibrahim Yusuf Suleiman, Arab nationalist. Aitchison Ahmad U. Th. Man, Arab nationalist. Abdin Ismael, socialist. Amin al. Sh. Ibli, socialist. Mehjub Muhammad S. Ali, Socialist. Makayimus Tiafa, Socialist. Tiaha Ba. Sh. Ir, Independent Marxist. Ismael Din Ali Amir, Communist. Al. Sh. Afi Ahmad L. Sh. Ai. Kh. Communist. Abdul. Kh. Alec Mehjab, Communist. The aim of the coalition was to establish a popular and broadly based front to confront the conservative and religious political forces which, in effect, meant the MB, and to draft a charter of action. Two subcommittees were formed, the political subcommittee headed by Babakar Awad Ella, and an organizational subcommittee. The former comprised as members Abdin Ismael and Abdul. Kh. Alec Mehjab. It drafted the charter of action, while the organizational subcommittee, composed of Amin al. Sh. Ibli, Mehjab Muhammad Esali, Ismael Din Ali Amir and Makayimus Tiafa, created a leadership for the coalition made up of 100 members, including 20 from southern Sudan. 84 The SCP was thereby playing the role of a catalyst for the entire Sudanese national movement, and was also seeking to reunite progressive political forces. However, ideological conflicts soon plagued the party, mainly in the form of a challenge to the Secretary-General's domination. Ideological differences first emerged within the Central Committee in its January and June 1968 sessions. According to documents from the March 1969 session of the Central Committee 85, the differences focused on the party's position on the role of the armed forces in politics. Mehjab, however, managed to contain the differences, and thereby impose his ideological leadership. However, the Secretary-General's view prevailed and embodied the following main points. 1. The rejection of a military coup as a substitute for popular action. 2. The fear that a coup would vest power in bourgeois and petit bourgeois elements. While the party was in effect falling apart from within, its leaders were close to despair with regard to parliamentary democracy. Disagreements within the party became known to the public when Ahmad Suleiman, a member of the party's Central Committee, chose to publish a series of articles between 5 and December 8, 1968, not in the party's newspaper but in the independent Al-Ayyam. The headline he chose for his series raised a tremendous controversy. Ahmad Suleiman breaks his silence. He went on to say, talk about why the October Revolution was aborted and why its government failed. The October government was not revolutionary. I have no excuse for myself or my party. He indicated that the military rule under General Abud was not consistent with the tradition of Third World military governments. The military in the rest of the Third World played a progressive role and sought reform in all walks of life. In the case of General Abud's regime, however, the military were only intent on maintaining authority in their own hands. Ahmad Suleiman then called for the drafting of a detailed popular charter that would identify Sudan's problems, reflect the people's aspirations, and delineate the duties that should be shouldered by a national unity government encompassing all political forces in the country. 86 He argued that the armed forces as an independent political force whose involvement in politics could not, and should not, be avoided. He expressed the view that the armed forces were the only force capable of maintaining the cherished charter, and a government based on it. According to Suleiman, the armed forces would act as an effective deterrent force against adventurers and delinquents who might seek to limit the gains of the people. Suleiman's analysis clearly contradicted that of the SCP with regard to the role of the armed forces in the national movement as expressed during the party's 4th Congress. Accordingly, Abdul. Kh. Alec Mehjab rebuked Suleiman in the party's paper, A. Kh. Bar al-Usbu. Employing Marxist class analysis, Mehjab argued that it would be wrong to speak of state agencies as a separate social force from the rest of society, and accordingly, these would not be something different from the groups and social classes that tried to govern and failed. He emphasized that the Sudanese people had already had bitter experiences with the armed forces. He asserted that the armed forces' failure was, in fact, the failure of certain social classes and factions, and concluded the armed forces cannot be excluded from class analysis. In their upper levels they are part of the club which has failed to introduce economic reforms. Thus, it is impossible to set up a new political order to replace the social forces while they are still, to all intents, ruling through successive party and military governments. 87. Because of the simultaneous development of the underground free officers movement in the Sudanese armed forces, and the SCP's deliberations about the prospects and program of the military takeover, the Suleiman Mahjoub discussion was by no means merely an academic exchange of purely theoretical views and theories. The issues at stake were, in fact, of crucial political importance for the immediate future of the country and the party. 88 The majority of the party's Central Committee supported Mahjoub's views and condemned Ahmad Suleiman, pointing out that the putschist tactic instead of mass action represents the interests of the bourgeoisie and of the petite bourgeoisie. 89. By 1969, most political factions had begun to court the armed forces in order to solicit their support in bringing about changes. Some officers approached the SCP through Babakar Awad Allah and Major Farooq H. Amdallah, who were closely associated with the party's Secretary General, Abd ul Kh. Alec Mahjoub. 90 The suggestion was that the SCP should commit itself and take part in the planned coup. Mahjoub raised the issue at a meeting of the party's Politburo on May 8, 1969. The Politburo, however, rejected the adventure. In fact, the last Sudanese parliamentary prime minister elected before the May 1969 coup, Mohamed Ahmad Mahjoub, a man who was regarded as the personification of Northern Arab Sudanese conservatism, 91 was able to say that during my period of office before the Nimiri takeover, I had excellent relations with the communists who gave no trouble at all. 92 However, the non-involvement attitude of the party leadership did not prevent a group of SCP supporters espousing nationalist and Nasrist ideas from deciding to stage a coup, even without any official backing on the part of the communists. With or without SCP support, the coup was successfully staged on May 25 under the leadership of Colonel Jafar Mohammed Nimiri. 3. The party and the Nimiri regime. In 1969, after having been officially dissolved by the state, the SCP went through an internal crisis as it faced competing views on the future direction of the party. One perspective called for an integration of the party into a larger leftist framework, a democratic front that would include all the leftist forces in the country, while another view called for a renaming of the party into the Socialist Party, in order to avoid any further assaults from the government. The party also witnessed disagreements on the distribution of responsibilities and tasks from within. Further, views on a way of dealing with the new military regime diverged in the aftermath of the May 1969 military coup. Whereas one group welcomed the coup, and considered it a victory for the SCP and the communist movement in general, another, while not rejecting the new regime completely, adopted a cautious attitude and raised concerns about the future of the party under the new military regime. 1 The SCP had played no direct role in the overthrow of the civilian government in May 1969, and in fact, opposed military coups as an avenue to political power. The official party position had long been that objective conditions and the enormity of the tasks facing democracy and socialism in Sudan required concerted action, based on firm class alliances and mass mobilization rather than a putsch by a limited circle of army officers. In any case, the relationship of the party with the new regime passed through three major phases: 1. An early phase of cautious and often uneasy cooperation, 2. A phase of partial and decreasing government tolerance and political struggle, and 3. A more enduring phase of repression and clandestine party existence. Uneasy cooperation. The new military regime of Jafar Nimiri came to power with a socialist and progressive orientation. The regime emphasized socialism as an avenue for achieving economic development through the adoption of state-led industrialization and development programs. It had also adopted a revolutionary rhetoric against the traditional and reactionary forces in society. This progressive orientation can be viewed within the framework of a similar political and ideological orientation that dominated the Middle East during the 1960s. In Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser had advocated Arab socialism and provided a great source of inspiration to millions of Arab young people who found in the Nasrite socialist thought an opportunity to express their discontent with the reactionary and imperialist forces. In the Arab East countries, there was also the Ba'athist progressive discourse which found its roots in Syria, and extended to Iraq and Jordan. Africa, in most parts of the continent, was also experiencing similar political trends, represented in the predominance of the one-party system, which followed the Leninist model, as well as in the rise of nationalist movements in countries like South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, and Eritrea. 2 These trends had a profound impact on Sudan, especially in the post-October 1964 period in which the Sudanese cultural and literary milieu were largely open to outside influence. Also, despite the dismantling of the SCP in 1966, leftist thought had inspired large segments of the Sudanese middle and lower classes, including the army officers, and gradually it had become the dominant political orientation of that period. 3 The spread of socialist and leftist thought in the region had been linked to the phenomenon of military coups. It was thus not surprising to find that all progressive one-party regimes in the Arab world came to power with military takeovers, and the rise of Nimiri to power in Sudan, according to Mansour Khalid, was one of a piece with this perverse and pervasive politico-military culture. 4. This political orientation of the Nimiri regime had a significant impact on the SCP. During its early stage, the regime cooperated closely with the progressive forces, including the communists, who helped mobilize popular support for the regime. The SCP enjoyed a freedom of movement and activity to a degree that it had not experienced before. Although formally banned by the state, the SCP, as well as the other communist-oriented organizations, such as the youth and women's unions, became very active on the political scene during this stage. 5 In addition, the fact that the new military regime was lacking the administrative experience necessary for running the state apparatus left the regime with no option but to cooperate with the leftist civil cadres, mainly the communists. This brought the communists almost in full control of the public service apparatus at this time. The communists went further and revolutionized the public service apparatus by excluding the anti-leftist elements from all government bureaucracies and restricting the senior positions to those elements which were committed to the socialist and progressive orientation. 6. This cooperation between the Nimiri regime and the communists culminated in the regime's appointment as Prime Minister of Babakar Awad Ella, the Democratic Front's candidate for presidential elections, who was also appointed as a member of the Revolutionary Command Council. It was he who drafted the first communiqué of the revolution, in which he expropriated many of the points contained in the Charter of the Democratic Front as an analysis of the general conditions of the country. However, he made no reference to the issue of forming a democratic front, nor to the issue of the freedom to establish democratic and professional associations and trade unions, the main concerns of the SCP. The communiqué also launched a bitter attack on all traditional political parties. While avoiding any reference to the problem of South Sudan, it stressed the Palestinian cause, which was given priority in 1968 by the Charter Progressive Forces, but only within the context of the General Arab Revolution. 7. The SCP thus confronted a critical problem of whether it should back the new regime or not. 3 of the then Revolutionary Command Council members, Farouk H. Amdallah, Minister of the Interior, Major Ha. S.H. Ismael Atte, military attaché in Bonn, and Lieutenant Colonel Babakar al-Nur, who had no troops under his direct command, were communists. However, they had not played an active role in the coup. 8 The new government was also comprised of 4 communists, Joseph Garang, Mehjab U. Th. Man, Farouk Abu Isa, and Maurice Stray. However, they had been appointed by the coup leaders in their personal capacity, not as party representatives, and without prior consultation with the SCP, although 2 of them were, in fact, Central Committee members. Thus, the coup had placed the SCP in a very awkward situation, especially in view of the splits the SCP had suffered in the 2 years preceding it. Moreover, a section of the SCP leadership and rank and file saw the representation of their party in the highest organs of the state as a fulfillment of their aspirations. The Central Committee met on the evening of May 25 to decide whether to participate in the new cabinet or not, and Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjoub submitted a proposal to reject any bid for such participation. While the Central Committee accepted Mehjoub's analysis of the nature of the regime itself, it nevertheless rejected his proposal to not participate in the new government by a 23-7 vote. At the same time, however, the Central Committee expressed reservations regarding the manner by which the party had been incorporated into the cabinet by the regime, a move which had given the coup the appearance of being broadly based and supported by the Union of Socialist Forces. However, this involvement, according to Nougat almost 2 decades later, was the SCP's first mistake. The party's second mistake would be their acceptance of the appointment of communists into the cabinet without the formal approval of, or consultation with, the party. This, in fact, resulted in the party's forfeiture of its independence, leaving it no choice but to accept the military's dictates. 9. In January 1996, the Central Committee evaluation of the 1969 coup also criticized the fact that the party's analysis of the coup had been undertaken only by the Politburo, and then not publicized. In addition, the Politburo had not convened the Central Committee to discuss and take a position vis-a-vis these critical events. 10 In a letter to one of his most trusted friends, Al-Tigani Al-Taib, Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjoub expressed his apprehension about the presence of what he asserted to be rightist elements inside some of the party's organs, especially the Central Committee. Mehjoub accused these elements of misleading large segments of the Sudanese people by portraying the new regime as one composed of revolutionary democrats, thus, to all intents, calling upon the masses to give up the revolutionary struggle and to adhere to the dictatorship of the new regime. Mehjoub noted, however, that the change in authority on May 25 had altered the balance of power across the Sudanese political scene in favor of the revolutionary mass movement and the SCP. Nevertheless, he raised the concern that the appointment of party members without the approval of the Central Committee would be the first step toward isolating the party, and eventually crushing it, as utilizing supporters of the new regime within the party would lead the party to lose its independence from the regime, and thus it would become very difficult for the SCP leadership to protect the party, especially its Marxist-Leninist elements, in case of a future crackdown by the regime. 11. The Central Committee, faced with this situation, issued a statement in which it tried to reach a compromise between the SCP stand as specified during the Fourth Congress, and the new attitude which had been essentially forced on them by circumstance. The statement criticized the new government as one largely composed of petty bourgeois elements unable to carry out the movement of democratic revolution. Nevertheless, it stated that 1. If the new regime can maintain control over the armed forces, there would be new conditions for the development of a democratic revolution which would then succeed in accomplishing the missions of achieving national democratic development, opening up socialist vistas, and giving a leadership role to the working masses, without whose initiative such development cannot be realized. 2. It is certain that should the new regime survive, it will be affected by the general democratic climate and the revolutionary demands of the people. The new regime will certainly fail if it attempts to map out a path for itself that is hostile to the forces of the Sudanese revolution. 3. In order for the new regime to be strongly committed to the goals and course of democratic forces, the SCP must play a prominent role in supporting that regime in order to protect it from the danger of counter-revolution. However, the SCP must maintain its positive ability to criticize and expose the petty bourgeoisie and its attempt to shift the revolution's command from the hands of the working class to its own. The petty bourgeoisie is incapable of consistently leading the democratic revolutionary movement. Meanwhile, the SCP must continue to disseminate Marxist ideology among its ranks and grassroots, especially the working class. Any shortcomings in this connection would be a serious setback. 12. Interviewed in the summer of 1969, Mehjoub explained the SCP support of the new government. We believe that this government is a progressive one, and that the events of May 24 have brought favorable conditions to our people in terms of being able to carry out the national democratic revolution. For that reason, the SCP supports the present government with all its resources. The new regime's orientation is anti-imperialist, confirmed by its decision to recognize the German Democratic Republic. In addition, we believe the new regime's social policy to be progressive. The new government is committed to a non-capitalist line of development, which is especially important for Sudan. Mahjoub also generally endorsed Nimirai's offer of regional autonomy to South Sudan in June 1969. He concluded the interview by saying, "We have a progressive government which commands the necessary tools. The problem is how to bring this regime closer to the people so that the government may win their support. We consider our main task is to broaden the mass movement and to forge a national democratic front to bring the country increasingly closer to a progressive stance and to protect the government from counter-revolutionary undertakings." Point 13. However, conflict within the SCP continued unabated. At party meetings and in the press, Politburo member, Muawiyah Ibrahim, challenged the Secretary General, and said that the previous party position was passive, as it belittled the new leadership which he regarded as a democratic revolutionary group. Mahjoub responded by saying that the new regime's identity was petit bourgeois, and that the appointment of communist members to the cabinet did not indicate that it was of the democratic revolutionary type. By the first week of June, the coup appeared to be succeeding, and when on June 9 it set forth its policy regarding the southern problem, it seemed as if the new regime was making progressive steps. Point 14. Public statements within the party aside, relations between the army and the SCP were far from settled. Point 15. Beginning in mid-1969, conflicts developed between the government and the SCP, and this increased tension can best be understood in the light of a series of developments. First, the Pan-Arabist army officers had not consulted the SCP on the final timing and execution of the 1969 coup. Second, although the new government initially entrusted the SCP with the task of drafting the July 9 declaration, communist-initiated reforms began to be criticized in April 1970 after Nimirai's success in the Abbas struggle. Essentially, Nimirai sought a wider base of support than the SCP could provide. Third, when the military regime dissolved all political parties on May 25, 1969 with a presidential decree, the SCP, which had been already dissolved prior to the 1969 military coup, was the only party whose headquarters and possessions were not subject to the confiscation measures witnessed by other parties. Unlike the leaders of other political parties who were detained or put under house arrest, the SCP leaders, according to Mahmoud Kalender, enjoyed freedom of movement and behaved as if they were part of the change, if not as representing the change itself. 16. Such freedom of movement was interpreted by the Communists as an exemption for the SCP from the dissolution decree, and it gave the general impression that the Communists were dominating the political scene. This led to rising discontent among the new military rulers toward the SCP. 17. A fourth reason for the increasing tension was the creation of two parallel security apparatuses. The first was the public security apparatus established by Farouk H. Hamdallah and affiliated with the Ministry of the Interior, and the second was the state security apparatus established by Major Mamun Awad Abu Zaid, and affiliated with the RCC. The main task of the two apparatuses was to secure the new military regime. However, they differed significantly in their political structures. While H. Hamdallah took this opportunity to stack the public security apparatus with many communist cadres who had been promoted by the SCP, the state security apparatus was comprised mainly of relatives of certain RCC members, as well as trusted army officers. 18. Such divergence in the composition of the two apparatuses led eventually to rising tension between Farouk H. Hamdallah and the other members of the RCC. 19. A fifth reason for increasing tension was the statement made by Babakar Awad Allah in Berlin, in which he claimed that the May 1969 regime would not have succeeded in seizing and maintaining power without the support of the Communists. 20. In reaction to the Awad Allah's statement, which was broadcast on Durman radio, General Nimirai delivered a radio statement in which he said that the May Revolution did not depend except on the aspirations and support of the Sudanese people, and that it had nothing to do with the thought and practice of the Communists and communism. 21. A sixth reason for the deterioration of relations was the government's abolition of the SCP-sponsored youth and women's unions, and the replacement of non-governmental organizations with pro-government groups. The Nimiri regime not only wanted to appeal to a wider range of Sudanese, but it also suspected the SCP of controlling various associations for its own purposes. At this point it becomes necessary to ask two questions: why did the SCP align itself with and support a military regime, and did the Communists truly perceive the regime to be a progressive one, or had they always planned to use it for their own political purposes? As to these questions, the party had acted according to the classic Marxist-Leninist principles of strategic communist alliance with any anti-imperialist petty bourgeoisie and other nationalist forces in Third World countries that were even moderately progressive in their socio-economic programs. In addition, SCP literature suggests that the party sincerely regarded the Nimiri regime as capable of bringing about progressive changes. Such an alliance, however, did not imply either ideological unity or identical political views and expectations. Also, it did not preclude, under different political circumstances, the possibility of future tensions and even violent conflict with a presently allied progressive party. Allies were seen to be of use to help advance the Communists' social and political goals. However, at a somewhat more mature stage of development, it was understood that they would almost certainly be discarded as obstacles to the implementation of Marxist-Leninist ideology. Shortly after the May 1969 coup, Mehjoub said quite openly to foreign journalists that the regime established by General Nimiri was a regime of the petty bourgeoisie, patriotic, and anti-imperialist to be sure, but incapable of bringing about drastic changes in society without the active collaboration of the Party of the Workers' Class 22. In other words, the party still hoped for a democratization of the military regime by popular participation and action. The armed forces as a whole, however, were far from supportive of even limited attempts to increase mass participation at the expense of the military power structure, and the SCP was, in practice, helpless against their opposition. As long as the Nimiri regime continued to recognize a separate institutional identity for the party, relations between the SCP and the military regime remained publicly cordial. However, in speeches in May, July, September, and October of 1969 and subsequently with even greater frequency, Nimiri advocated the idea of a national front comprising all elements of the Sudanese revolutionary movement: workers, peasants, army personnel, women, intelligentsia. The proposed organization, like other structures of the revolutionary government, was explicitly patterned on a Nasrite model. Nimiri repeatedly stressed that this would entail the actual dissolution of all political parties. There could be no more political blocs within the Sudanese Socialist Union. This intensified the split that had plagued the SCP leadership from as early as April 1970. One wing, under Mehjoub, condemned the 1969 military coup and pursued the SCP's previous goal of establishing a broad national democratic front in which the party would retain its independence. This wing held that the Nimiri regime was hopelessly infected, festering with petty bourgeois counter-revolutionary elements. Consequently, the party must stiffly resist the regime's attempt to destroy the identity of the party in a Nasrite Socialist Union. 23 Mehjoub had pointed out that the Sudanese nation was still incohesive, made up of ethnic groups, of tribes, of sects, which no political group, even the Communist Party, can claim to represent fully, and he concluded, the installation of a single party would come back to the same thing as imposing a military dictatorship. 24. Practically, this also meant a more critical attitude toward the regime's nationalization policy and its politicizing of the masses, perhaps at the expense of communist representation in the cabinet and the RCC, both of which Mehjoub regarded as too hasty. The other wing, led by Muawiyah Ibrahim Mustafa, and supported by communist cabinet ministers Faruk Abu Isa and Ahmad Suleiman, supported the Nimiri regime on account of its progressive and anti-sectarian character. This group regarded the Nimiri regime as essentially progressive, evident in its active diplomacy in the socialist bloc, its anti-Western orientation, its repression of the Muslim Brotherhood in Khartoum in December 1969/January 1970, and the crushing of the rightist Ansar sect at the Battle of Abba Island in March/April 1970. It further supported Nimiri's demand that the SCP following the practice of Egyptian and Algerian communist parties, should dissolve itself and join the government-sponsored SU, asserting that the SCP could dominate the SU, thereby broadening its support. At this point, Mehjoub tactically pursued an understanding with the rightist parties, particularly Alama, to undermine the military regime. The Muawiyah faction strongly opposed bargaining with the rightists. 25 Both factions agreed on the necessity of blocking Nimirai's proposed union with Egypt and Libya, but disagreed on strategy. Whereas Mehjoub proposed confronting Nimirai, the Muawiyah faction thought the RCC chairman could be persuaded to drop these plans. Meanwhile, Nimirai, who had actively taken advantage of the SCP's disarray earlier that year by selecting communist representatives in his cabinet without consulting the party, appointed another member of the anti-Mehjoub faction to the cabinet in the latter part of 1969. The conflict over SCP policy toward the Nimirai regime was again addressed in August 1970 at a special deliberative conference of the party, which was supposed to have been held 1 year earlier but had been postponed against the background of growing divisions within the party since the late 1960s. Mehjoub's position received the endorsement of approximately 75% of the delegates. 26 However, Mehjoub's opponents forthwith proceeded to criticize the decision-making process, and on September 27, 1970, they issued a statement attacking the manner in which the so-called deliberative conference had been called and conducted, and shortly thereafter, several of the dissidents split from the party. 27 Within the government, Ahmad Suleiman, Muawiyah Ibrahim Mustafa, and Farouk Abu Isa continued to support Nimirai as members of his cabinet, and eventually split from the party. The deliberative conference was attended by 113 delegates representing the political cadre. The conference discussed the two documents presented by Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjoub and Muawiyah Ibrahim, plus a number of contributions from members as well as draft resolutions. The conference rejected the military coup tactic, and called for a transformation of the party's tactic from defense to offense, according to, or based on, the circumstances. This could then lead to the implementation of some of the party's program for democratic revolution, which would at once support the positive aspects of the regime while, at the same time, being able to independently criticize the negative aspects of the regime. The party advocated for the working class to take a vanguard role while emphasizing the necessity of effective and independent action of the SCP. It also identified the tasks needed to carry out the national democratic revolution. The conference denounced the right-wing current within the party which, it claimed, lays the foundation for disbanding the SCP, expands the role of the petty bourgeoisie, decreases the role of the working class, promotes the ruling one-party project and dissolves the SCP within the ruling structures, abandons Marxism and suspends the revolution at an intermediate state, weakens the party commitment by failing to follow party statutes, and fosters the formation of cliques. On the organizational front, the conference called for initiating the preparations for the party's 5th Congress. It also identified the bodies at the Politburo responsible for initiating the process for the 5th Congress, as well as the committee responsible for reviewing the membership. 28. The internal debates of the SCP in this phase reflected a fundamental ideological conflict. The fragmented class character of Sudan's forces of production, dispersed among capitalist, communal, and semi-feudal modes, rendered elements in the party susceptible to petty bourgeois influences. 29 Reflecting on the debate 30 years later, Farouk Ibrahim related the problem to the Stalinist style of Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjoub. 30 However, it could also be argued that a critical feature of the withdrawal, and eventual breakup of the Ahmad Suleiman group, was the recasting of the conflict around personalities. In this way, serious debate of party tactics, or the impact of the state on party decision-making, was deflected. 31. Though the party had a significant influence on Sudanese political life, many circles exploited the party's ideological conflict in order to attenuate the class basis of the party and to prevent its transformation into an independent political force. The conflict within the SCP did not, of course, emerge in a social and political vacuum. Indeed, the assault against the SCP, the political setbacks during the Second Democratic period between 1964 and 1969, the social power of traditional forces of the Sudanese right, all had their profound impact on the SCP and were reflected internally in the rise of factions in the party that were impatient and unwilling to wait for a grassroots change, or in other words the development of a proletariat. The SCP's Fourth Congress took account of these currents accordingly. The spirit of surrender resulting from the success of counter-revolutionary forces heralded the closure of the path to revolution. We witnessed the negative impact on some segments of the petty bourgeoisie. At the same time, opportunist tendencies grew and propagated the view that mass struggle is useless and irrelevant, hence, the only recourse left for the revolutionary movement is to close its ranks and prepare to take armed action in preparation for a popular army. This approach can attract desperate political elements that have no experience in revolutionary struggle. In the conditions of the counter-revolution, this is very dangerous. Our party must challenge this decisively. Popular mass struggle is the only means of creating the conditions for the achievement of democratic revolution. 32. In an attempt to purge the party ranks of members advocating reconciliation with the Nimiri regime, Abdul Kh. Alec Mehjoub exclaimed, "I followed the statements of the official liquidator of the SCP, the party's Judas, Minister Ahmad Suleiman. Isn't it time that the SCP does something about this malignant growth in its body?" Mehjoub would thus convene a consultative Congress for advanced party cadres on August 21, 1970.33, described by Mohammed Said al-Khatal as one of the most important events in the history of the Sudanese communist movement, and convened to finally deal with the party's internal conflict. The 1970 Congress witnessed an unprecedented debate on a number of complex theoretical and practical issues. A total of 113 delegates attended. The main issues on the agenda were, 1. A delineation of the nature of the Nimiri regime from a Marxist-Leninist perspective, and 2. A delineation of the SCP's relationship to the Nimiri regime, and party priorities in this period of Sudan's political history. 34 In his report to the Consultative Congress, Abdul Kh. Alec Mehjoub emphasized two issues: the party's stance toward the military in general, and the nature of the Nimiri regime. 35 With regard to the first issue, he argued the following. 1. The party encouraged members of the Communist Student Association to enroll in the military academy. The building of that organization within the armed forces accurately reflects the position of the SCP toward the military. 2. The military does not represent a unified class or a social group, as well, it is not insulated from the process of class struggle. There are reactionary, upper-rank officers who sided with the bourgeoisie during the 1956–1964 period. However, the majority of the soldiers and officers allied with the people. 3. The national democratic groups in the armed forces assume a forefront position in the activities of the party because of their access to weapons and their ability to bring about change swiftly. This has to be ruled out because it is based on a fallacy, and is dangerous. The democratic revolution is a revolution in agricultural reform. Its ultimate goal is to raise the social consciousness of the masses, the peasants. 36. 4. Ideologically speaking, as communists we do not accept the possibility of a minority taking over power by violent means and then seeking the support of the masses. This is, based on our understanding of revolution. 37. In discussing the nature of the Nimiri regime, Abdul Kh. Alec Mehjoub observed the fact that only a small group of army officers actually perpetrated the 1969 coup and had control of political power. In addition, the majority of the soldiers who had participated in the coup did not rise up as a social force and enter the social conflict voluntarily. Further, the officers who became the new political authority as a result of the coup represented petty bourgeois groups, not progressive forces. 38 This characterization of the army officers raised much controversy at the Congress. Some argued that they were in fact revolutionary democrats. Mehjoub maintained that a representation of the military officers as revolutionary democrats was based on the fallacious assumption that gives more weight to the issue of political expediency than to ideological differences between revolutionary democratic thought and communist thought. 39. A significant criticism of Mehjoub's report was presented by Muawiyah Ibrahim, who argued that Mehjoub's political alignments were capricious, shifting from a rightist orientation before the May 25, 1969 coup to an ultra-left position afterwards. 40 The Congress ultimately approved Mehjoub's report and passed resolutions embodying the following principles. 1. Although the national democratic period does appear to intertwine with the socialist revolution at times, it is important to distinguish between the stages, and to formulate tactics independently during the national democratic stage. Affirming the principle that the historical process that leads from the national democratic revolution to the socialist revolution could not be bypassed, the resolution confirmed that the call for the implementation of socialism now does not represent a fulfillment of the historical vision of our party from its inception. Rather, it must be considered in the context of this stage as a strategy to help eliminate any confusion within the ranks of the party over our position vis-à-vis the national democratic revolution. We must be guided by the theory of Marxism-Leninism in understanding our country's realities. 41. 2. The national democratic revolution is achieved via a broadly based national front that incorporates all progressive forces. It is defined as the political and organizational alliance of the working class, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, national capitalists, soldiers, and officers. 42. 3. The political situation which developed after the May 1969 coup had the following characteristics. A. The stagnancy of the mass movement. B. The violent nature of the coup. C. The regime's alliance with the working class, and D. The regime's alliance with the U.A.R. 43. 4. The Central Committee was directed to prepare for the Fifth Congress without delay. The agenda of that Congress would include discussion of the leadership conflict and modification of their party's program and bylaws. 44. Immediately following the conclusion of the Congress, 12 members of the 32-member Central Committee of the SCP met secretly and declared their rejection of the resolutions. They published a letter declaring their secession from the SCP, and distributed it among the members. On October 8, 1970, the Central Committee convened and announced the failure of their efforts to prevent the secession. It then announced the dismissal of the seceding members and all members allied with them, and the dissolution of the party's committee in Jazeera and Manajil, the centers of party dissidents. 45. Decreasing tolerance and political struggle. Events soon proved Mehjoub's analysis and predictions correct. On November 8, 1970, Nimiri, Sadat, and Gaddafi announced in Benghazi the formation of a tripartite union of Sudan, Egypt, and Libya. The general features of the Union Agreement, known as the Benghazi Agreement, had been secretly negotiated in Tripoli a year earlier in December 1969 between the leaders of the three countries. The party responded with a statement issued on November 13, 1970 in which it criticized the decision, arguing that the move was precipitate, anti-communist, and anti-revolutionary in nature. The statement declared: 1. The decision of the tripartite union was made without prior consultation with either the Sudanese people or the Egyptian or the Libyan peoples. In our opinion, this is a fatal mistake that could lead to confusion among the masses, and strengthen the anti-revolutionary forces in our country. 2. This decision was made immaturely before meeting the necessary enabling conditions for the success of the Union, whether this is represented in objective conditions or other subjective conditions, on top of which is the unity of the revolutionary forces of the three countries. It is well known that the absence of these conditions was the main factor behind the failure of unity between Egypt and Syria. 3. In the light of these remarks, we call for holding a popular plebiscite on the issue of the tripartite union. This plebiscite is to be held after free and wide popular discussions on the issue. 46. In addition, the three pro-communist members of the RCC expressed heavy criticism not only of the Union Agreement, but also of the decision-making process inside the RCC. Among the three members, Farrukh Hamdallah went further and sent Nimirai a statement in which he criticized his policy of decision-making and threatened to resign from the RCC. 47 The situation deteriorated when the statement of Hamdallah was released to the press. This in turn made Nimirai and his group believe it to be a coordinated move between the three RCC members and the SCP-48 and resulted on November 16 in the removal of Farrukh Hamdallah, Sh. Ismael and Babakar al-Nur from the RCC, as well as the dismissal of 13 junior military officers and 38 officers from the state security apparatus with communist sympathies. Mehjab himself was imprisoned, then deported to Egypt. 49 On November 16, the RCC delivered a radio statement in which it tried to justify these decisions. The statement declared: 1. There are elements, claiming to be progressive, that have stood against the May Revolution and questioned the ability of the Revolutionary Command Council to carry out the necessary change advocated by our revolution. 2. Such destabilizing elements have come to dominate the Revolutionary Council, and the secrets of the Council have been frequently revealed to the outside. 3. The removal of the 3 members from the Council has become a necessity at this stage in which the May Revolution seeks to give the people a comprehensive constitutional system. 50. The SCP Central Committee appealed to President Nasser directly for Mehjab's return to Sudan. 51 And as a result of Nasser's mediation, Mehjab was returned to Sudan where he was detained at a farmhouse in Al-Baghair, south of Khartoum. He was later released but almost immediately rearrested and detained, first in the military prison and then in an ammunition factory camp. In a statement issued on November 16, the SCP declared: the Central Committee does not think that these measures are as simple as the communiqué of the RCC attempts to portray. They are neither accidental nor sudden. They are, in effect, a crowning of the efforts of the rightist tendency which continued to exercise itself consistently in order to stop the advance of the Sudanese revolution, and which entered on a new stage after the 25th of May, and to confine it to a reformist movement, instead of transforming it towards a wide, popular revolution, capable of completing the tasks of national democracy at this stage and to open the way towards a socialist future for our people. These decisions are not regrettable events, but they are a continuation of the methods of the putsch, which usually resorts to such methods in order to resolve differences between revolutionary sections, and in order to effect the liquidation of revolutionary elements within the armed forces. 52. The statement ended with a call for the reinstatement of the dismissed free officers and the release of Abd Kh. Alek Mehjab. Between November 1970 and May 1971, Nimirai had intensified his public and private attacks against the SCP, not only dismissing communist RCC members and arresting Mehjab and other communist leaders and sympathizers, but also denying any further cause for a coalition between the government and the SCP. Nimirai was perturbed, not only by the SCP's national strength but also by its international strength and prestige and influence in the eyes of many Arab and African leaders, including Egyptian President Nasser and Syria's Assad, in addition to its ties to the Soviets and the Socialist Bloc. On February 12, 1971, General Nimirai chaired a meeting of the RCC to discuss the stance of the regime toward the SCP. On that day, Nimirai delivered a radio statement that came to be known later as the February 12 statement, in which he declared: 1. The May Revolution has dissolved all political parties, including the Communist Party, and it does not allow any party to claim that it is above this decision. 2. The revolution rejects the exercise of any mandate on it by anyone. It will destroy all mandate attempts and crush all the elements trying to manipulate the people's will. 3. The May Revolution is a revolution for all people. 53. In March 1971, the SCP Central Committee replied to the February 12 statement by issuing another statement declaring that the regime did not have the power to destroy the Communist Party, and that it would put itself in a dangerous situation if it attempted to do so. 54. In May 1971, Nimirai escalated the confrontation with the SCP by dissolving the Confederation of Sudanese Trade Unions and enacting legislation to form government-dominated unions free of communist influence. At the same time, he announced the formation of the SU, and declared it the only legal political organization in the country. The same month, the SCP replied with a declaration calling for the overthrow of the Nimiri regime and its replacement by a National Democratic Front embracing all National Democratic Forces. 55 In June 1971, the SCP arranged for the escape of Mehjab from his prison in Khartoum, and on June 29 he escaped and was sheltered by U.Th. Man al-Hajj Hussein, commander of the Presidential Guard and an SCP sympathizer. 56. It was in this context that on July 19, 1971, leftist army officers led by former RCC member, Major Ha. Sh. Ismael al-Attah, launched a coup against the Nimiri government. In retrospect, al-Attah's action seems ill-prepared as two of his fellow conspirators, H. Amdallah and U.Th. Man, were in London. Nevertheless, the coup was temporarily successful. Khartoum was secured, Nimiri was captured by the rebels within a few hours, and the establishment of a new regime based on democracy and a non-capitalist path of development was announced over Durman radio. On the evening of that day, Major Ha. Sh. Ismael al-Attah delivered a televised statement to the Sudanese people. In this statement, he described the coup as a corrective step and heavily criticized the RCC and its chairman Nimiri by referring to the repressive policies, and the widespread corruption that had prevailed under the Nimiri regime. Al-Attah declared his ultimate goal to be the establishment of a democratic political system through the creation of a democratic front authority that would include under its umbrella the different forces of society, including workers, farmers, intellectuals, army officers and soldiers, and nationalist capitalists, etc. He also promised to improve the state infrastructure, lift the ban on the youth, workers, and women's unions, and cancel many presidential decrees issued by Nimiri. On the foreign policy front, al-Attah said that the new regime would cooperate closely with the Soviet Union and other international progressive powers. He expressed support for the African liberation movements, and promised to strengthen ties with Sudan's African neighbors. Further, he declared Sudan's full support for the Palestinian people in their struggle against imperialist Zionism. 57 On July 20, 1971, a new RCC was formed under the presidency of Babakar al-Nur al-Dahab, and included in its membership Ha. Sh. Ismael al-Attah, Farooq H. Amdallah, Muhammad Ahmad al-Rij, Muhammad Ahmad al-Zayan, Muhammad Mehjab U.Th. Man, and Muawiyah Abdul-Haj. 58 U.Th. Man and H. Amdallah hurried back from London to lend their support to the new government. It is unclear, however, what the role of the SCP in the July 19 coup actually was. One could refer here to two important accounts of the SCP's role in this respect. The first account was made by the Central Committee of the SCP in its March 1985 evaluation of the July 19 events. In this evaluation, the Central Committee claimed that the July 19 coup was carried out by Communist Army officers without the approval of the SCP. 59 According to the Central Committee's report, Ha. Sh. Ismael al-Attah and a group of Communist officers met with Abdul Kh. Alec Mehjab upon his escape and informed him about their plan to carry out a military coup. In this meeting, the officers criticized the divisions inside the party, and its passive approach toward the Nimiri regime in the aftermath of the November 16 events, and warned of Nimiri's adoption of more aggressive measures against pro-communist officers in the future. They also warned that the rightist forces inside the army were preparing for a military coup against the new regime, arguing that the position of the party would be much worse if these forces managed to seize power. But Mehjab, according to the report, was reluctant to submit to the idea of military coup, arguing that it must first be discussed and approved by the party's Politburo and Central Committee. 60 On July 13, 1971, a meeting of the Politburo of the SCP was convened to discuss the suggestion of the officers. The Politburo came up with the following remarks. 1. The military rule has become hated and rejected by the masses, who will not welcome the replacement of a military rule with another military one. 2. The party is exhausted and it needs a period of time to reorganize its ranks and cadres. 3. The party has not raised the slogan of toppling the regime in front of the masses, so how can the party promote the coup idea? 4. The fear that Nimiri and the RCC would adopt more repressive measures against the communist officers does not justify a coup against the regime. It is normal that revolutionary movements get exposed to several blows, but they continue their struggle. 61. However, the SCP Politburo did not completely rule out the possibility of launching a military coup that would lay the basis of a comprehensive reform in the country. In this respect, the Politburo added in its remarks that 1. The idea of a corrective step could be acceptable in principle, but any move by the communist officers must be subject to the decisions and views of the Central Committee. 2. Any corrective program must be a program of comprehensive reform that covers public freedoms, the deteriorating economic condition, the poor performance of the state apparatus, government capitulations, violations by the security apparatuses, the problem of the South, etc. 3. The officers must assess a number of important issues, such as the possibility of foreign intervention, the general conditions inside the army units and between the soldiers, and the role of Farooq H. Amdallah and Babakar al-Nur. 4. The Politburo asks the communist officers to present their views and assessment of these remarks so that the Central Committee can make its final decision. 62. The communist officers, according to the 1985 evaluation, ignored the Politburo's remarks and carried out the coup on July 19, which came as a surprise to the SCP, including the Secretary-General Mehjoub himself, the Politburo, and the Central Committee. On that day, Mehjoub was expected to meet with Sh. Ismael al-Atteh to discuss the remarks of the Politburo, but this meeting did not take place as al-Atteh and his group had already carried out their military coup. In a later meeting after the implementation of the coup, according to the 1985 report, Mehjoub blamed al-Atteh for taking the coup decision without referring to the party's Central Committee and Politburo. Al-Atteh responded by saying, "Should we have waited to see our officers and colleagues arrested one after the other?" 63. In his critical analysis of the 1985 report, Abdul-Azim Surar, one of the officers who participated in the July 1971 coup, supported the Central Committee's evaluation on the role of the SCP in al-Atteh's coup. Surar stated that the party had not objected to the idea of the coup in principle, although it did not approve it formally, nor did the party get involved in any discussions about the details or timing of the coup with its perpetrators. He added that the events on the day of the coup and the following days show that the party did not plan or participate in carrying out the coup, arguing that if the party had planned the July coup, it would have prepared its statements and list of cabinet ministers in advance. 64. The second account of the role of the SCP in the July 19 coup was made by Nimiri, who strongly believed in the SCP's direct involvement. Nimiri's account was articulated by Mahmoud Kalender, a close confidant of Nimiri, in his analysis of the Nimiri period in Sudan. According to Kalender, the SCP not only knew about the communist officers' intent to launch a military coup, but also approved it. In our assessment, the military group which arranged for the escape of Abdul Kh. Alec Mehjoub from prison did not do so except for the purpose of getting his approval for launching the coup, he said. 65. Kalender also referred to a conversation that took place between Mehjoub and Nimiri following the former's arrest upon the failure of the July 19 coup. In this dialogue, Mehjoub said that the SCP Central Committee had decided on May 30, 1971 to use force to overthrow the May regime. This represented, according to Kalender, clear evidence that the head of the SCP approved the launching of the July coup. 66. Whether the SCP approved the July 19 coup or not, what concerns us here is that the SCP lent its support to the new military regime, declaring in a July 20 statement, "Revolutionary masses of the people, your patriotic sons, and revolutionaries in the armed forces have fulfilled their historic mission today. Today we are called upon to shoulder our responsibilities and to hoist the slogans of progress and democracy throughout our Sudan and to protect our new revolutionary power with our revolutionary arms. We have to transform every spot of the Sudan into a fortress where there is no place for reactionary activity and the plots of the puppets of colonialism. All the groups and establishments of our democratic people are called upon to close ranks and to create hundreds of democratic organizations for popular support of the revolutionary power. All Sudanese patriotic and democratic forces must join the organizations. Long live the beloved Democratic Republic of the Sudan! Long live the National Democratic Front! Glory to the officers and soldiers of the 19th of July and the protectors of the sovereignty and independence of the Sudan. 67. A final and definitive formal party report on the coup was issued in 1996, a quarter of a century later. This was the culmination of intensive party studies both in 1985 and 1989 where Al-At's coup was examined extensively, and 2 full Central Committee meetings on January 26 and February 5 were devoted solely to the draft report, which was further examined by a party committee on March 5. Soon after, the Central Committee invited the military participants in the coup to look after the report to ensure its factual accuracy and to relate their side of the events. On April 13, a plenary Central Committee meeting was held to approve the draft report for the forthcoming Central Committee meeting, which did not, however, occur because of the NIF takeover which resulted in the dispersal of the SCP membership around the world, and in the local suppression of the party. 68. Accordingly, the 1996 report concluded that the execution of the coup was a surprise to the entire party including Abd Kh. Alek Mahjoub, the Politburo, the General Secretariat, the Central Committee, and even party members in the military. 69. A week prior to the coup, Mahjoub was in contact with Sh. Ismael Al-Ata deliberating on the action. Although Al-Ata tried to contact the party leadership immediately prior to the coup, events overtook him and the coup was executed. At the first meeting between Mahjoub and Al-Ata after the event, Mahjoub criticized Al-Ata but then placed the party behind what was, in fact, a fait accompli. 70. Nevertheless, on July 13, 1971, even the Politburo had not even discussed the timing of the coup. Rather it confined its discussion to the coup's theoretical implications. According to the report, the responsibility that should be borne by the Politburo is that it did not act decisively in accepting or rejecting the idea of a coup. Rather, it was left for more discussions and consultations with the military, and this does not excuse the Politburo or reduce its responsibility. 71. While in principle the 1996 report accepted the coup as a corrective movement, the officers' actions should have been under the control of the Central Committee. They should have taken into account its analysis of the situation and submitted to its decisions. 72. While it did not contradict the 1985 report, the official findings of the Central Committee in January 1996, following an analysis of all party literature on the coup, including the 1985 report, seemed to suggest a shared responsibility of both the SCP leadership and the coup leaders for the subsequent decimation of the party. However, Al-Ata's military coup was very short-lived. For a start, both Egypt and Libya threw their support behind Nimiri. When the coup took place, the chief of the Sudanese army under the Nimiri regime, General Kh. Al-Hassan Abbas, was on his way to Moscow for an arms deal. However, the Soviets declined to receive him so as not to antagonize the new communist regime in Khartoum. General Abbas's plane landed in Belgrade, where he took another plane to Egypt. In Cairo, Abbas discussed with the Egyptian government the possibility of having the Sudanese troops positioned along the Suez Canal return to Khartoum to end the military coup. He then went to Tripoli seeking the support of the Libyan regime against the new communist regime in Sudan. In Tripoli, General Abbas issued a statement on Libyan radio calling upon the officers and soldiers of the Sudanese army to fight the communist coup. 73. As a result of these efforts, Libya forced down the BOAC airliner carrying U.Th. Man and H. Amdallah from London to Khartoum and arrested both men. President Sadat of Egypt then approved an airlift of pro-Nimiri Sudanese paratroopers from their positions along the Suez Canal to Khartoum, and ordered Egyptian troops in Sudan to support those opposed to the coup. In addition, conservative garrisons outside Khartoum and some lower ranks in the capital itself supported Nimri by mobilizing forces against the new government. The statement of General Abbas from Libya had a strong impact on many army officers who still viewed Nimri and Abbas at that time as the real, legitimate commanders of the armed forces, so that on the evening of July 19, a number of military officers and soldiers went out into demonstrations against the new communist regime. The demonstrations broke out in the capital, Khartoum, and the cities of Shindi and Wadi Medni, and resulted in 19 casualties within the ranks of the Army. 74 In line with these demonstrations, the officers of the 2nd Armored Brigade, which had been led by Nimri himself before the May 1969 coup, joined ranks with members of other military units in an attempt to topple the new communist regime. 75 On July 21, a group of pro-Nimri officers moved their tanks and surrounded the General Military Command's headquarters and the presidential palace, where Nimri and his RCC colleagues were detained. Nimri managed to escape from the palace, and then went directly with some of his troops to the TV building, where he delivered a televised statement calling upon the people to fight the communists. 76 By July 22, the Al-Attah coup was crushed. 77 At the regional level, the July 19 Al-Attah coup triggered mixed reactions in the Arab world. Whereas the Iraqi Ba'athist regime supported the coup, other Arab regimes strongly condemned it, and threw their support behind General Nimri. In Egypt, the government praised the end of Al-Attah's regime and the return of Nimri to power. On July 21, the Egyptian ambassador in Khartoum, Kamal K.H. Alil, met with General Nimri, who was on his way to the presidential palace, and congratulated him for the failure of the communist coup. On July 24, a formal Egyptian delegation, headed by Vice President Hussein al-Sh. AFI, arrived in Khartoum to express Egypt's support for the return of Nimri to power. A few days later, the semi-official Egyptian newspaper of Al-Ahram opened fire on the SCP and accused it of betraying the principles of the Arab revolutionary movement. Al-Ahram described the failure of Al-Attah's coup as a promising event that would pave the way for further victories over the communists in other parts of the Arab world. 78 In Syria, the government took a similar step when it sent a senior delegation to Khartoum, headed by Vice President Mohammed al-Ayyabi, to express support for Nimri. The Syrian semi-official newspaper Al-Th. Arat also condemned the failed coup and accused its perpetrators of dividing the Sudanese local front and diverting Sudan's attention from the greater Arab confrontation with the forces of imperialism and Zionism. 79 Similar support for the Nimri regime was also expressed by Libya and the Gulf countries. What the coup leaders had intended to demonstrate was the undemocratic nature of Nimri's regime, Nimri's pursuit of his own interests, and the repressive measures and tools used by the government's security forces. In fact, the real intentions of Nimri vis-a-vis the SCP were revealed by some top Sudanese officials in the immediate aftermath of Nimri's return to power. U.Th. Manha. S.H. I'm, the then Sudanese ambassador in Paris, announced in a press conference that the SCP made a desperate attempt to seize power because its leaders had been aware of President Nimri's intentions to reorganize the Sudanese political scene in a way that would exclude the communists. 80 Mansur K.H. Alad, the then Sudanese envoy to the United Nations, revealed a similar opinion when he stated that the communists had made their coup because of their awareness that the time factor had not been in their favor. Ambassador K.H. Alad added that the SCP had to be dissolved because the communists could not accept the facts of political life in Sudan. 81 Both statements clearly indicate that Nimri was in the process of politically excluding the SCP by mid-1971. Once the July 19 coup was launched, the leaders of the new regime had only enough time to outline the democratic path they planned to follow, including the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, the people's right to vote, worker participation in production and administration, independence from imperialism, and the sovereignty of the nation before it was overthrown. The failure of the coup is attributed by historians to outside forces, principally from Egypt and Libya. Nimri subsequently lashed out at the SCP, which had, in fact, reluctantly supported the coup only after it was initiated by communist elements in the army. However, Nimirai accused the SCP of consciously fomenting his government's overthrow. Many communist leaders were executed without a trial, and such vitriolic acts caught most SCP members, with the exception of Mehjab, unprepared. As mentioned previously, once Nimirai was re-established in power, he lost no time in blaming Al-At's coup on the SCP. To support these accusations, he and his ministers cited the SCP's May 1971 call for Nimirai's overthrow, and their July 20, 1971 statement in support of Al-At. The Sudanese government even suggested that Al-At's first statement following the coup had been penned by Al-Tigani Al-Tai above the SCP Central Committee. 82 While the party may well have known of the coup plans in advance, and had undeniably thrown its support behind Al-At after July 19, it is highly questionable that they would have instigated such a precipitate and ill-planned maneuver. 83 Regardless of its role, the July 19 coup and July 22 counter-coup proved disastrous for the party. Trade union leader Al. Sh. AFI Al. Sh. AI. KH. An important ally, was executed in July 1971. Amid thousands of arrests and executions, the SCP Central Committee was itself decimated and Mehjab was executed in August 1971. According to the Sudanese Minister of the Interior, about 2,000 communists were killed during the repression of July and August 1971. 84 A further 3,181 were arrested for treasonable activities, with their trial dates postponed indefinitely. 85 Even communist supporters of Nimirai did not escape his wrath. Garang, Farooq Abu Isa and Muawiyah Ibrahim were removed from the cabinet, leaving Ahmad Suleiman as the only remaining communist minister. Clandestine survival. The main activity of the SCP in the aftermath of the July 1971 coup was to rebuild its organizational structure and bases of political support in the face of political suppression. Shortly after Mehjab's execution, a new leadership was chosen, with Central Committee member Muhammad Ibrahim Nukud acceding to the position of Secretary General. In its September-November 1971 session, the SCP Central Committee turned its attention to analyzing the mistakes of July. These were identified as a hasty execution of the coup, foreign intervention, leniency toward members of the old regime, and a failure to arm and mobilize the masses in the coup's defense. 86 The need to rebuild the party in the aftermath of July 1971 was emphasized. The basic task is to ensure the existence of the party's leadership center, which should be followed by the reorganization of the central bodies in the provinces, districts, students, and other fields of activity, and the establishment of close contacts between these centers and the party's central organ. We have to continue to secure the necessary materials for party work, such as finance, typewriters, and similar resources. We must secure the minimum standard necessary for the Marxist education of party members. We have to reinforce our relations with the international communist and progressive movement, and without party branches abroad. The further security of the party and the protection of its leading cadres is an urgent task that allows no leniency or relaxation, especially when we have started to issue public statements among the masses. We must be highly vigilant against covert methods of destroying the party by installing subversive elements within its ranks. 87. On the occasion of Sudanese Independence Day 1972, the SCP delineated the direction of their activities, calling for a national democratic government whose political authority is derived from our revolutionary masses, and will be expressed in a democratic alliance of the political parties and progressive syndicates, including unions and associations, a system that plans democracy as a principle and a program. A democracy with basic and political rights, including a political system on all levels, relationships of production to liberate the majority of our people, and state agencies in which there is the supremacy of the law and the independence of the judiciary, and finally a basic framework that unifies the country, implements self-rule for the South and resolves the problems of all nationalities and minorities. 88. The Central Committee also called for the cautious resumption of mass activities within the trade union, student, and women's movements, and professional organizations. Established organizations were to be the focus of such activity. All these groups, together with other parties and opposition elements, were to be brought together within the framework of a national democratic front capable of eventually toppling the regime. 89 Following this basic strategy, the party successfully established numerous cells in the trade unions, despite Nimirai's attempt to radically change union structure and personnel in an October 1971 law designed to root out communist influence. 90 By April 1972, Al-Aim, the semi-official government paper, warned workers to be vigilant about the communist snake, once again rearing its head. 91 The following year, in September 1973, a 2-week state of emergency was declared in the aftermath of anti-government demonstrations and threats of worker unrest. The Central Committee stressed the importance of such popular upheaval. Rejecting, in view of its previous political unreliability, an army coup as the route to Nimirai's downfall, the party affirmed that a general political strike is the truly appropriate tool for sweeping away this government, and is the weapon which the popular mass, and no one else, possesses. 92. From then on, this became the basic approach of the SCP, a position restated in the subsequent Central Committee meeting of June 1975 and delineated more clearly in the July 1977 Central Committee meeting. 93 In August 1977, it expanded upon this theme with a call for the formation of a Front for National Salvation and the Defense of Democracy to unite all democratic forces against Nimirai. The Central Committee, in a statement in March 1978, called for the creation of a democratic front in which democracy would become the central focus of their movement. Political democracy, the economic crisis, and the sovereignty and independence of Sudan were identified as the 3 most important issues that the front should address. 94. Thus, from 1971 until the early 1980s, the SCP sought to build the basis for the sort of unrest and political action that had earlier toppled the Abud regime in 1964. In practice, however, it proved difficult to build and sustain the necessary alliances. From 1975 until 1977, for example, ideological and historical differences with Sadiq al-Mahdi's Alama party prevented the SCP from effectively participating in the anti-Nimirai National Front which, at the time, brought together Alama, the Democratic Unionist Party, and the MB. In any event, the front itself eventually collapsed as first the MB, and then al-Mahdi both became reconciled with the government. The SCP bitterly condemned such efforts at reconciliation with Nimirai, arguing that they had the effect of strengthening rightist factions, weakening popular resistance, and upholding the strategic interests of the US, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. 95 The front was later reconstituted as the National Salvation Front in the early 1980s, but was ineffective and little more than a phantom. The SCP also remained outside another anti-Nimirai political alliance, the Sudanese National Grouping, formed in 1982. On this basis, the party concentrated its efforts on preparing for a formal agreement among the members of the political forces to struggle together against the Nimirai regime, and work toward the creation of a national constitutional conference with the stated slogans of creating a stable democracy, balanced development, and lasting peace as a means to resolve the crisis and become the road map to rescue the country after the removal of the Nimirai regime, and dubbed as an invitation for dialogue on national issues. Preparations for such a conference were underway, and a preliminary date of September 1989 had been settled upon, in principle, when the NIF coup took place, despite the fact that the NIF had been a member of the Supreme Council of the proposed conference. 96. At the grassroots level, SCP cadres often worked alongside other progressive forces, but without overall strategic coordination. Constant repression by the authorities forced the party to adopt a cautious and essentially defensive posture. SCP leaders recognized that underestimating Nimirai's power a second time would be fatal, and that a miscalculated extension or escalation of anti-government activities could leave the party even more exhausted, weak, and vulnerable. 97 Moreover, believing that the contradictions in the regime would ultimately bring about its own downfall, the SCP wanted to keep sufficient strength in reserve to take advantage of such a situation when it arose. 98 The SCP had to endure a decade and a half of clandestine existence before it would be able to see the light of day once again. A revolutionary situation such as mentioned above did, in fact, arise in early 1985 when the Nimiri regime was overthrown as a result of a popular uprising. 4. The SCP in post-Nimiri Sudan. The tottering regime of Jafar Nimiri collapsed in 1985, some 16 years after it came to power in a bloodless coup. On April 3, after a week of popular anti-government protests while the president was away in the U.S. on a state visit, the Sudanese military assumed power under the Chief of Staff, General Abd-ul-Rahman Sawar al-Dahab. An interim 15-member Council of Ministers was established to oversee a one-year transitional period leading to full elections for a civilian government. As the Communist Party had already anticipated, the downfall of the regime was precipitated by a popular uprising. It might be said that this kind of event had been long in coming, but, when it actually occurred, the political parties were not prepared for it. The uprising was, by and large, a spontaneous affair. It consisted of several days of demonstrations staged mainly by college students, unemployed urban residents, professionals, and trade union members. Public protests began on March 26, the day before Nimiri flew to the United States for his annual cardiac checkup and meetings with U.S. officials. Students from Durman Islamic University marched through the city and burned a warehouse and vehicles owned by Nimiri. The next day, students from the Polytechnic Institute led protests in the center of Khartoum. On March 28, at least 2,000 rioters filled the city center, despite arrests made by the security police. The same day, the Physicians' Union went on strike in protest against the injuries and deaths inflicted by the security police on demonstrators. Soon, other professional unions joined the strike, which centered on a single demand: the removal of Nimiri from power. The government side held its own rally, organized by the government-sponsored Sudan Socialist Union, on April 2. Only 2,000–3,000 people attended. On April 3, about 50,000 demonstrators gathered in the city center. They shouted "Bread and Liberty," and called for the resignation of President Nimiri. The next day, April 4, an equally large rally was held and strikers cut all electricity, water, and telecommunications in Khartoum. Notable in their absence were the police or the armed forces, who were hesitant to intervene on behalf of the besieged regime. 1 The protests continued until they eventually provoked the military into action. On April 6, under the pressure of the mass uprising and similar demands within the military, the armed forces, headed by the Commander-in-Chief and Defense Minister General Sawar al-Dahab, declared a takeover of the government for a limited transitional period. Nimiri and his top officials were relieved from their posts. 2. The role of the SCP. As has been already indicated, no political party was in a position to assume the leadership of the March-April popular uprising. In the course of the uprising, a broad coalition of opposition elements known as the Alliance of National Forces for National Salvation was formed. The alliance, composed of doctors, lawyers, teachers, and other professionals, temporarily filled the vacuum of leadership. Interestingly, these were groups that had been relatively well treated by the Nimiri government. In contrast, the trade unions were less militant. The alliance drew up what became known as the Charter of National Salvation. The charter called for a democratic system of government based on the provisional constitution promulgated at independence in 1956. It affirmed freedom of organization, expression, and belief, rule of law, and independence of the judiciary. So when the political parties, including the SCP, started to raise their heads, a leadership of sorts, the alliance, was already in place. Rather than the other way around, the parties had to join the popular struggle by attaching themselves to the alliance. The major unions and three political parties, Alama, SCP, and the Democratic Unionist Party, did so by signing the charter on 4 and April 5, and from then on the Communists, in particular, took an active part in the events. 3 weeks after the uprising, the Secretary of the Central Committee, Al-Tigani Al-Taib, a member of the Politburo and secretary of the Central Committee of the SCP, declared the Communists to be true believers in multi-party democracy and humanists, and to be the way to achieve socialism and communism in the Sudan. In the Central Committee meeting on May 1986, the party reiterated its call for a national constitutional conference. The SCP itself had to catch up with the popular movement later than it might have liked. First, it had to re-emerge from the underground before it could make any significant contribution to the struggle. Obviously, the years of suppression it had endured under the Nimiri regime had taken their toll. The party was weakened both politically and numerically, for it appears, however, that the SCP had maintained close relations with student activists, professionals, and trade unions. Workers too participated widely in the demonstrations, but there is little indication of significant organizational activity on the part of the SCP's leadership. According to the party, the primary reason for that is the leadership of the labor movement had been fully usurped by opportunist cliques supported by the Nimiri regime. 5 Sudanese farmers were also on the sidelines of the struggle, due, once again, to the fact that the leadership of the Farmers Association was taken over by the rural rich and big traders. 6. The roots of Nimiri's downfall lay, according to the SCP, in his domestic dictatorship, and his pro-West reactionary foreign policy. Nimiri's action to raise the price of basic commodities such as bread and fuel under the structural adjustment policies imposed by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, his promotion of Sharia laws, his decision to execute outstanding political opponents including progressive religious leaders like Mahmoud Mohamed Tiaha, his repression of ethnic groups, his arrogant personality, his military cooperation with the US and Egypt, and his intention to allow the Americans to dump nuclear waste on Sudanese territory in exchange for US dollars, were among the major factors that increasingly discredited his regime. 7 That the government would one day stumble on its own policies had been perceived by the Communist Party to be inevitable. Of course, it would take more than those self-inflicted wounds for the regime to fall. In a more general sense, the SCP gave credit to the Sudanese people, and considered the broad democratic front achieved in the uprising to be one of the decisive factors that led to the downfall of the Nimiri regime. According to Al-Tigani Al-Taib, the people succeeded in overthrowing Nimiri when they pursued the main objective of the uprising, which was a broad democratic front and national salvation. 8 The army was only a reflection of the larger societal movement for popular democracy. In the words of Muhammad Ibrahim Nukud, the Secretary-General of the SCP, the military coup took place as a result of pressure from within the army. National sentiments continued to prevail among army ranks, particularly among the soldiers, especially among the sons of the South. Therefore, the Sudanese army remained part of the Sudanese people and continued to be affected by their aspirations. When the Sudanese people's aspirations became clear, they reflected positively on this army. 9. However, the party also thought that, as Al-Tigani Al-Taib argued, the continuous struggle by our party and all national democratic forces has contributed to the overthrow of the Nimiri regime. 10 As we already know, the Communists readily joined the Broad Front as the latter seemed to represent a realistic political option at the time. Al-Tigani pointed out, we in the Communist Party did not set any objective for the uprising beyond overthrowing Nimiri and regaining political freedom and national sovereignty for our people. 11 This cautious approach to the uprising had a familiar ring to it. The party had advocated a similar approach in earlier changes of government, in 1964 as well as Indiana 1971. According to Al-Tigani, the mistake of that period convinced us of the need for a goal clarification according to the capability level of the popular movement, and the danger of jumping beyond these capacities. 12 It seems party leaders believed that this time they should be even more cautious and restrained than ever before and accommodate themselves to the actual mood of the public. The broad democratic front served a very important purpose in terms of overthrowing Nimiri's rule. It was also deemed to have been essential for the task of defending the gains made by the people and continuing the democratic movement. Nukud, as late as April 1987, hoped that, if our people are capable of overthrowing Nimiri, they will be capable of ousting his minions. 13 However, there were grave concerns among the party leaders about a possible restoration of military dictatorship. Their apprehensions were based on the assessment that the political parties and trade unions did not have a unified leadership, and during the April 1985 uprising did not originally show political boldness and initiative. Therefore, real power ended up in the hands of the Transitional Military Council. According to Al-Tigani, there is the possibility for conflict, especially since certain individuals within the armed forces have inclinations toward remaining in power and having the army take over and continue to rule. At the same time, we find that the Americans, Saudis, and Egyptians are trying to feed these inclinations from abroad. Domestically, there are the Muslim Brotherhood, who represent certain vestiges of the previous regime and remnants of the security apparatus, certain parasitic opportunists, who are trying to give a social base to these inclinations, and certain individuals in the armed forces and the general command, attempting to establish a military government in the Sudan. 14. A major misgiving of Sudanese communists was that the uprising had not been able to realize all of its objectives. The achievements, actual and perhaps potential, fell short of the goals desired by their party. They declared, "Here still remain the tasks of fully restoring democracy, fully restoring sovereignty, and liquidating the previous regime from all areas." 15. Hence, the Communists strove to maintain the popular front established during the uprising. Thus, insofar as the SCP was concerned, a more challenging and more constructive role lay ahead. The party tasks. The task of consolidating the Democratic Front was regarded as the most urgent one facing the political forces taking part and leading in the struggle. The mass base of the front needed to be expanded further so as to give it a more representative character. This, the Communists believed, would make it possible to defend the people's gains from any threats. 16. Nukud made this objective abundantly clear when he declared, "We want to bring together and unite all democratic forces of the left and right, to defend the freedoms and rights regained by our people, get all anti-democratic laws, in particular, the Sharia abolished, and fight against all those who want the army to remain in power." 17. Al-Tigani was equally emphatic about the Communist Party's desire to form and work within a broad political coalition in order to push the changes farther. He pronounced, "There is not a particular party with which we seek an alliance. We seek alliance with all the parties. But we specify the objectives for which we want an alliance: liquidation of the vestiges of the Nimiri regime, and restoration of democracy and national sovereignty. We are ready to ally ourselves and work together with all parties that accept these things." 18. Only one political party, the MB, was singled out by the SCP for exclusion from the front. Nukud argued that the MB, who adopted the name of the National Islamic Front, were one of the pillars of the Nimiri regime. The leader of the NIF, Hassan al-Turabi, was said to have largely contributed to the application of the Islamic laws. The MB was regarded by the party as the enemies of freedom and democracy. 19. The Communists stressed that their opposition to the MB did not imply opposition to religious forces in general. The party had to sketch out a way whereby it would avoid either flattering or clashing with religion. The progressive movement made use of the enlightened religious heritage, and of its progressive solutions generally, in order to give impetus to and promote the forces of progress. 20. Nukud was more explicit in his acknowledgement of the significance of religion in society. He said, "We are not against Islam. Islam is our heritage. It helped to spread the idea of equality, assistance to the poor, cooperation, and struggle against the unjust rulers. These good ideas are deeply rooted in our people. We should convince them that socialism and communism are the modern rebirth of those ideas. But we are for a secular state, for separation of religion and the state." 21. Indeed, the SCP was concerned more about concrete political and economic problems of the day than about ideological conflicts over religion. In an interview he gave in 1987, Nukud stated that the preoccupations of the party were economic reform, the democratization of the electoral system, and the recovery of the wealth stolen by parasites. 22. An almost overriding political concern was the party's aim to prevent the military from remaining in power. For that purpose, the party tried to join hands with other political forces and trade unions in initiating the Charter in Defense of Democracy. In this charter, all of the parties and unions unanimously reaffirmed their rejection of dictatorship and military coups, whatever the slogans used to justify them: right-wing, left-wing, centrist. The charter was signed by all the political parties and organizations, on November 17, 1985. The document was also signed on behalf of the armed forces by a member of the TMC.23. The SCP was also aware of the disastrous economic situation faced by the country. However, the party did not believe that the economic crises were the result of drought and desertification. Rather, the aggravation of the drought and desertification problem resulted from incorrect and bad policies. 24. According to the communists in the background, there were deep-rooted economic problems resulting from the capitalist path of development that prevailed before May 25, 1969, and those became even deeper after that date. 25. The task of turning the economy around was consequently connected by them with a more inclusive one, a pressing need for struggle to create a new society. 26. The communists had a long-term program which aimed at the realization of socialism, and a short-term program, a National Democratic Program, which concerned itself with economic, social, and cultural development issues by creating conditions that could lead to socialism. 27. Nevertheless, the SCP did not see the question of creating a new society, or the realization of socialism, as a pressing or urgent need at the present time. 28. The Communists' immediate concern was to solve the urgent economic problems by using the funds saved from the disbandment of the institutions previously attached to the Nimiri regime, such as the state security apparatus, the Socialist Union, the institution of the Presidency of the Republic, and the People's Assemblies, central and local. According to the SCP, these institutions consumed a large part of the funds of the public treasury that could be otherwise employed to deal with certain pressing economic problems. 29. The Communists also urged the return to the country of the capital that had been exported, and the confiscation of the funds of the strata of parasitic capitalists created by Nimiri. 30. The SCP's strategy of creating a new political economic order was spearheaded against what they referred to as the parasitic bourgeoisie as well as against the world capitalist economy. In March 1986, the party took part in a national economic conference which was believed to have carried the anti-capitalist message of the communists. The conference, in which political parties and trade unions participated, issued a program for saving the national economy. According to Nukud, this program was an attempt to set up more equitable relations with the world capitalist market and to obtain higher returns on investment, and seek ways to ease the external debt burden mainly through renationalization and reconstruction of the agricultural and industrial sectors. 31. Though the program maintained capitalist structures and was basically reformist, Nukud took a positive attitude toward it because the economic and financial reforms proposed by this program should hit the parasitic elements, and should be able to return the wealth they have plundered, to stabilize prices, and to check inflation. 32. The SCP attempted, at the same time, to draw a distinction between the parasitic bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. The latter, they believed, could have a positive contribution to the country's development. According to Ismael Din Ali Amir, a member of the Central Committee, there will be a great and important role for the national bourgeoisie to play in this phase of conversion because it has itself been harmed by the Nimiri regime. This is not the class of parasites which has gotten obscenely rich. The general tendency at this phase was to cooperate with the national bourgeoisie, marginalized during Nimiri's time, in order to rebuild the Sudanese economy, because there simply was no Sudanese economy. 33. On the other hand, the activities of international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund were thought to be detrimental to Sudan's goal of economic development. The Communists held them responsible for the desperate economic and financial situation of the country and considered the economic and political solutions imposed by them as a prescription for enslavement. 34 They maintained that Sudan was a classic example of the consequences of the policy of the IMF and the World Bank. 35 And Nukud called outwardly for a refusal to submit to IMF directives. 36 He was also quite skeptical about the foreign aid given by the US and Saudi Arabia, which was, according to him, just a temporary sedative to the ailing Sudanese economy. 37 The desire, it appears, was for a national economy that was both independent and thriving, an objective which obviously is easier said than done. Furthermore, the party's goal of creating an independent political stance for Sudan pertained to the whole area of foreign relations. Soon after the overthrow of the Nimiri regime, the SCP called for an independent, non-aligned, and anti-imperialist foreign policy. The question of Sudan's military alliance with the United States was singled out for particular attack by the party. It was declared that the party, along with the Sudanese people, regard these agreements with the United States as being not binding on the Sudanese people or on Sudan. 38 But while the Soviet Union was extolled as a state that establishes its relations with the various countries of the world on the basis of equality and independence, and which, consequently, cannot be put on the same footing with the US. 39 The party still wanted to maintain, and perhaps even to promote, good relations with the American power. According to Al-Tigani, we want the country to have good relations with the United States, relations based on independence, equality, friendship, and mutual benefit. 40 In any event, the international climate did not favor the usual leftist anti-American rhetoric. The SCP also wanted Sudan to have relations with the rest of the Arab countries based on the principles of support for the struggle against the American-Israeli alliance, against forms of interference and aggression on the part of American imperialism, and against solutions and agreements involving capitulation, and support for the struggle which the Arab states were entering for democracy. The SCP also proclaimed its support for the struggle of the Palestinian, Lebanese, and Syrian peoples, and indicated that with all clarity and without the least hypocrisy or equivocation, we are with the Palestinian people in their just cause. 41 As to relations with Egypt, Nukud pointed out of friendship and the eagerness to maintain unity, we say to Egypt that the integration agreement and the joint defense agreement were reached as a result of pressure on Sudan. This is a grave mistake. The SCP demanded that the joint defense agreement between Sudan and Egypt be abrogated, and that Egyptian dealings with Sudan were not to be based on the assumption that Sudan is part of Upper Egypt. 42 Not surprisingly, the SCP demanded firm relations of friendship with the Soviet Union and all the socialist nations. 43 The South Sudan problem. The problem of the South remained a major issue even after the fall of the Nimiri regime, which seemed to have created a situation more favorable to a negotiated settlement, especially in view of a certain conciliatory attitude and a call for dialogue both from the National Alliance for Salvation of the Sudan and the Southern rebels who were led by John Garang. Furthermore, the Communist Party's early pronouncement on the subject was in full agreement on that approach. In June 1985, Nukud declared, "We support the call for a dialogue. We believe that the acknowledgement and respect of the unity of the South as a region enjoying historical, ethnic, cultural, and religious traits will give this dialogue the necessary and required capacity." 44 He further argued, regional self-rule must consist of a comprehensive political, cultural, and social solution, and not merely a regional structure on administration and posts. We must approach John Garang on the basis of a comprehensive program for a solution, and not on the basis of satisfying him or the Southerners by giving them several ministerial portfolios. 45 A comprehensive solution of the South Sudan problem should be based on the achievement of regional autonomy for that region and the recognition that John Garang and the movement for the liberation of the Sudanese people are new forces that reject secession and advocate the unity of Sudan. This stance should be welcomed and encouraged. 46 The SCP also called upon Garang to start negotiations with the authorities. Nevertheless, the SCP criticized Garang for his earlier refusal to negotiate, and his insistence on engaging in a civil war in December 1985. The armed struggle in the South continues. It deprives the masses of an opportunity to participate in the election campaign for the benefit of the nation's progressive democratic development. On the other hand, the negative stand taken after the overthrow of the former regime by the Popular Movement for the Liberation of the Sudan is weakening our common strength, enabling the hostile rightist and reactionary quarters to break out of the marginalization and helping them intensify their conspiratorial activities. 47. The SCP hailed the March 1986 negotiations held in Ethiopia between the National Alliance for Salvation of the Sudan and Sudan People's Liberation Movement. The result of this negotiation was the Koka Dam Declaration, which expressed the desire to continue the dialogue to determine the form of government in Sudan. In April 1987, the Prime Minister of the elected cabinet endorsed a National Constitutional Conference as the organizational framework for such a dialogue. However, the new regime's later refusal to approve the peace agreement signed in Addis Ababa by both the SPLA and the DUP in November 1988, indicated that the government was already veering away from a peaceful settlement. Indeed, the government's negative reaction prompted the DUP to withdraw from the ruling coalition and side with the opposition. 48 Once again, Khartoum opted for the path of war. 49 On June 13, 1987, the SCP published a draft plan for putting an end to the civil war and for convening a national constitutional conference. 50 In this plan, the party advocated an immediate cessation of military operations, and the working out of guarantees precluding their resumption. It also urged the creation of a favorable atmosphere for the convocation of a national constitutional conference. It considered that the abolition of Islamic law introduced in September 1983, and the restoration of secular law, the cancellation of the agreement with Egypt on mutual defense and other similar agreements, and refraining from taking any decision relating to the prerogative of the National Constitutional Conference would be conducive factors that could contribute to a favorable atmosphere. 51. The 1986 elections and their aftermath. The one-year period between April 1985 and April 1986 represented something of a litmus test for the SCP. The previous restrictions on party and trade union activity were abolished amid the greatest political freedom Sudan had known since 1958. The party was now faced with the task of demonstrating that its popular support had remained intact after a decade and a half of oppression and clandestine existence. Upon coming to power, the Transitional Military Council promised a general election within a year to hand over state power to an elected government. The SCP complained, in a December 1986 statement, however, that the TMC was not making adequate preparations for the elections. 52 Among others, it accused the TMC of a reluctance to consider public opinion in the course of the deliberations on the electoral law. The new law, they argued, did not differ from earlier electoral laws in that special advantages to backward areas and social groups and to broaden representation for the more advanced groups like state sector employees and those working in modern enterprises. 53. Once the election campaigns were underway, the SCP also had a number of other complaints to register. It pointed out that the election campaign was hampered by a number of factors such as widespread hunger, the continuing control of the factory and office workers' trade unions by opportunist elements connected to the deposed regime, and the continuing existence of the anti-democratic laws such as the 1983 September Law and the State Security Law. These, in combination with other problems, the party feared, could be used against the popular forces, depriving the organized working masses of their leading role in the election campaign, and obstructing a democratic mass movement. 54 Despite all of this, the Communists declared, "Our party is taking part in the election campaign in line with the provisions of the recently passed electoral law." 55 The party was fairly optimistic about the elections because it hoped that the elections would end the period of rule by the Transitional Military Council. 56 Seeing the military leave politics for good was uppermost among the party's immediate concerns. The Central Committee called for a supreme effort to attain two main objectives in the election campaign. The first one is to rally all the forces involved in bringing down the former regime and mobilize them in the drive to solve our problems and implement our slogans. 57 The second one is to elect to the Constituent Assembly as many communists, democratic and patriotic deputies as possible. 58 In order to obtain the latter objective, the Central Committee provided practical guidelines as to how to conduct pre-election campaigns and how to organize a voter registration drive. A part of the SCP's election platform was a proposal for a new constitution. The party proposed that the new constitution should meet the following political objectives: 59. 1. Strengthen parliamentary powers and reduce presidential prerogatives. 2. Guarantee basic human rights and democratic freedoms proclaimed in international documents on human rights. 3. Make the courts administratively and financially independent by means of a fair democratic law guaranteeing the right to take legal action against both private persons and state institutions. 4. Secure the special role of the regular armed forces in matters of defense of the homeland's independence, national unity, citizens' rights, sovereignty, legitimate power, and democracy, excluding use of the army as an instrument of coups and military and civilian dictatorship. 5. Guarantee the democratic nature of the state apparatus. 6. Establish the principle of decentralization. 7. Guarantee the principle of the equality of all citizens. 8. Promote the autonomy of the universities and institutes, freedom of research, guarantee the democratization of state organizations and civil services. 9. Proclaim that the development of the national economy should rest on a public sector active in the productive and non-productive areas and dominant in economic planning and development, and a private sector, mostly in agriculture, guided by state directives and plans, as well as a mixed sector, and 10. Ensure equality between men and women through a democratic law on the rights of the individual, formalizing women's legitimate rights and guaranteeing stability of the family. The party's election platform also included a number of proposals for the reform of Sudan's economy and policy. Accordingly, the Constituent Assembly should undertake the following 60. 1. Make null and void all laws and decrees by the former regime which served to oppress the people. Foremost among them are a code of laws known as September 1983 laws, laws restricting trade union activity, the 1977 Law on Trade Unions, the Charter of Trade Unions, the Industrial Relations Law and the Labor Relations Law. The Constituent Assembly should work out alternative democratic laws to replace these. 2. It should legislatively terminate the dependence of the Security Service on the Ministry of Internal Affairs by placing the former under parliamentary control, and also prohibit subordination of the Security Service to the head of state. 3. Pass laws rehabilitating all those persecuted under the deposed regime, take care of the graves of its victims, publish the true facts of their trials, return property confiscated from them. 4. Pass laws to punish those who tortured and abused opponents of the overthrown regime, take legal action against judges who passed the sentences and those who executed them, as well as compensate the victims for the damage done to them. 5. Promulgate a law reinstating people dismissed from the armed forces and other state agencies, as well as the private sector, allegedly for their part in political or trade union work. 6. Pass laws to crush the positions of parasitic and Islamic capital, eliminate laws and institutions which promoted them, and pass laws forcing the offenders to return the money embezzled from the public treasury and stolen from the persecuted persons. 7. Annul all the international political, military, economic, and other accords or their individual provisions concluded by the deposed regime and restricting the national sovereignty of Sudan, primarily the Treaty on Common Defense with Egypt and unequal agreements with the U.S. The SCP did poorly in the April 1986 elections. It won only 2 out of 264 seats in the Constituent Assembly, and failed to secure any posts in the cabinet formed by the elected deputies. 61 The SCP lagged behind not only the two main parties, but also behind the National Islamic Front. The latter, despite its past support for the Nimiri regime, received 51 seats, including most of the graduate seats that were once the SCP's prime electoral support base. The SCP did, however, succeed in preventing the MB leader, Hassan al-Turabi, from winning his Khartoum seat through an electoral pact with other parties to support the Democratic Unionist Party candidate. The leaders of the Communist Party explained the reasons for the party's defeat in terms of the class structure of Sudanese society. In an article published in February 1988, Nukud argued that the overwhelming majority of the population is still under the strong influence of tribal chiefs and religious leaders. Under the prolonged rule of military dictatorships, the state apparatus and public sector, the nationalized enterprises in the first place, became the main instruments of capitalist accumulation, and turned many members of the petty bourgeois strata into capitalists. Trade union leaders were also integrated with the bureaucratic hierarchy of state apparatus, the security service, and the highest organs of the political organization, the Sudan Socialist Union. Petty bourgeois forces and trade union bureaucrats joined the ranks of those favoring capitalist development. Former communists and others with a revolutionary past not only took an opportunist attitude in defense of the interest of capital within the working class and revolutionary movement, but became an organic element of the capitalist structure. 62. Obviously, the SCP was disappointed with the outcome, considering the elected parliamentary regime as a bourgeois type of the Westminster model. 63. These features inhibited the capacity of the new government to solve any of the major socio-political problems facing Sudanese society. It would, furthermore, open up the political system to the influences of reactionary forces, such as the MB, who wanted to end democracy and to get the military back in power. 64. To remedy the situation and forestall the danger of lapsing into military dictatorship, the political system needed to be reformed. Such a reform should insist on a secular constitution in place of the Islamic one, a parliamentary system of government instead of the presidential one, and a change in the electoral law by dividing the republic into constituencies with an eye to increasing the representation of the working people. This reform should also focus on the abolition of the legislative enactments limiting civil liberties. 65. Its poor performance in the elections notwithstanding, it seemed that the SCP's basic policy after April 1986 was to consolidate the ongoing democratic process and defend the rights and freedoms achieved since the downfall of the Nimiri regime. The party's principal concern was still the threat of intervention by the military, but they were also worried about a single-party dominance in the political system. Nukud reiterated that, in the light of our people's own experience, we in the Sudan reject any kind of rule by the military, even if it styles itself progressive, revolutionary democratic, or left-wing, while usurping the basic civil rights, a rule that does away with the multi-party system, encroaches on the freedom and independence of the parties, trade unions, and other public bodies behind a screen of a single political organization, such as the Arab Socialist Union in Nasser's Egypt. Nor shall we tolerate the establishment of any front as a screen for the activity of the ruling or the largest party, as with the Ba'ath Party in Syria and Iraq. 66. The composition of a new Sudanese government, set up in 1988, confirmed some of the fears expressed by the SCP. Alama Party, the DUP, and the NIF dominated the cabinet. Some portfolios went to representatives of the southern Sudanese parties and one to the Sudanese National Party. Needless to say, the SCP was opposed to the emerging political reality. It considered the prominence of the NIF to be particularly ominous. An emergency meeting of the Central Committee of the SCP held in May 1988 pointed out that the entry into government of NIF representatives meant participation in the cabinet of a party hostile to democracy, with pro-fascist leanings and concerned only with ensuring the interests of those Islamic financial institutions which had provided it with vast sums of money for political and economic activity. 67. Under the influence of the NIF, they proclaimed, the government was taking Sudan down the road of repression, escalation of the civil war and subordination to foreign interests. In their words, the program of the right-wing government, which had accepted NIF guidelines, included the adoption of Islamic Sharia law as a first step towards abolishing democracy, depriving the Communist Party of the right to legal activity, persecuting trade union leaders who refused to support government policy, rehabilitating the overthrown dictatorship, escalating the civil war, and agreeing to concessions for the US and its allies. 68. According to Ali Ahmad Al-Tayyib, representative of the SCP on the editorial board of the World Marxist Review, the invitation of NIF representatives into the cabinet was a result of the policy failures of the first elected government of post-Nimiri Sudan. These failures included the government's inability to realize the political objectives brought up in the 1985 uprising, its incapacity to tackle the country's most acute economic and social problems, its reluctance to take actual steps to end the civil war in the South, and its inactivity to break up the alignment with the U.S. and Arab reactionary regimes. 69 He further argued that the new government was essentially an instrument of reactionary elements opposed to the gains of the 1985 popular uprising, primarily democratic liberties. 70 The party perceived the situation as a sharp shift to the right. 71 And posed a threat to the political changes initiated since the overthrow of the Nimiri regime. The party's leaders, however, still believed that the mass popular movement has an adequate potential for continuing the struggle along the way opened up by the uprising. 72 And called for unity of all the democratic forces that had taken part in it. 73 Under the umbrella of the NDA. As a result of unemployment, economic stagnation, the continued civil war in the South, and increased corruption, widespread civil unrest erupted in Khartoum in December 1988. College students, professionals, civil servants, laborers, and tenants all took to the streets to protest such conditions. These groups worked under the banner of the new forces in direct opposition to the traditional parties, which had dominated the political landscape since independence. In February 1989, a group of high-ranking military officers joined the new forces' cause and submitted an ultimatum to the civilian government whereby they sought an immediate political solution to the war in the South, declaring their refusal to continue the pursuit of a military solution to the conflict. These events led to the drafting of the National Memorandum for Peace, which was subsequently signed by all the major political parties, with the exception of the National Islamic Front, which opted to leave the ruling government and form an opposition front. This turn of events compelled the Prime Minister and leader of Al-Umma Party, Tareq al-Mahdi, to form a new coalition incorporating members of professionals and laborers' trade unions. The new government was in a position to recommend peace talks, and succeeded with an agreement signed in Addis Ababa a year later between the leader of the SPLA, John Garang, and Muhammad Th. Man al-Mir. G.H. Ani, head of the DUP. This agreement called for the repeal of Sharia law until a truly representative constitutional conference could be convened following a ceasefire agreement. 74 In mid-June 1989, the government announced that a Council of Ministers meeting would be held on July 1, which was to formally repeal the Sharia laws of September 1983, contingent upon the review of a legal committee comprised of representatives from all political parties. On July 4, 3 days after this peace gesture, delegations from the new government in Khartoum and the SPLA were scheduled to meet in order to arrange a permanent resolution to the civil war. 75 Peace finally seemed at hand, and the September laws as well as the more pervasive Sharia legislation were to be suspended until further deliberation had taken place. 76 However, a military coup d'état took place on June 30, 1989, resulting in the downfall of the Third Democratic Experiment in Sudan's post-independence history. Evidence shows a connection between the instigators of the coup, who declared a revolution for national salvation, and the National Islamic Front. The leaders of the coup stated the objectives of their action to be to stop inter-party opportunism and rampant corruption and to salvage the bankrupt economy. Under the leadership of Umar al-Bashir, they formed a Revolutionary Command Council 77 while proclaiming an intent to enlist the help of all experts in the quest for peace. Al-Bashir immediately raised the controversial subject of the Sharia, Islamic law. 78. The success of the coup d'état confirmed the communists' fears, which they had persistently raised during the Third Democratic period. The SCP had declared that the hesitation of Premier Tareq al-Mahdi in settling critical issues such as the participation of the new forces in power, the repeal of the Sharia laws, the ceasefire in the south, the standard of living of the Sudanese, and the deterioration of services could lead to a reactionary backlash. All of these factors created a state of frustration and cynicism toward democracy, which in the end, encouraged the assault against it. The SCP, for its part, worked on two levels to protect the democratic process. One, through its use of media, it alerted political and popular forces of the dangers facing democracy. These efforts, along with the support of other parties, resulted in the signing of the Charter for the Protection of Democracy, which was ratified by all political forces except the NIF. 2. Rather than acting as a subversive element of dissent, it chose to conduct its activities under the umbrella of the Democratic Alliance. 79. However, some of the communists who had left the party in 1994 and who had been close to the leadership circles in the party, charged that the SCP was well aware of the intentions of the NIF to subvert democracy. They criticized the party for merely reporting to the security and political leadership without mobilizing the masses to confront the potential risk to democracy. 80. The SCP and NIF political rivalry. Widespread support for a swift resolution to the civil war in the South reflected a challenge to the political and social agenda of the NIF. The military regime that took power implemented policies against the new forces and banned and imprisoned many leaders of other opposition parties, as well as members of the workers' and professionals' unions, so as to neutralize the potential for a challenge to the new regime. 81. In late April 1993, the new regime accused the communists of plotting a coup d'état with the aid of a number of college graduates and some retired officers. Among the charges were intentions to sabotage bridges, power and water stations, and other strategic installations. The regime alleged that this was an effort to pave the way for an invasion by Egypt. The SCP denied involvement in plans to sabotage public property, stating, "This has never been a policy of the party. What the SCP is really after is what our people want, which is to punish the NIF for what they have done to our nation." 82. For its part, the NIF continued to work hard to attach a terrorist stigma to the SCP, though an examination of the political history of the SCP shows that violence and terrorism never informed its working agenda. The SCP staunchly maintained that authoritarian regimes could only be successfully challenged by mass parties using grassroots methods, and not by imposing decisions and change from above. 83. While the media machinery of the Al-Bashir regime maintained that the SCP and other forces of the NDA were orchestrating a terrorist plot, the actual program of the party concentrated on the dissemination of information to mobilize the public against the regime. Indeed, until its exile from Sudan as a result of the regime's ruthless suppression, the protection of popular action and the fostering of serious political opposition had been fundamental principles of the SCP's philosophy. This was manifested in its attitude to the popular uprisings that ousted the Nimiri regime of the 1970s and 1980s and the Abud regime before it. The party, in fact, focused on direct political action among popular forces. In exile, mainly in Cairo and London, the party concentrated on revealing the involvement of the regime with terrorist organizations, its violations of human rights, and the threat that it posed to its neighbors in the region as a whole. With the NIF assuming power, the SCP turned to new strategies in its struggle against the front, including, most notably, the international dissemination of information about the occurrence of human rights violations in the Sudan. In November 1993, with the arrival of Caspar Piro, the UN representative for monitoring the status of human rights in the Sudan, the Sudanese government initiated a massive media campaign, responding to accusations regarding a record of massive human rights violations. The campaign emphasized that the Sudanese government respected human rights, and denied accusations of the use of torture against political detainees. Moreover, it accused the political opposition of fabricating these allegations. However, a communist memorandum gave unequivocal evidence that in Kassala and Shala prisons alone, there were continuous abuses in facilities that housed more than 100 political detainees. The memorandum referred to ghost houses, and other secret houses teeming with citizens who had been ruthlessly tortured. Moreover, it established that the Sudanese government had randomly shelled the strongholds of the SPLA in the south, resulting in the death of hundreds of civilians and the displacement of thousands more. To document the regime's human rights record, the SCP recommended the following strategy. 1. The families of detainees should gather and file a complaint to the UN representative exposing and unveiling the persistent arrests, summons and torture of their family members. 2. Those who had been tortured and abused should send separate or collective reports to the representative revealing the magnitude and the severity of torture they had endured. 3. A silent sit-in by the families of the martyrs and political detainees before the UN premises in Khartoum should be arranged. 4. Local branches of the party should consider the possibility of mobilizing a crowd and leading a demonstration focused on the issue. 5. The slogans of the demonstration should plainly emphasize the following: stop torture, release political detainees, closing the ghost houses, and call for a ceasefire in the South. 84. The SCP also demonstrated great efficiency in mobilizing the masses against government policies. Consequently, demonstrations and uprisings erupted in many Sudanese cities. The deteriorating living conditions of the people, the general state of resentment regarding the atrocities of the regime, and the slaughter of civilians in the south provoked and maintained these opposition activities. In October 1993, for example, the student unions in Al Obeid City, in western Sudan, called upon the residents of the city to participate in civil disobedience and a general strike. The government reacted brutally against this by clamping down on protesters, killing one student and injuring many others. However, according to a party pronouncement, this had not terrorized the citizens of Al Obeid at any point. On the contrary, the opposition parties in the city rescheduled another successful civil disobedience 2 days later. Indeed, opposition took place in other cities, such as Bara, Nuhud, Rahad, Medani in the Jazeera and in the capital Khartoum. 85. The SCP was also active in championing the cause of the working class. It participated in the activities of trade unions and abetted their struggle through the NDA. Inside Sudan, the party paid special attention to trade unions and their activities in the NDA. The SCP participated in the activities of the Secretariat of the Workers' Federation abroad through its leading cadre, Mehjab Sid Ahmad, and the Secretariat of the Workers' Union published a bulletin entitled Al-Amal, which reflected the union's activities and its outside lobbying for Sudanese workers under the NIF regime. It also assisted workers inside Sudan through financial and moral support and by strengthening relations between the Sudanese Workers' Trade Union and its international counterparts. In London in 1994, the SCP participated in an expanded meeting of trade unions convened for the purpose of activating and organizing the leaders of trade unions abroad and consolidating their ties with the leadership still in the country. The contribution of the SCP was so considerable that it posed a threat to the traditional parties with possible dominance of communists over trade unions. The SCP was also very active on campuses with student activists organizing through the Democratic Front, which espoused a similar policy line to the party among the students. The SCP's role in the activities of the National Democratic Alliance. The increasing repression of political opponents forced most opposition members to seek sanctuary in neighboring countries and around the globe. Many SCP members fled to Egypt and Britain. Egypt had always served as a political sanctuary for members of the Sudanese intelligentsia and political class, while Britain was deemed hospitable due to its opposition to the fundamentalist regime in Khartoum, its past colonial relations with Sudan, and the fact that several members of the Sudanese elite had obtained their education at British universities. Britain was thus a familiar place for political activists, especially during periods of authoritarian rule in the Sudan, and London was valued for its liberal atmosphere, convenient position, easy communication to and from Sudan, and above all, as an important forum for both right and left-wing opposition during the Nimiri rule. Moreover, Ismael Din Ali Amir, one of the leading figures of the SCP, lived in London throughout the Nimiri era, where he ran the opposition activities and campaigns of the party in Western Europe to curb the oppression of the regime against the communists. Following the failed 1971 coup d'état, Amir returned to London to resume the same role of administering the activities of the party against the NIF regime in the Sudan. 5. The party and the Al-Ba'Ir regime. With the return of the military to power in 1989, the SCP's activities were primarily channeled through the National Democratic Alliance, which was reactivated in Egypt to unite the opponents of the regime and to steadily work toward toppling the government. The charter of the NDA was considered a qualitative shift in the activity of Sudanese opposition to oppressive and dictatorial regimes. It constituted the basis and the theoretical framework not only for the activity of the opposition, but also for their conceptions of governance and management of state affairs after the return of democracy. The period immediately following the military coup was the first time in the history of Sudanese politics that the opposition forces were able to reach an agreement on their programs and the form of organization. A recent report of the SCP pointed out, the new development in the experience of the party with the NDA is the collective contribution of the opposition parties, since the first day of the coup, in formulating the charter, the slogans, the programs, and the organization of the NDA framework. Point 1. The Communists were forced in earlier periods to develop their tactics toward overthrowing the dictatorial regime alone. This they did, for example, when they raised the slogan of political disobedience in 1961 and in the meeting of the Central Committee in 1974 declared their objective of toppling the Nimiri regime. After the rise of the NIF, however, they succeeded in reaching an early agreement with other forces of the opposition based on the common concern held by wide segments of the Sudanese elite concerning the nature and importance of democracy. Some segments of the ruling elite now recognized their error in contributing, albeit indirectly, to bringing about the military regime. The participation of the SCP in the NDA Charter. The SCP participated in the drafting of many charters and documents that came to define the priorities of the struggle against the Al-Bashir regime. Among these documents, the NDA Charter stands as an exemplary achievement, with 11 parties and 51 professional and labor unions acknowledged American Samoa signatories. The main themes addressed in the Charter include an evaluation of Sudan's experience of governance. According to the analysis of the NDA, the recurrent failure of democratic experiences in Sudan is due to the following. The democratic alternative in the Sudan has not yet matured. Democratic institutions were in their rudimentary phases and needed to be consolidated and protected. The malicious attack against democracy, as the experience shows, was eased by the isolation of the new forces that instigated and led the process of change. As a result, other forces took over power and abandoned all the charters that the majority have agreed upon. After the transition period terminated, an election law would be tailored to ensure the total representation of the new forces, then democracy will be completely stripped from any social backing, and hence open the way for another military rule. Therefore, the minimization of the role of the new forces, ineptitude to address the basic issues of the society and inefficiency of the democratic practice has resulted in this chronic governance problem. The 30th of June coup d'état is the epitome of this crisis. Point 2. According to the SCP and its allies, the role of the new forces was to be central in restoring and protecting democracy, in part because of the well-known role of the middle classes in the Sudanese context. The new forces were viewed positively by some leftist and educated groups as a potential spearhead for modernization and democratic transformation. Conservative forces, however, attributed the collapse of the democratic experience to the inefficiency and irresponsibility of the new forces. This interpretation was perhaps too critical, however, as it underestimated the magnitude of the conditions against which the new forces were struggling. In this respect, a published report of the Central Committee of the SCP evaluates the activity of the party within the NDA as follows. Our party contributed in three main spheres in the common work to unite the NDA parties around the Charter, and the upgrading of the standard and content of the Charter. Mainly, the introduction of the Charter should include criticism of the practices of the traditional parties. 3. The program for the daily struggle. The NDA proposed the following tactics to act as a program for the daily struggle. 1. Resisting the regime's repressive measures, and continuing the struggle for releasing political detainees. 2. Opposing the regime's organizations, and the mobilizing of the masses to attain the right to strike, protest and demonstrate. 3. Leading the masses in their fight for the availability of basic necessities. 4. Tightening the isolation of the regime domestically and internationally. 5. Adopting civil disobedience and political dissent as a means to defy the current regime, and 6. After the success of the NDA's forces, the formation of a 5-year interim government. Point 4. However, 5 years after signing the Charter and formulating the tactics of the daily struggle, the party still found itself unsatisfied with the performance of the NDA. Indeed, the leaders of the party categorically criticized the performance of the NDA on many occasions. A discussion report on the activities of the party in the NDA indicated the necessity to improve its leadership performance and encourage immediate attention to delayed and suspended political tasks. It also called for the formulation of a daily program of action that would begin with simple and direct means of gradually mobilizing the masses toward a revolution, and then guarantee the revolution's protection. 5 The political groups and forces within the NDA endorsed the agenda to be put in place in the post-LBA SHIR era with the following measures topping the priorities. 1. Abolition of all presidential decrees issued by the military authorities since June 1989. 2. Participation of NDA forces, including the SPLA, in the Constitutional Conference to consolidate national unity and establish the United Democratic Sudan. 3. Formulation of an economic reform program. 6. The Constitutional Conference remained a main point of contention, aside from agreement among all political factions about its importance, between the opposition members. The UMA party wanted to see the 5-year period articulated in the charter reduced. Other disagreements centered around the proposed scheduling, the idea of the agenda itself, and the disparities in the various parties' positions on the issues submitted for discussion. The Sudanese political opposition seemingly viewed the Constitutional Conference the same way it had done during the previous democratic era, as a mere forum for the discussion of issues that jeopardized the unity of Sudan and endangered democracy. They ignored the positive potential of a constitutional conference, as revealed by the experiences of some African countries, who had succeeded in making use of their national sovereign conference as a tool to formulate a program for democratization and national unity, and also as an instrument to transform democracy itself. Thus, Sudanese political forces found themselves oscillating between armed struggle as a tactic for overthrowing the Al-BA SHIR regime and peaceful political action. 7. However, in spite of its shortcomings, the NDA provided the leadership of the SCP in exile a vehicle with which to reach the Sudanese masses. The proceedings of the NDA, as well as the important decisions and agreements that were reached, were disseminated among the Sudanese people. 8 An important breakthrough in the activities of the SCP and the NDA was the plan of action concluded in Addis Ababa in March 1990, in which the leaders agreed to work out a collective strategy to overthrow the current regime. The general directives for this plan of action were outlined as follows. 1. The drafting of an interim constitution that guarantees pluralism, democracy, democratic liberties, supremacy of the law, total equality between citizens, and the contribution of all regions of the country to its governance and the running of its affairs. 2. The repeal of the September laws and all the other laws that limit liberties, and 3. The regulation of political and social life, the separation of powers, the independence of the judiciary, the right to organize in trade unions or political groups, and the freedom of expression. 9. Restructuring the Sudanese economy. It was also agreed that certain measures be taken in order to reform and restructure the Sudanese economy. 1. Redistribution of wealth among the different regions in the country. 2. Superseding the former colonial legacy that was based on the exportation of a single cash crop to a more diversified economy that is capable of meeting the essential needs of the society. 3. Rectifying the unequal development between the modern and the traditional sector, and 4. Orienting the economy toward self-sufficiency as a cornerstone in the economic policy during the interim period. 10. The short-run economic program emphasized the following objectives. 1. Taking decisive measures to terminate the economic distortions caused by the NIF policies. 2. Eradicating the phenomenon of plundering and looting public property and national resources of the country, and holding all those who are involved in this malpractice accountable and responsible before the law, and 3. Employing diplomacy to convince donors to cooperate in a revolution of the external debt of the country. 11. Foreign relations. In the area of foreign relations, the meeting agreed on the following points. 1. The independence of Sudanese decisions. 2. The assertion of the sovereignty of Sudan, based on mutual interests, good relations with neighboring countries, non-alliance, refusal of polarization and pacts, and the respect of international declarations and documents. 12. This recommendation of independent national decision-making and sovereignty based on reciprocal interests refers to two important trends found in Sudanese politics. First, the opposition forces that fought against the Nimiri regime received material support which undermined their decision-making capacities when they eventually came to power. The relationship between the Umma party and the Libyan government is a case in point. Second, the widespread animosity that the current fundamentalist regime created in regional and international affairs had tempted some regional and international actors to rearrange their alliances, preparing to have a greater role in Sudanese affairs. The Iranian role in current Sudanese politics and the hostile American position are valid examples of potential problems in the Sudan's foreign relations. This framework was considered the theoretical guideline that would govern any future plans and actions by the NDA. The question, therefore, became, to what extent would the NDA succeed in implementing its plans and slogans? Furthermore, how content were the Communists with the performance of the NDA and their own contribution within it? The SCP, in fact, published its evaluation in May 1994-13, which acknowledged the efforts that the Central Committee had made to the negotiations of the NDA Charter in August 1989. It also underlined the participation of the party in all the activities of the NDA, and the commitment of the official delegates of the SCP in performing their required tasks and obligations. The representatives of the other parties in the NDA, however, showed, at critical moments, an inability to act as they had previously agreed because of the lack of authorization from their own party leadership. Acknowledging this challenge, the leadership of the SCP assembled a committee to act as the party's representative in the NDA and documented its successes and failures. 1. The committee made a thoughtful and principled contribution to the NDA Charter, including an introduction identifying the crisis, while other parties seemed more concerned with seizing power. 2. The committee managed to convince the NDA to establish committees in nearly every neighborhood despite the staggering scope of this undertaking. 3. The occupational aspirations of some members of the committee undermined their potential contribution. 4. The theoretical weakness of some committee members aborted the party's potential of further improving the Charter on political, legal, economic, and cultural issues. 14. The report also highlighted the conflict that erupted during the formulation of the Charter and the contempt some parties within the NDA evinced toward other groups, and went on to outline these conflicts as being contradictory to what unites these parties. All political forces that signed the Charter had their own hidden and expressed goals. Some of the leaders of the trade unions were collaborating in the hopes that the signing of the Charter would immediately usher in the process of taking over power. The Umma party and the DUP were trying to appeal to the mass movement to lessen their feelings of responsibility in abandoning democracy and paving the way for the NIF to accede to power. They were motivated by the bitterness of losing political power and the possibilities of maneuver after its return. 15. The report also directed attention to the necessity of mobilizing all the forces of the NDA from inside and outside the country, so that the decisions reached would not go unenforced. However, many intellectuals and workers continued to complain about the lack of attention paid to the basic well-being of the Sudanese people. In real terms, neither the NDA nor the SCP succeeded in bridging the gap between the NDA leadership and the masses through the neighborhood committees that the SCP had proposed and championed. Finally, the committees of the forces of the revolution propagated by some academicians also failed. 16. The report went on to discuss the organizational structure of the NDA, confirming that previous forms of organization from the past democratic period were no longer workable. The NDA had, in fact, adopted another organizational structure better suited to the new conditions, based on a council of the participating parties, which created a secretariat drawn from the SCP, the BATH Party, the Umma Party, and the DUP. The problem with this new structure, however, was that not all political parties were represented, and this engendered some resentment. The SCP advocated the creation of specialized departments within the NDA to deal with such issues as the mass media and finance, as well as devising methods by which the level of representation of the marginalized parties could be increased. This would make the structure more readily accessible to all political groups and create a greater level of openness and transparency, and invite positive alterations in government in preparation for the post-BA. SHIR period. As an example, the report examined the relations between the NDA and the Alliance of Trade Unions, stating, "The cracks in relations between the NDA and the trade unions will negatively affect the work of both." 17 This fissure constituted an ongoing source of controversy for the party that the authors believed emanated from the latter days of the Nimirai regime. Following the downfall of that regime, a vast number of political parties believed that some trade union leaders were trying to take their place as the political voice of the people. For their part, many leaders of trade unions believed that the political parties sought to dominate the political scene and dismiss their role. The result of this fragmentation was the consolidation of the military authority and the marginalization of the forces of civil society, especially during the transitional period immediately following the ousting of Nimirai from power. Tensions between the two traditional parties and the leaders of trade unions persisted throughout this period and continue today, fed by the sensitivities of the Sudanese traditional right regarding the influence of the communists within the trade union movement. While outlining the prospective path forward via the NDA, the SCP also understood the importance of party activity abroad, especially after the depth of experience it had accumulated during the Nimirai era when its branches in Eastern and Western Europe had come to play a major role in orchestrating political propaganda against the regime and coordinating campaigns to defend the rights of political detainees jailed in Nimirai's prisons. The SCP now found itself running its opposition activities primarily from two centers. The first was in Cairo, where the historical figure of party leadership and political Politburo member, Al-Tigani al-Taib, resided, and which quickly emerged as the center of the most significant opposition activity that was taking place. This is because of the existence of both the largest chapter of the NDA outside of the Sudan, and the presence of the leaders of the DUP and the Umma party in that city. This concentrated presence of the Sudanese opposition was due to the geographical proximity of Egypt, the historical ties between the two countries, and the easy access to Egyptian mass media and the intellectual circles in Cairo. The second center was in London, where Ismael Ali Amir, and other members of the SCP Politburo, had resided since 1989. In addition to this strong presence in Cairo and London, it must be recognized that the party had also maintained a leadership within Sudan in spite of intense periods of national struggle and persecution by various dictatorial governments. In fact, Nukud had never left the country. However, over the course of the 1990s, as the Al-BA SHIR regime became entrenched, the SCP was forced to admit that the idea of remaining in Sudan is simply not practical. 18. SCP activities outside of Sudan, especially in efforts to promote opposition to the regime within the international media and to consolidate foreign relations with international groups and parties, proved successful and increasingly valuable. Moreover, the party presented specific suggestions to improve and expand activities abroad for the NDA, including the establishment of branches of the NDA abroad and the provision of full authorization and capabilities of political action to them along the following lines. A common meeting should be convened, whenever convenient, between the internal and external leadership. A consensus should be reached on a specific program for external activities, either annually or biannually, and the external leadership should be fully authorized to execute that program. 19. These propositions were given considerable credence due to the participation of the DUP, SPLA and its military wing. However, according to the SCP, the efforts to find solutions to the current predicament of the NDA were intended to address the following aspects. 1. The activation of NDA activities inside the Sudan. 2. Drafting an annual plan for the NDA's foreign branches to be discussed by the external leadership with the domestic representatives whenever possible. 3. Forming flexible political bodies to follow up and forge offices for monitoring all NDA activities. 4. Convincing the parties to work outside Sudan as representatives of the NDA and political bodies, rather than as interest groups. 5. The NDA would act as a unified alliance in its dealings with governments and organizations abroad and not as scattered political groups, and 6. The abandonment of the concept of a government in exile and its replacement with an emphasis on a succinct distribution of responsibilities and the active contribution of all political parties and groups in the activities of the NDA. Point 20. The report also reflected upon the harm done to the NDA as manifested in the contradiction between its declared public objectives and the hidden agenda of some members, who desired to instigate a military coup. In some Sudanese political circles, rumors of attempted coups d'état executed by Ba'athists and the Umma party without prior consultation with the other political parties in the NDA, had been widely circulated. Moreover, on the popular level, the party documented scattered civil opposition activities such as the medical doctors' strike, which was conducted without coordination with the forces of the NDA, or at best, on the sole initiative of only some of the political parties, or personalities associated with the parties. In spite of the fact that the SCP was effective in the activities of the NDA, frequent squabbling and conflict regularly took place between the leadership of the traditional parties on the one hand and the SCP leadership on the other. In 1994, a very intense confrontation occurred between the Umma party and the SCP in which each side accused the other of hindering the activities of the opposition. The Umma party called for the removal of the communist facade from the leadership of the NDA, so that the rest of the leadership could embark on the tasks of struggle against the regime, and criticized the high profile which communists held within the NDA, as being harmful since the leadership of the SCP lacks regional and international acceptance. 21. The Umma party saw itself in conflict with the SCP and competed with the SCP for influence over the rebuilding of the NDA. In its attempts to reconstruct the NDA leadership, the Umma felt it should occur without the input of the Communist Party. With such little accord, both parties began an open dispute in 1994, each accusing the other of hindering the NDA's work. Understanding the growing rift within the opposition in its evaluation of the activities of the NDA, the SCP raised the question: would it make sense to sign an agreement on the structuring of the NDA organization, or the constitution and the arrangement of viable technical and executive agencies within the NDA, before agreeing upon a flexible all-encompassing work plan that could respond to the changing variables of the political situation, the demands of the mass movement and the activities of the opposition in its ebb and flow. Point 22. The political assault by the Umma party against the SCP in essence targeted Farouk Abu Isa, Secretary General of the Arab Lawyers Union and head of the Higher Coordination Committee of the NDA abroad. Abu Isa, because of his congenial personality and political sophistication, had come to play a far-reaching role in the activities of the opposition as he utilized his wide network of Arab and international relations for the sake of the NDA. However, because he was a former communist, the Umma party continued to consider him a representative of the Communist Party, and not an independent national figure. In addition to these external attacks, some voices within the SCP started to criticize the role of the party within the NDA, focusing their opposition on the centrality of its power in the hands of the traditional parties. Also, the non-involvement of the new forces, and indeed the majority of people from the activities of the NDA, was another reason for the SCP's growing frustration. The Umma, never comfortable with the SCP, nor indeed with the rest of the NDA, took every chance to act in its own interests, regardless of its impact on the NDA. This was clearly illustrated again in November 1999 when Sadiq al-Mahdi pulled the rug from under the NDA when he met with the then strongman of the regime, Hassan al-Turabi, his brother-in-law, and initiated a dialogue with the regime, all without any consultation with the rest of the NDA leadership. In an attempt to ameliorate this situation and improve the poor performance of the NDA, Fathi al-Fadl, a leading student member of the SCP and representative of the Democratic Front in the International Student Confederation, raised specific suggestions. 1. The SCP has to develop its tactics and work within the NDA, not only to contribute in improving and defending the content of its documents, but also in transforming it into a popular democratic organization that includes all those who stand against the current military regime. 2. Expand the spectrum of membership to include trade unions with the forces that actively participate in the activities of the NDA. 3. The representation of the new forces, trade unions, national figures, independents, and the military force have to be regulated according to following criterion: consensus and national contribution to the struggle against the Al-Ba'ir regime. This situation, he argued, cannot be settled by the strong adherence of the SCP to decisions, but only by genuine effort to bring about change at the grassroots level and among the masses. 23. The Southern Question following the 1989 coup. Following the 1989 Al-Ba'ir coup, the Southern Question experienced dramatic transformations. The NIF government resorted to military force as a final resolution to the civil conflict in the Sudan. The government also worked on the militarization of the Sudanese north against the south on the basis of defending the Islamic faith and the Islamic State. Serious changes took place in the main political and military force of the SPLA in the south, mainly regarding internal secessions and loss of armament sources as a result of international and regional realignments and alterations. On the military level, these factors resulted in the realization of military progress by the government forces at the expense of the various SPLA factions. Further, some of the factions separate from the SPLA leadership inclined toward undertaking compromises and pacts with the government. However, the backbone of the SPLA, the Garang Group, remained politically intact, though receiving only moral support from its northern allies in the NDA, of which it is a part. These factors, combined with an altered regional and international environment, led to a renewed call for self-determination for the southern population. It was therefore imperative, amid this flux of events and positions, for the Communist Party to reassert its stand on the Southern Question, particularly on the unity of the Sudan. The consistent position of the SCP on the unity of the country since 1954 was nevertheless challenged in the 1990s by such dynamics. However, the party reaffirmed the necessity of unity based on the following. 1. The real interests of the Sudanese people demand it. 2. There is a mutual interdependence in the economy, culture, security, and development, favoring the achievement of a maximum measure of common benefit for its different regions. 24. The SCP unyieldingly advocated the maintenance of a unified Sudan and suggested the following to preserve that unity. 1. Preparation for an agreement on the issues of national identity, religion, the sharing of power, wealth, and the form of governance. 2. Northern Sudanese parties should declare unequivocally their rejection of the establishment of a theocratic state in the Sudan. 3. Drafting a civil democratic constitution, guided by the following principles. A. Equality among citizens. B. Maintenance of human rights. C. Peaceful transition of power. D. Supremacy of the law and independence of the judiciary. E. The freedom of scientific research and religious reform. 4. The convening of the National Constitutional Conference, to be attended by all the opposition parties, to address the question of self-determination. 25. The party ruled out secession as a solution for the governance problem of Sudan for the following reasons. 1. It would not facilitate a just division of national wealth, and 2. It would not restrict or contain racial and religious conflicts. On the contrary, it would enhance discord, perpetuate hostilities and wars, and will open the door wide to foreign intervention. 26. The regime's new offensive in the south saw the SPLA and affiliated groups challenged to defend themselves and to re-articulate the political objectives of their respective constituencies. This forced the objective of self-determination to the fore where it was formulated after the split of the SPLA in August 1991, which formalized during the famous Tareq conference which the mainstream SPLA held in September of the same year. The SPLA added 2 other options to the unification objectives, confederation and self-determination. 27. In October 1993, the objective of self-determination was made the highest priority. Both Riek Machar, the leader of a nascent faction, and John Garang attended a symposium convened in Washington, D.C. Both agreed on a number of items, among them the call for self-determination. After a short period, the United States Congress ratified several measures concerning Sudan, among them was recognition of the issue of self-determination for the South. Amid the heated debate that was provoked by the call for self-determination, the SCP took a cautious stance. It considered self-determination a basic human right but had reservations on its application within the Sudanese context. Self-determination, according to analysis of the SCP's own analysis, was a fundamental human right, though conditioned by factors of time and space and subjected to historical relativity. 28 The SCP raised two primary reservations with regards to self-determination for the South. 1. The practice of self-determination could lead to different, even contradictory results depending on the different historical circumstances in which it is practiced. 2. It is widely accepted that granting this right to one of the regions of a given country essentially means granting that region the right to secede. 29. The atmosphere of religious agitation against the Southerners by the NIF regime after 1989 led to enormous interest and support for self-determination amongst the Southerners. The party, however, attributed the popularity of the slogan among the Southerners to the policies of the NIF regime. It is true that the call for self-determination reflects the deep lack of confidence felt by the Southern political forces and by the international community toward the parties of the North. The Southern political forces had come to view the demand for self-determination as a safety valve against the backpedaling of the Northern parties on their promises and agreements. 30. The hesitation of the SCP regarding the adoption of the right of self-determination as a working solution for the Southern problem was based on the conclusion that this was a backlash directly resulting from the absence of democracy. The SCP feared that the objective could become a means for political opportunism. In fact, there were many examples of Southern forces, e.g. the Masher faction, conducting sideline and surreptitious deals with the central government. In this way, political opportunists could manipulate and exploit the slogan of self-determination to undermine democratic development. Therefore, the SCP declared that though self-determination is a democratic value and right, the party stipulated that a democratic environment must prevail in order to implement it. To attain this, the party suggested the consideration of the following two priorities. 31. 1. The overthrow of the NIF regime as the only way to remove the threat of a theocratic state, to restore democracy and to bring about peace. 2. A sufficiently long interim period, to achieve the following. A. Standard measures of security and stability, especially in the South. B. Convening the NDC with the full participation of all political forces. C. Implementation of a comprehensive program for rehabilitation and development and opening chances for employment in the public sector and development programs. 32. Thus, the SCP, essentially a Northern party, rejected calls for immediate self-determination for the South. It also challenged the proposal of the division of Sudan whether as a response to the direct demands of certain political forces or as a result to the implementation of self-determination. The party built this position along the premise that the interests of the Sudanese require achieving a consensus around issues of identity, development, distribution of wealth, defining the relation between religion and the state, the secular constitution, etc. 33. Building on these principles, the SCP suggested the following course of action. 1. The opposition forces would have to call for a national conference in which all the groups that asserted the right of self-determination and the other opposition groups should be asked to participate. This conference was to be held under the auspices of the UN, the OAU, and the Arab League. 2. The opposition parties would have to concede in principle the right of self-determination and present their own interpretations of the concept. 3. The resolutions of this conference would need to be binding on all the parties after the fall of the Al-Bashir regime. 4. If it was inconvenient to invite the international organizations due to the fact that the Sudanese government was a member within all the three, the opposition groups could invite international and regional non-governmental organizations to convene the conference under their auspices. 34. The position of the SCP on the SPLA. The SCP developed and consistently applied its policy toward the South, perceiving the region not as a monolithic bloc, but as a group of social and political forces that sought certain interests. Despite its political and opportunistic support for the just cause of the South and the call for self-autonomy and self-determination, the SCP remained suspicious of some of the southern political groups. For instance, after the 1969 coup d'état, the SCP identified the Anaya guerrilla group as an anti-socialist and imperialist proxy of the USA and Israel. Moreover, the SCP often criticized the SPLA, especially after the April 1985 popular uprising for abstinence from participation in the post-Nimiri interim government. However, after the SPLA joined the NDA in 1990, the SCP hailed the move and agreed with all the amendments that the SPLA suggested be included in the NDA's charter. The position of the SCP on the SPLA was generally positive and vast numbers of the SCP were extremely supportive of the SPLA. Moreover, some of the members of the SPLA from the north were actually ex-members of the SCP who were motivated to join by the slogans of armed struggle and revolutionary change. 35 After 1989, the SCP's position toward the SPLA therefore evolved from one of reservation to that of complete cooperation, with both allied against the fundamentalist regime. This cooperation stemmed from the fact that the SPLA appeared in the political scene for the first time as a southern political force striving for a democratic and united Sudan. Further, the need for dialogue was highly pertinent at the time, as the old regional and international modalities and systems had collapsed, demanding the exchange of opinions between the different Sudanese political forces. In April 1995, the SCP External Office held a meeting with an SPLA delegation. The SCP stated that the purpose of the meeting was to pursue the exertion of common effort towards the consolidation of the unity of the NDA. 36 The importance of this confirmation derived from the weakness of the unity of the NDA in recent years. Different parties sought instead to create separate bilateral agreements among themselves to increase the opposition to the regime. These agreements, by various disparate parties, however, did not serve the interests of unity. Indeed, the creation of bilateral agreements that sought the exclusion of the SCP, instead of united NDA arrangements, was extremely harmful to the opposition movement. The two parties, the SCP and the SPLA, also reaffirmed their intentions to realize the objectives of the NDA in the overthrow of the NIF government and the establishment of a new Sudan that is based on democracy, pluralism, the lifting of injustices from the marginalized areas in Sudan and the maintenance of human rights. 37. In this regard, it is important to note that the party announced its full support for the initiative of the John Garang faction, which called for the convening of a meeting in 1995 with all the forces of the NDA, including the UMA party, which had failed to attend prior meetings, under the pretext that the SCP dominated the NDA leadership. Moreover, the SCP, contrary to other northern political forces, held a firm position on armed struggle, which was adopted by the SPLA. The SCP initiated that strategy as one of the methods to overthrow the regime, and asserted in one of its memoranda that the first step for the unification of the NDA lay in the transcendence of the difficulties and the subjective obstacles with objectivity, leading toward the convening of the NDA conference on the basis of John Garang's call in 1995, which aimed at the acceleration of both political action and armed struggle in order to overthrow of the NIF regime. 38. In a memorandum issued by the Central Committee in 1993, the party expressed its position on the Washington meeting between Reich Mascher's splinter and the SPLA, which had raised the concept of self-determination for the South, Nuba Mountains, and other peripheral areas, as a constitutional alternative. According to the party, raising this concept has reflected the deep mistrust within the SPLA, other southern organizations, and the international community at large, towards the northern parties which had governed Sudan since independence, yet tackled the southern question with aloofness and neglect. 39. The SCP lamented missing the opportunities that had been provided to the post-1985 governments for achieving a peace agreement. A 1994 memorandum stated, "The high expectations and hopes that the 1985 uprising has inculcated were, indeed, propitious for the resolution of the southern conflict. However, the instability of the interim and the elected governments that followed it, have practically hindered all the serious endeavors for a solution to the problem. The various political parties including SPLA and trade unions exerted great efforts in order to reach a resolution that would end that conflict once and for all. These efforts were concluded with two significant accords, the Kokadam Agreement in 1986 and the Mir. G.H. Ani's Initiative 1988. Nonetheless, the slow pace in the application of the provisions of these agreements due to the foolish party disputes among coalition partners eventually ensued in hastening the action of the NIF to abort the promising march for peace. 40. Overall, the rise of the SPLA in the political scene as a southern political force striving for a democratic united Sudan, forced the SCP toward further dialogue and coordination. Despite the SCP's differences with the SPLA in its political calculations about the 1985 uprising, the SCP hoped to redress all these lapses and to re-implement serious and constructive discussion with SPLA. The need for this dialogue was highly pertinent as the long-standing regional and international modalities and systems had shifted. 41 Moreover, the fact that the SPLA was carrying the beacon of armed struggle against the Alba Sh. IR regime made it one of the most active groups on the ground against the regime. Furthermore, the very existence of a military regime with religious overtones and programs pushed issues of democracy, state secularism, civil liberties, and the rights of minorities to the forefront. Given the SPLA's history, its evolution, and slogans, it evolved into the most eminently suited political group in the South with whom the Communists could struggle alongside for principles of social justice and emancipation. In its effort to demonstrate its concern for, and commitment to, the political situation in the South, the SCP reissued its English-language publication, Strife 42, which historically articulated the platform of the Southern Patriots. Strife, in its first issue, stated that the relations of the regime with the political leaders of the South had reached their lowest levels ever witnessed. It has stopped negotiations towards an attainable peace and assisted the Southern opportunists in achieving a solution to the civil war by force. 43 Strife hinted that Alba Sh. IR and his allied political organization, the NIF, intended to groom a political cadre in the South to further their present and future plans. It also discussed political discrimination against Southerners since independence in 1956. 44. The journal also recorded the deterioration of the human rights situation, and described the inhumane methods of interrogation employed against Southerners in the Juba security headquarters. These methods included, throwing the detainee in boiling water, placing a pistol in the prisoner's mouth, or at the back of the neck, pushing nails and needles into various parts of the body, placing a plastic bag of hot African pepper over the prisoner's face, suspension by the feet, overcrowded cells, electrical shocks and other forms of physical torture. 45 Strife urged the northern political forces to be more concerned with the suffering and appalling conditions in the South without concern for political gains. Moreover, it called upon the Southern politicians to contribute actively to the Constitutional Conference, and to unite their efforts for a solution, whether it be self-determination, federation, secession, or unity. 46 In discussing the right to self-determination, Strife argued that it presupposed a healthy environment for its implementation. According to Strife, the current political conditions of coercion and intimidation by the NIF regime were not conducive to the implementation of such a referendum. 47 The emergence of Strife as a specialized SCP publication focused on the South, evidenced the political significance the party attached to the Southern question. Also, by publishing Strife in English, the SCP aimed to target the English reader, to articulate its objectives and positions regarding a resolution of the civil war in the South. The 5 decades that followed clearly demonstrated the SCP's early warnings were very justified, as we shall see later. 6. Crisis in the party. The international modalities that have prevailed since the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc have deeply affected the SCP in many respects. Significantly, these international events have brought to the surface the accumulated dissatisfactions of the present and past cadre of the party, forcing the party leadership to deal with, or at least openly address, these issues. During the 1990s these discussions dominated the party, and brought about an intellectual renewal in which all areas, including the party's history, its ideology and foundations in Marxism-Leninism, party structure, leadership, and practice have all been questioned and re-evaluated. Considered timely and of critical importance, the discussion was broached by the Central Committee of the SCP in 1991, with the publishing of 3 papers in the party's central theoretical organ L.Sh. EUI.1. The discussion began with a statement by the Board of Editors, addressing the need for an explanation of the radical changes that had taken place in the socialist world, as these cumulatively initiated a crisis that could jeopardize the very existence of Marxism. These 3 papers, while written in March 1991, were not published in L.Sh. EUI until August of that same year. The editorial board emphasized that while they were published by the leadership of the Central Committee, they represented the personal view of their author, and the Central Committee did not wish them to be seen as official party leadership positions. They wanted it to be clear to everyone that while they initiated the general discussion, they did not want to decide its outcome a priori. However, it was soon revealed that the author was none other than Muhammad Ibrahim Nukud, the Secretary General of the SCP. Soon after, in July and August 1991, 2 more challenging papers were written and added to the first 3 in L.Sh. EUI-2 and later republished together in April 1992 as a new edition of L.Sh. EUI, number 156. The papers discussed the following issues in detail. 1. The scientific technological revolution and its impact on Marxism and the working class. 2. The success of capitalism as a socio-economic formation in producing mechanisms that absorb and encompass crises. 3. The renewal of socialist thought as seen in perestroika and glasnost in the former Soviet Union and the failure of the Soviet socialist model. 4. The aspiration and hopes of people for a new world order after the demise of the Soviet Union. 3. The first paper concluded with provocative and radically new ideas, challenging the basic foundations of communism and the SCP, even rejecting the traditional Soviet orientation, and acknowledging the inadequacies and inflexibility of Soviet Marxist interpretations along with their intellectually closed-mindedness, and essentially admitting that the party's theory and practice, for its entire history, had been flawed. It advocated the need for a model of socialism more suited to Sudanese realities, the needs of the present age, and the need for different sources and foundations for an indigenous Sudanese revolutionary theory, based on the following. 1. The principles, concepts, and tenets of the party's intellectual practices and its objective experience with Marxism as a program and not only slogans, texts and fossilized principles. The party should not build its strategies and tactics on what is borrowed from books but should adapt to the realities to satisfy the revolutionary movement's needs in this country or that. 2. Socialism is a science, and in this it is open to human contribution and resists inflexibility which reduces it to a doctrine, thus it is continually renewing itself and refuses to close itself off. 3. From the accumulation of its revolutionary experiences, the party has developed concepts and tools to deal with its contradictions, problems, organization, structures, and internal life in accordance with concepts and organizational program. It is not looking for solutions in a Marxist textbook or the experience of another party. 4. The ossification of Marxist thought and its failure to keep pace with the times, the crisis of the socialist system and its mother's experiment, the collapse of the ruling Eastern European Communist parties, the waning of the Communist Party's influence internationally, and difficulties in addition to the unsuccessful socialist experiences in the African and Arab regions. All of this requires a systematic, critical, and incisive analysis of the roots of the crisis in both theory and practice. 5. The impacts of the scientific and technological revolution and their contribution to the renewal of philosophical thought and socialist theories, the fields of social science and the humanities, research methods for the last half-century, and finally, the contribution of socialist non-Marxist schools. 6. The roots, foundations, values, and ideals of human freedom and social justice in the culture and tradition of Arab Islamic and African thought, and thought in general. 7. The fact that the party is not a member of any organization or international and regional center, whether political or ideological, and will continue its tradition of solidarity with all revolutionary movements and political parties, including the socialist movements and parties that have democratic programs, on the basis of the principles of mutual respect for the independence and freedom of choice of every movement and party. Will continue the defense of multi-party democracy and human rights and will work to support the issues and aims of social progress and perfect world peace, and will work collectively to save humanity and the planet from disasters. Point 4. The second paper openly conceded the party's failings and criticized its past practices and complete submission to the Soviet line, accusing the Soviets of Stalinist oppression in the name of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which the Soviets had passed in turn to Eastern Europe and eventually to the Third World countries where the thesis of the dictatorship of the proletariat could not be applied. Thus, communism in Third World countries, including the Sudan, became irrelevant. The paper advocated the need for a new theory and movement which would fit the realities of Sudanese society and its working class, admitting that the party had brainwashed its working class by creating a party consciousness rather than a working class consciousness. It indirectly conceded the party's inadequacy in dealing with theoretical issues, and more importantly, the refusal of the leadership to allow any genuine discussion of party policy both in theory and practice, attributing this to the practice of Stalinism in the party, hinting that the party leadership was responsible for these failures, symptomized by the three-party splits that had occurred in 1952, 1964, and 1970.5. In the third paper, the author concluded that the SCP had accepted Marxism in the 1950s and 1960s uncritically and on a mechanical level, rather than by subjecting it to an analysis based on local conditions. Point 6. The fourth paper analyzed the party and its place in Sudanese modern history and asserted that the Sudanese working class, under the leadership of the SCP, had successfully led the labor movement and later spearheaded the professionals' right to organize. At this point, the party had risen to its highest level of effectiveness in the Sudanese political arena, but from July 19, 1971 its influence had waned and this decline coincided with events and changes of a strategic nature, the first of which were the changes in the composition of the working class, technologically and demographically, and the weakening of the role of the working class in Sudanese society. Secondly, the third dictatorship was representative of the interests of parasitic capitalism, which was extremely anti-democratic and anti-working class. Thirdly, there was the crisis of the Soviet socialist experiment, the dismemberment in Eastern Europe and its negative impact on the international working class movement and on the Third World countries. Point 7. The paper concluded that there was a need and a responsibility to advance a new indigenous theory for the Sudanese revolution that would take into account the issues, concepts, patterns, problems, and peculiarities of the Sudanese situation. Point 8. The fifth and final paper propounded some sophisticated theoretical issues that put into question some of the basic assumptions of Marxism and concluded: the technological and scientific revolution in the advanced capitalist societies was accompanied by social movements, both horizontal and vertical. This change expressed itself deeply in the structure of the working class. A new group of workers began to emerge as a result of the modern technology. This new working class, characterized by a highly intellectual, technical, and educational level, includes scientists and specialists, and with those scientists and specialists is able to control, program and maintain the complicated production process, giving the new working class the qualifications and self-confidence to bear larger responsibilities in planning, execution, and decision-making without receiving any administrative direction from above or outside this group. With the emergence of these groups, the working class was no longer homogeneous, its social conditions were not the same as those after the Industrial Revolution. The new groups, for example, welcomed the structural adjustments in the capitalist economy and the spread of modern technology. However, the working were apprehensive of the outcome of these, which in the reduction of wages and the loss of jobs. In addition, these traditional workers have been unable to retrain for the new technology, while the new working have focused on the advancement of the organization they worked in, and become interested in a reinvestment in the organization in applying the latest technological advances and have become more receptive to cooperation with management and other employees to overcome any obstacles in this transformation. The new groups, however, did not comprehend or absorb the tradition of class struggle, which had been the earlier experience of the Sudanese working class. 9. Such revelations shook the party to its foundations and the discussion expanded beyond party boundaries. Consequently, to fulfill Nukud's call for more public exchange and discussion of his ideas, rather than only through the limited circulation of the clandestine party organ Al.Sh. EUI, its editors established a journal outside the country entitled Gadea Sudania. 10 2 years later, the first issue of Gadea Sudania was published by the SCP as the forum for this discussion and in order to reach a wider, non-party, audience. The journal was supervised by Al-Tigani Al-Tai Abubakar, a member of the Politburo, the secretary of the Central Committee, and the highest-ranking party member outside Sudan. In its first editorial, Al-Tigani Al-Tai called upon all Sudanese of a political persuasion to respond to the Al.Sh. EUI articles openly, on the sole condition that they do not become vituperative attacks. In a single-page summary of Al.Sh. EUI, number 156, Gadea Sudania declared that the SCP "We must liberate ourselves from the shackles of an ossified Marxism which was transformed into a holy book, from which interpretations and exegesis were produced. We Sudanese communists, fundamentalists, and all revolutionaries and democrats in our country, must build a theory for the Sudanese revolution based on a number of sources, of which Marxism as a program and source is but one. We are not in a position of providing a theory for the whole world. 11. The response was overwhelming. One of the first suggestions that appeared in Gadea Sudania in response to these reactions came from a devout party member, Fathi al-Fadl, who urged that these corrective movements must be encouraged and their horizon expanded and guided toward the right path, which will serve the people's movement, directing it toward the struggle for democracy and the overthrow of the ruling regime in the Sudan. For those who are outside the Sudan, the issue that continually comes to the surface is, how do we remove the obstacles in the way of this popular movement, how do we improve it and activate its tools, including the party, and transform the NDA's program to one of a genuine struggle which will motivate the popular movement in its daily endeavor to overthrow the regime. 12. He lamented that Al.Sh. EUI had become overconcerned with what was happening in the socialist bloc, while it was more beneficial to discuss the internal situation. It is important that we become engaged in discussions evaluating the party's experience, program, bylaws, and name, especially in these critical periods of the party's history and the popular movement, particularly as much of this has been unclear to the majority of the party cadre, and was not alluded to except in phrases here and there, on issues related to internal democracy, elections, congresses, and plenary sessions. 13. Gadea Sudania opened its pages not only to friends of the party but also to independent critics, many of whom had once been party members, had differed with the party line, and been expelled, or left on their own volition. In the fourth issue of Gadea Sudania, the most scathing attack came from Farouk Muhammad Ibrahim, a former member of the Central Committee who had left the party in 1970, though he had continued a cordial relationship with it. In his contribution he advanced an analysis, evaluation, and criticism of the previous 48 years as the basis for discussions. 14 Describing the founding Secretary-General Mahjoub as a Stalinist and a fundamentalist communist, the SCP was consequently exactly this as well. Ibrahim described fundamentalism as the illusion of possessing the absolute truth and imposing this on others. It is based on a religious or political dogma and wrapping it in a cultural or institutional cloak from an earlier age. In this the fundamentalism of the Muslim Brotherhood, Christian fundamentalism, Zionism, Stalinism, or racism are the same, and very often, fundamentalism is closely tied to a charismatic leader, such as Stalin, Mao, Hitler, Kim Il-sung, Khomeini, or Hassan al-Banna. The fundamentalism of Hassan al-Turabi is nothing more than a direct reaction to the fundamentalism of Abd al-Kh. Alec Mahjoub. We will never be able to determine the exact errors in the policies of the SCP without a critical examination of the personality of the late Abd al-Kh. Alec Mahjoub, the man's personality was intertwined with the party and its policies. 15. Nevertheless, Ibrahim considered Mahjoub to be enlightened and sometimes even open-minded. 16. There was, however, a struggle between his enlightenment and his fundamentalism, and his fundamentalism seemingly always triumphed as he transformed Marxism into a dogma and an absolute truth, forcing it on the party through democratic centralism. These were the basic features of communist fundamentalism in the Sudan. We witnessed glimpses where dialogue appeared, but there was closed-mindedness and eventually, all opposition views were silenced. This was the general pattern in the party. 17. Nukud had hoped that these issues would be discussed and settled at the 5th Congress of the party that was to be held as soon as circumstances permitted. However, because of its urgency, the party initiated discussion on the topics at a much more rapid pace. Internal organization of the party. Nukud suggested a re-examination of the party bylaws in line with the contemporary changes that had taken place in Sudan and in the world at large. However, he went on to describe the uniqueness of the SCP's experience and its refusal to fully submit to the CPSU, an attitude, on the SCP's part that had not characterized the relations between most other Arab communist parties and the former Soviet Union. This was clearly pointed out by Nukud. When the SMNL formulated its party bylaws during the period of 1947–1949, the SCP was on the path to establishing an independent theory for the Revolutionary Party in the Sudan. That theory was based on the social conditions of Sudanese society and the outcome of its revolutionary experiences and practices. 18. The early Marxist cells, which had integrated into the SMNL in August 1946, had grown separately to the International Organization of Communism, and had also remained distant from all sorts of organizational links with the international communist movement or its main parties. The formulation of the party bylaws had thus depended on the input of the members of the cells, the leadership, lessons gained from active involvement in the Egyptian Marxist cells, and finally, from their general reading on Marxism. The party program represents not only the minimum abiding requirements for a revolutionary party life, but also the practice and the collective experiences of the thousands of members and cadres at the different branches of the party. These experiences are richer, more diversified and profound than a mere commitment to the party bylaws. The party program was based upon the established traditions, heritage, and daily struggle of the members, i.e., expressed the spirit of the party bylaws rather than its text. 19. Nukud continued to praise the adaptability of the party to the surrounding social conditions, and reiterated that the theory of the Revolutionary Party should draw heavily from a pool of sources and not simply one. Consequently, it showed 1. The history of the Sudanese political movement, its experience, traditions, and styles of struggle. 2. The patterns of people's daily lives in production, service, and social life. 3. The impact of the Arab Islamic heritage in shaping the society, and the norms and codes of conduct. 4. The mutual influence of both the Sudanese reality and the Arab African political movement, and 5. Political thought in general. 20. The SCP did not, however, engage and embrace the phenomenon of debating theoretical issues in Marxism as commonly as other Arab communist parties had. The heavy dependence on Marxist texts in the discussion of the Sudanese reality had been a dominant feature in the party's literature. Nevertheless, despite its relative independence from the former Soviet Union, it still relied heavily on Soviet theoreticians. In a profoundly reflective gesture, Nukud discussed the provocative issue of the indigenous authenticity of the SCP program and its appeal to the Sudanese masses. He asserted that the values and traditions of Sudanese society had been reconfirmed in the party's program since its inception, and that this process had been even more reaffirmed in the period between the Second Congress in 1951 and the Third in 1956, which set the foundation for a rebuilding of the party. He added further that these issues were of a general nature and not fully developed for a revolutionary party. The Fourth Congress, according to Nukud, saw this need and understood it to be necessitated by objective internal needs rather than by a Sudanization of Marxism or a recasting of Marxism in Sudanese terms. 21. According to Nukud, the Fourth Congress of the party recognized that certain concepts, principles, and statements needed to be revised. Nukud identified the following as the most important. 1. Socialism by virtue of being a science rejects rigidity, and hence, depends completely on human contributions. 2. From its wide-ranging experiences of the revolutionary movement, the party has accumulated experiences and methods of solving the problems of organization, structure, and internal life. 22. Thus, the rigidity of Marxism, the crisis of the socialist system, the breakdown of the communist bloc in Eastern Europe, and the problem of the socialist experiments in the Arab and African worlds necessitated a meticulous re-examination of the roots of the crisis of Marxist theory and practice. 23. The discussion paper suggested that the new alignment within the revolutionary movement showed the rising tendency to incorporate contemporary socio-political changes into revolutionary discourse. This process would be further facilitated by freeing the theory of the revolutionary movement from rigidity and stereotyping. Nukud was also concerned with the discussion of the question of the organic relation between the Communist Party and the working class, arguing that the relationship between the working class and the party that represents its interests is definitely not a traditional, clannish, tribal, ethnic, or religious one. It has been a conscious intellectual and strategic relationship. 24. Since the collapse of the Soviet bloc, the nature of this relationship has been debated a great deal within the circles of the party. Criticism has also been leveled at the wide gulf between theory and praxis. The following issues were noted in regard to the collapse of socialism. 1. The separation between the ruling working class parties and the workers. 2. The backwardness of political and intellectual consciousness among the workers. 3. The co-option of the workers' leadership and their incorporation into the state apparatus and bureaucracy. 25. Nukud also suggested a thorough revision of Marxist categories, in light of contemporary changes in the socialist world. He argued that Marxism still held possibilities for evolution and innovations in the metropolitan countries and the colonies, but nevertheless that capitalism had been successful in overcoming many of its contradictions and obstacles in its way over the previous century. 26. In this respect, Nukud identified 4 questions that needed considered theoretical consideration. First, did social and economic underdevelopment prevent the triumph and the establishment of a national democratic revolution with a socialist orientation? Second, what were the solutions to the enormous distortions that have impeded the socialist path of development? Third, what was the future of socialism as a socio-economic paradigm for the next century? Finally, how would Marxism handle the discrepancy between applying extra-legal measures during the transitional period of the revolution and the final goal of realizing a normal civil life in which the state is accountable and subject to the rule of the law? 27. Dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat is of central importance in Marxist theory and is as important as the bourgeoisie in capitalism. Moreover, according to Nukud, the significance of the concept stems from the position that the proletariat plays during the revolutionary process, and that Lenin achieved a great theoretical breakthrough by formulating the strategy and tactics of the socialist revolution on the basis of a broad alliance between workers and peasants. 28. Nukud argued that the capitalist paradigm managed to rejuvenate itself, absorb contemporary changes faster, and lead the race toward the third revolution in the forces of production. This immense leap in development had been facilitated by the resilience of the capitalist relations of production. Nukud claimed that the main changes that the revolution in the production forces had brought about were: 1. The increase in the size of the middle class in advanced capitalist societies. 2. The increase in the number of workers in the services sector, which has improved their standard of living. 3. Workers were no longer the majority in the advanced capitalist world, and material production has expanded to include other groups like technicians, engineers, and economists. 4. Capital accumulation had diversified to include other elements, for example, the potentials of nature, the power of science, and the cultural, spiritual capabilities of the entire society, rather than just the exploitation of surplus value. 29. Nukud went on to assert that in the discussions among Sudanese communists, it was possible to trace the evolution of 2 significant theoretical trends with regard to an understanding of the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was due in part to the current situation in the Sudan, as well as in the international socialist environment, or, perhaps because of their legacy of limited engagement with theoretical matters. He insisted that the concept of democratic centralism had been accepted by the leaders of the party, especially by the founding Secretary General Mahjoub, who convinced the leadership of the party to abide by it. Particularly among those who called for a deep transformation in the form and the content of the party, the concept of proletarian dictatorship was seriously challenged. Moreover, in some of the writings of the latter group, the relevance of the party itself, and its political and intellectual schema with regard to the role of the proletariat were seriously questioned. One of the early representatives of this trend, Al-Kh. Atim Adlan, had achieved prominence in the party from his university days in the late 1960s, where he distinguished himself as an orator, writer, and student activist. Adlan later rose quickly in the party hierarchy in the period of turmoil during the 1970s, and in the period following the unsuccessful coup of Sh. Ismael of July 1971. Thus, he had entered the party in the most difficult period of its history, and achieved great popularity among the younger cadre, particularly as a result of his commitment to the party, which frequently resulted in his being imprisoned. His approach had challenged the concept of the democratic centralism, and also called for the rejection of this theoretical and political foundation by refuting the very idea of the need of the leadership of the proletariat in the revolution. Indeed, as at the time of writing his rebuttal, he was a member of the editorial board of Al-Sh. EUI, editor of the youth section of the journal, one of the editors of Al-Maidan, the party's underground paper, a member of the Islamic Studies Committee of the party, and a candidate for the Central Committee. Until his resignation, he was also on the Secretariat of the Central Committee. Thus, a contribution by him centering around the dismantling of the party had to be taken very seriously, both in party circles and in opposition groupings. Al-Kh. Atim Adlan contended that the basic contradiction in our country and the Third World countries is not between the working class and the bourgeoisie, but between the whole society and the dominant ruling parasitic strata. The different groups and classes will participate in varying roles in this battle against the parasitic groups, and the working class will play its role in that battle, but probably it will not be the central one. 30. Nukud, nevertheless, called for a bridging of the gap between the theoretical awareness of the working class of their role in revolution, accredited to them in Marxism, and their actual readiness. He pointed out the current lack of serious studies on the conditions of the working class and the changes in its organic and technical organization. Nukud, nevertheless, suggested that new variables, such as the weight and role of the traditional and new classes, and the mounting needs of the new generations, necessitated a re-examination of Marxist thought. He asserted that well-founded answers to these questions had to be sought in order to understand the reasons behind the widespread disillusionment with Marxism within vital segments of the working class in the advanced industrial societies in America, England, etc., instead of simply accepting reformist theories based on non-socialist assumptions. 31. Nukud also addressed accusations of rigidity that had been made against communist parties in general, and by implication the SCP, and clarified the position of the SCP, stating, "The rigidity has emptied the concept of the working class of its social, intellectual, and political content. It has stamped the party with hegemonic authoritarian, bigoted tendencies, generally referred to as Stalinism. On the contrary, the working class party has to be utterly democratic. It is the party of the most democratic class, the class most interested in the success of democracy. It is a revolutionary party, in essence, and is democratic because it is geared towards the cause of the masses." 32. Nukud went on to state that, in reality, the Stalinist features of the party were rooted not only in an adherence to the Soviet model, but also were adaptations to the culture of a society, and the conditions that had shaped the party. Further, he asserted that the long periods of clandestine work had continually encouraged rigid interpretations of theoretical paradigms, and emphasized that even though the party bylaws and organizational traditions conferred wide-ranging powers on the Central Committee, and thus to the Politburo during times of clandestine struggle, it would be faulty reductionism to ascribe these Stalinist tendencies only to the circumstances of clandestine work, as the theoretical factor was also central. 33. If this was so, Nukud argued, the question to be raised was, from what theoretical tradition does the justification for impinging upon democracy arise? K.H. Alid Al-Kid, an active intellectual and a long-time member of the Communist Party, argued that the core of contention here was democratic centralism. It usurps the rights of the members while at the same time imposing upon them vast duties, among which was the total submission to all orders from the leadership. Democracy is, therefore, the cornerstone in building the party, as it does not make sense at all to fight against political oppression and despotism while you lack democracy in the organization of the party's internal life. 34. Immediately after Nukud's critique in Al.Sh. EUI, number 156, the following issue was devoted completely to 3 papers written by Al.Kh. Atim Adlan, which were described, as was Nukud's, in the preface as a personal view, and as a continuation of the discussion initiated in number 156, stating that it will help others to develop their own thoughts. Adlan applauded the positive legacy of the party as it had introduced several major changes in the Sudanese political, social, and cultural life. According to Adlan, the SCP had worked hard to be recognized on the political scene, enduring the ardent resistance that faced it at so many junctures. Adlan noted that the role of the SCP in Sudanese political life had been crucial, as it is difficult to find a responsible political force that would ignore the positions of the party. The SCP wants to emphasize that the mass sacrifices of different generations of the party were not a waste. 35. He was also concerned with the prospects of transforming the SCP into a large social force and a popular party, stating that this was a constant interest of the founders of the party, and had been repeatedly brought up since March 1953 in Central Committee meetings. In fact, the issue had also been stressed in the Third Congress in February 1956, and again in January 1963 in the Central Committee meeting, when this mass movement had aligned itself against the military dictatorship that was then falling apart. Also, that period witnessed the call for the creation of a socialist party to unite all the left and other progressive forces under the leadership of the SCP. However, this had been rebuffed and dubbed a rightist trend, since it was considered a call for the practical dissolution of the SCP. The Fourth Congress nevertheless continued its interest in converting the party into a popular force. Adlan outlined the main form that the party advocated for transforming itself into a broader form as follows. The party, in order to meet this condition, has to improve its acquaintance with Marxist-Leninism. This could be achieved by dealing with it as a guideline, and not a rigid text of divine sayings to use in studying the Sudanese society. 36. Moreover, in order to realize this goal, Adlan advocated the following measures should be taken. 1. Utilizing the expertise of the groups of intellectuals. 2. Consolidating the party's bastions within the working class. 3. Expanding the party's organizations to the remotest areas in Sudan, and 4. Establishing the National Democratic Front as an alliance of workers, farmers, and national bourgeoisie, to perform the tasks of the National Democratic Revolution. 37. Adlan concluded that the SCP had failed to turn this slogan into reality due to 5 factors. 38. 1. The brutal oppression that the party has faced since its inception and until today. 2. The evolution of Sudan has always demonstrated a viable modern sector yet very limited amidst a pervasive traditional sector, which represented an enormous backward force that made it difficult to build a modern national organization that could surpass the tribal, sectarian, ethnic, and regional boundaries. 3. The emergence of the party on the basis of Marxist-Leninist philosophy necessitates a comprehensive worldview of the recruited membership. This is, however, an irrational ambition of the party in a vastly illiterate society. 4. The materialist philosophical position of Marxism is non-compromisable in regard to religion, hence the traditional and reactionary forces have cunningly played out this factor to create solid walls between the party and the rest of the society in which religion represents its knowledge, values, and moral fiber. 5. The difficulty in accepting a comprehensive program covering 3 theoretical stages that are adopted by the party: the National Democratic Revolutionary Stage, Socialism, and finally, Communism. Al. K.H. Tim Adlon vigorously critiqued the predicament of Marxist theory as embedded in the concepts of the dictatorship of the proletariat and democratic centralism, arguing, the SCP exerted enormous and persistent efforts to assert its proletarian identity. This has nevertheless led to the permeation of certain parochial interests and fed the dream for a momentous reaping of the working class. This had resulted in a state of alienation of communists because of their almost completely non-proletarian background. 39. He reserved his most critical attack, however, for the concept of democratic centralism, which he considered to be the greatest obstacle in the party itself, shifted its growth and discouraged its development. The supremacy of this concept is responsible for the infertility of the internal life of the party, intolerance of opposing opinion, its rejection of personal independence, and its expectation of absolute obedience from its cadre, which became the basic requirement for party advancement. Democratic centralism was responsible for the atrophying of the party organizations. 40. He asserted that democratic centralism had made Stalinism in Sudan possible. 41. And continued, I maintain that the party that is based on democratic centralism, as shown in the experiences of the communist parties worldwide, without exception, is not a democratic party, and that if there is any democracy within the party, it is the prerogative only of the leadership, while centralism subdues the wider membership and disciplines those who disobey. 42. He advanced the idea that the concept of democratic centralism itself is the problem, because on democratic centralism the whole party structure rests, concluding that on the whole, the concept of democratic centralism is incompatible with the structure of parties that seek to be democratic. 43. Al. K.H. Tim Adlon questioned the contradiction of the leadership of the SCP in accepting liberal democracy as a system of governance for society, while maintaining an organizational structure that was far from democratic. 44. In essence, he claimed that the party, as it then stood, was irrelevant, especially considering the current crisis in Marxist thought, and with its political program, tactics, and weak structural foundations, would, without the following radical steps, simply wither away as a force in Sudanese national life. For that reason, he advanced the following basic foundations to rebuild the party. 1. A political party that seeks to serve progress has to represent realistic solutions to the problems of the people. 2. In order to deal with backwardness in our societies, there is a need to apply technological and scientific discoveries extensively in all economic fields. 3. Developing the forces of production was missing from the program of the SCP, which had focused primarily on the adoption of a non-capitalist path of development. 4. The social forces that will embark on the tasks of addressing backwardness in Sudan are the intellectuals, producers, scientists, working forces, farmers, and the millions of inhabitants of the traditional sector with their diverse social organizations and regional affiliations. In sum, the forces of the whole society. The intellectual groups associated with scientific revolution will lead and educate it. 5. Belief in democracy as a basis for governance in both theory and practice. 6. The political orientations of the party with regard to governance and the delineation of social systems must be an entirely secular matter. 7. The party should encourage the freedom of scientific research within its different organs and ranks. 8. The ultimate goal of Marxism is not the class or the party, but the human being who has to be liberated from these institutions. The party has to consider the human dimension in further political pursuits. 9. The new party that Sudanese people are looking for is the viable forces party that includes national capitalists and religious and ethnic minorities in one social force to encounter backwardness. 10. Apparently, this party is not going to be communist because it does not adopt a completely Marxist-Leninist ideological stance. Moreover, it is not a socialist party unless socialism is meant to be public ownership of the means of production. 11. The SCP has to initiate the formation of this new party, and to start consulting with the national, progressive, and democratic forces in this regard. 12. The perfect condition for the emergence of such a party is definitely a democratic environment. However, that goal can only be attained by overthrowing the NIF regime. 13. The call for convening the Fifth Congress of the party is an absolute necessity to initiate this rebuilding, to determine what is to be done to face the contemporary crisis, and to examine all other alternatives to rebuild the party, including these proposals. 14. If these proposals are adopted, the SCP then should dissolve itself, create an interim committee that would include those who had earlier left the party, influential Democrats, national, educated, and committed personalities, and should take into account ethnic and racial minorities to set the party's new program, its new bylaws and aims, and publish all its founding documents. 45. Al. Kh. Tim Adlon therefore explicitly called for the dissolution of the party and the creation of another party to be led by the intellectuals, but not based on the totalitarian philosophy of Stalinism. He also asserted the importance of holding the Fifth Congress no more than a year after the publication of his paper. He called upon the Congress to examine the following issues: the dissolution of the Sudanese Communist Party and the forming of a preparatory committee that included, in addition to the ex-members of the Communist Party, influential elements and national figures. The of these elements should consider also the representation of the ethnic and national minorities for the formulation of the new program, party bylaws, and name of the party. 46. Al. Kh. Tim Adlon based this call on the failure of the SCP to become a popular party. This proposition echoed similar calls posed by other communists in the Arab world after the collapse of the former Soviet Union. 47. He attributed the failure of the SCP to the severe oppression the party had encountered, the dichotomy of the society into traditional and modern sectors, the difficulties of spreading Marxism in an illiterate society, and the materialist position of Marxism. 48. The SCP was criticized for the unrealistic objective of struggling to form a party that represented the working class in its purity as a class, its attempt to achieve ideological and class intactness, as well as its revolt against the ideas of the petty bourgeoisie. These political pursuits of the SCP were, in fact, hindered by the reality of a non-stratified social structure, as Sudanese social formations were interrelated, and their interests interlocking. Moreover, the overlapping of tribal, sectarian, ethnic, and national affiliations blurred the class boundaries even further. In addition, the occupational and class structures, which are of a relatively modern nature, had largely confounded a clear-cut stratification. In such a society, it was asserted to be inconceivable to have a working-class party, and difficult as well to talk about the petty bourgeoisie as a well-defined group that was ready to ally with the proletariat. Also, the SCP claim as to the class nature of its political stance was unconvincing, as was the futile attempt to assert that those who had joined the SCP had abandoned their original classes and joined the working class. The traditional SCP analysis was claimed to divert from both reality and the dialectical approach, and interpreted processes in a mechanical fashion. Thus, the difficulties of building a party based on a working-class ideology were seen to be quite numerous due to the underdevelopment of the Sudanese economy and industry, which vitiated the intensity of the class conflict. 49. Accordingly, Adlon concluded that the Sudanese Communist Party exerted continuous and significant efforts to stress its proletarian identity and promote its proletarian composition. This resulted, in our view, in the prevalence of narrow interests which fed the fantasy of the future growth and maturity of the working class to dominate. The consequence of this was the alienation of communists from the reality which is, in essence, non-proletarian. The search for this proletarian identity led to less sensitivity toward other groups and classes, creating a barrier of alienation and superiority between the party and those who desired to join it from other groups and classes. Intellectuals, in particular, were very much affected by this tendency. The for proletarian purity connected very often with fanaticism, rigidity, intolerance of other views, and the crushing of these views as representative of thoughts, ideology alien to the working class, and this action can be described as heresy. In this oppressive environment and in fear of differing views, people held back from expressing views unacceptable to the leadership. 50. Adlan's analysis reached the conclusion that the Sudanese working class was not solely qualified to lead the social revolution. Nukud, originally, had not ignored this question, and indeed in Al.sh. EUI, number 156 he had raised these very issues by posing a number of crucial questions, some of which were, what party represented the basic interests of the Sudanese working class and met its aspirations in the present and the future, and in particular, what was the route that the SCP should follow in order to direct the working class to recognize that the SCP had long been defending its interests. These inquiries implied a desire to present the existing party, as it was, as a party necessary for the preservation of the interests of the working class. 51. The issue of what classes the SCP represented and the capability of the working class to lead the Sudanese revolution had risen to the surface in party discussions at different times. In fact, at the beginning of the 21st century, a schism within the party took place, centered around this particular issue. Those who advocated the transformation of the party into a non-Marxist political body, or at least one showing some organizational and ideological flexibility to co-opt broad sectors of the Sudanese society, based their position on the thesis of the weakness of the working class, and consequently its inability to lead a genuine social transformation. On the other hand, the advocates of the maintenance of the party as the representative of the working class continued to believe in the ability of the working class to lead an alliance of the forces in a national democratic revolution. The latter premise was illustrated in the following response by one of the members of the party. He thought that the right premises that Al.sh. EUI 156 alluded to were supposed to lead to a totally different set of questions. For instance, is it obligatory that the party should represent only the working class? Could it represent the dispossessed? How about a party that strives for progress or maybe social justice? The assumptions implied in Al.sh. EUI 156 have crystallized the debate and even shaped its course. The party is going to represent the working class, therefore, the ongoing discussion is primarily geared towards coming out with a breakthrough with regard to the concept of the working class. Hopefully, this might remove the rigidity and abolish the mythological aura associated with it. 52. Another activist, K.H. Alad Al-Kid, although not in the SCP's leadership but close to it, argued that the SCP needed radical reform of its program and strategy for the national democratic era, even though its priorities and by definition, the classes and the social strata responsible to execute its program, had changed. The party, as it stood at this time, would not be able to meet the needs of the new groups and strata, and the leadership would not be acceptable, since its social impact had diminished, and did not meet the requisites leadership. 53. According to Al-Kid, the problem was not the theory, rather the practice and mental attitudes of those who had been in the party leadership for decades. They all mean well, very committed, but they have lost contact with the development in contemporary thought, even within communist circles. They have memorized Marxist archetypes and applied them in the most rigid manner. The party needs a renewal and new leadership. However, it will be very difficult to convince those who have dedicated their lives to the party to step down in favor of new ideas and a younger generation, as that would imply, for them, a waste of decades of their lives. They are a respected people who have been devoted to the old communism, which has drastically changed with the downfall of the Soviet Union and the entire socialist bloc, and with it, the center of their world. 54. The intention of Al.sh. EUI was to raise issues, not provide answers, and it had been expected that the papers would provoke a wide range of differing responses. The SCP leadership did not, however, expect that this would lead to a radical questioning of the essence of the party's ideological foundations, and bring about years of disillusionment with the party, particularly in the leadership overtones this took. Some totally supported the party as it stood, while others called for its complete dissolution, and still others took a middle way, accepting some changes while keeping basic tenets. The overwhelming majority, however, agreed on the need for change to one degree or another, either in direction, strategy, tactics, structures, ideology, or in the creation of an entirely new party. One of the major issues that emerged from this debate was the impact of Stalinism on the party's history and practice. The criticism of Stalinism was vitiated, first by arguing that Marxism actually did advocate democracy, and then justifying Stalinism's departure from democracy by suggesting that there were theoretical grounds for suspending it. However, the discussion was left with no resolution. For instance, the questioning of the leading role of the working class was not carried to the point of identifying any alternative forces that could ally with the National Democratic Program. Moreover, at the local level, the Al.Sh. EUI articles neglected any analysis of the Sudanese civil society movement, or mention the indigenous social conflict in southern Sudan. Further, the traditional Marxist economic analysis was not able to deal fully with the dynamism of the prevalent political environment. It seems correct to say that an attempt should have been made to incorporate cultural and ethnic factors in any analysis of political changes in Sudan, and since the objective reality changes continuously, in a nonlinear fashion, there are ruptures in both directions that necessitate applying a pragmatic approach to tactics and policies. The party also needed to possess a constant awareness of the moments of revolutionary change and possibility. In this respect, one Central Committee member stated that the Sudanese working class has changed dramatically in both size and composition, in its level of education, the number of workers in firms, and in the types of productive institutions. The working class also is no longer solely confined to the railways and the service sector, as new local industries have recruited a significant number of workers. Moreover, the capitalist classes have increased in number, and diversified as industrial and agricultural capitalism has begun to play an important role in political life, a role that almost equals the influential economic position they have occupied since the mid-1970s. This has also given impetus to a new capitalism that has accumulated wealth from investing in the banking sector and the stock market. The agricultural sector has also been embraced by capitalist groups, evidenced especially in the Jazeera scheme, in which the capitalist path in agriculture has achieved great success in the relations of production. Importantly, the SCP is experiencing profound changes as its leadership of the working class, the agricultural workers, and intellectuals is increasingly waning. 55. Al. Kh. Atim Adlan, who had left the party to form, along with others, the Sudanese Movement for Democracy and Progress in 1994, raised a number of significant issues around the position of the working class in the Western world and in Sudan, as well as the self-perception of the party as a representative of the working class. Adlan asserted that in Sudan, the working class has not yet materialized on a concrete basis. It is ironic that in the SCP literature, there is a clear reference to this paradox, as the program states that the SCP represents the employees and not the workers in the factories, the offices, and the farms. This form is absolutely correct, for it represents the viable and modern forces in the society. Moreover, the role the document ascribes for the intellectuals is highly exaggerated, and resembles the old leading role designated for the working class. Definitely, the party needs a specialized group of intellectuals to enroll in formulating party programs, agenda, propaganda campaigns, etc. Yet, for the party to embark on a leading role among the masses, a need rises to incorporate the representatives of the masses from all the sectors. By nature of their education, the intellectuals face a crisis of communication between themselves and the masses. Therefore, the SCP has to widen its leadership to include, besides the intellectuals, other groups such as workers, peasants, selected elements from the youth and women, trade unions leaders, and representatives from the marginal areas. All these groups have their intellectuals and a rich repository of political experiences to share within the party. 56. The essential issue raised by Adlan was the issue of the popularity of the party. The SCP, throughout its history, and despite its great success, had been unable to achieve its aspirations in the 1960s of being a widespread and popular party that was positioned to guide social transformation in the Sudan. In response to what they perceived to be failure, Adlan and his group raised the possibility of attracting wide sectors of the population to a revolutionary party based on a new structure and ideology that would unite all modern forces under its umbrella, and take the place of the old Communist Party. Discussion of tactics to overthrow the NIF regime. The SCP paid significant attention to the issues of political tactics with which to topple the NIF regime. In 1993, Al. Sh. EUI 57 provided an in-depth portrayal of the current political situation, as represented in the extreme isolation of the regime, the nationwide resistance movement, and the popular rejection to the policies of the NIF regime. However, this assessment of the political situation necessitated the pursuit of diverse tactics. The SCP referred to three main strategies. 1. The maintenance of security measures in clandestine work as a mental and a daily practice, increasing the potential for a protracted battle. Upon this condition rests the future of the resistance movement, and by it the credibility of the movement should be evaluated. 2. The pursuit of effective tactics that take into account the advanced stage from which the resistance movement has reached, and the attempt to enhance the popular democratic nature of the conflict. Inevitably, the resistance movement will mature as the intensity of the political conflict heightens, and as a result of this maturity, leftist or the rightist deviationism will be resisted. 3. International solidarity and the promotion of an alliance charter to fight fascism and the theocratic state. 58. The SCP warned against rightist deviationism, which, according to Al-Sir's article, was exacerbated by the absence of the party from political activities under the pretext of the present untimeliness of political action against the regime. This non-involvement tactic led, nevertheless, to the isolation of the party from the rest of the popular movement. To deal with this deviationist trend within the party, the Central Committee issued an internal memorandum calling for absolute secrecy and defensive tactics, which does not mean the retrenchment and withdrawal from the masses. The SCP protects its activities from its class adversaries and the repressive apparatuses. Meanwhile, the party should maintain non-obstructed channels with the masses in order to facilitate the development of a firmly established popular movement capable of organized advance and retreat. 59. The appropriate tactics and forms of struggle, the party claimed, had to be delineated according to the requisites of political circumstances. Moreover, the tactics of the party must correspond to the actions of the regime, but would almost certainly not succeed with the current NIF regime, which was based on systematic oppression. The violence used by the NIF regime demanded specific confrontational tactics. In addition, there was a need to raise the consciousness of the masses to the oppressive nature of the regime, in order to generate mass opposition and create the conditions needed for the struggle, suitable to the Sudanese people and their environment. According to Hassan Taj al-Sir, the SCP failed to become a popular party and its activities shrank immensely due to 1. The absence of published political programs, 2. Poor political organization as manifested in the failure to publish a single issue of Al. Sh. EUI that deals with party positions and the tactics of the party, and 3. The lack of published theoretical evaluations on current issues in the Sudanese and international fronts. This led to the absence of viable mobilization, and hence, an inability to test the incapability of testing the validity of the political line of the party due to the failure of the SCP Central Committee to hold even one meeting, and communicate its positions to the cadre and general population. In addition, Al. Sh. EUI, during this period, did not publish a single issue that dealt theoretically with party positions in regard to the Sudanese and international situations. Thus, the party failed both the masses and the Sudanese population. Therefore, Taj al-Sir blamed the SCP leadership for this outcome, by inadvertently allowing the regime a free hand in its control of the country, and tactfully hinted that the leadership was not only negligent but also responsible for this failure. 60. Apparently, according to Taj al-Sir, the party was still weighed down with the mentality of a clandestine struggle, which had transformed its organizations into bureaucratic institutions, functioning only with regard to the survival of the party and a maintenance of its daily routine, rather than giving serious attention to theoretical or current situations. The obvious aberration in the party line and tactics was manifested in the following aspects. 1. The submissiveness to previous trends that subordinated the actions of the party to the spontaneity of the mass movement, thus negating the accomplishment of an organized and tactfully thought-out action by the party. 2. The party's excessive focus on and concern for alliances and its neglect of mobilization of vast segments of the masses to contribute to the struggle against the existing regime. 3. The failure of the party to carry the tactic of military struggle against the regime, since it required specific theoretical and practical conditions relating to strong linkages with the popular movement, the delineation of the tasks of struggle and the intellectual justification for the method of struggle. 61. The second article of Al. EUI was concerned with effective collective tactics with other opposition groups against the dictatorial regime, suggesting that before engaging in any joint political action, some very basic issues had to be agreed upon by all opposition groups involved. The overthrow of the NIF regime required consensus around the following issues. 1. A thorough analysis of the nature of the regime, the interests they represent, the philosophy they espouse and the political program they propagate. 2. Consensus on the political, economic, and social alternative by the opposition groups. 3. The delineation of the nature of the conflict against the current regime and the role to be played by each faction of the opposition. 4. The designation of an effective leadership and the assigning of specific tasks for each participating group of the opposition. 5. The mobilization of regional and international allies. 62. Although the discussion continued for more than 2 years, the leadership of the SCP expressed its dissatisfaction with what the party leadership considered to be a limited response, attributing this to the indolence and lack of interest of the membership. The Secretary of the Central Committee, therefore, found it necessary to issue K.H. It Abdi. K.H. Ely to the areas and branches of the party, informing them that October 1, 1994 was the final deadline for receiving submissions to the journal. Further, to ensure a quick response, the SCP was urged to discuss the papers that had already been published in Al. EUI, and to summarize the main ideas for the Cadre. 63. The weakness of the contributions to the discussions was also attributed to the dispersal of the party membership in different parts of the world following the 1989 NIF coup. This had subsequently resulted in a loss of organizational contact with the party's center, although the members of the Politburo and the Secretary of the Central Committee, Al-Tigani Al-Taib insisted, in 1999, that there were continuous contact between the Secretary-General and the party leadership abroad. 64. Further compounding the problem, the imprisonment of many of the members and the involvement of the organizations and the members of the party in the clandestine struggle, especially in securing the printing facilities, and in the protection of the party cadres who went underground, led to less attention being given to theoretical issues. The political lack of contact of many intellectuals with party activities following 1989, as a result of having fled Sudan, or their dissatisfaction with the policies of the party, or a combination of both, cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, many intellectuals within the party were convinced of the futility of the discussion, because they were sure that eventually the leadership would implement what they thought was correct, regardless of the nature and input of the debate. Finally, it was difficult for many to comprehend the existence of a wide and genuine contribution in a debate of this kind within the SCP, given its history of extreme democratic centralism. For these reasons, the confidence of its cadre in the decisions of the leadership, and the cadre's alienation from it, almost certainly contributed to the lack of enthusiasm for the debate. However, as we shall see later, Gadea Sudania must be said to have provided at least some kind of outlet for this dissatisfaction. 65. Gadea Sudania, the members' response. As the Fifth Party Congress had not yet been held, and as clandestine publications were not readily available, Nukud, the Secretary-General, suggested in Al. Sh. EUI, 156, the widening of the debate on the future of the party through the creation of a legal publication outside the Sudan, to ensure its regularity and wider circulation among the general public. 66. Thus, in July 1993, the SCP issued Gadea Sudania, which in its first editorial expressed its hope that all those Sudanese who belonged to the NDA and other concerned Sudanese who were skeptical about the genuine effectiveness of the NDA would be given in this new publication a forum to discuss and debate their views. Thus, Gadea Sudania was intended to be the avenue for a discussion on current political issues that should include intellectual and program-based issues, among which would be immediate party questions, alliances, the role of modern forces, the content, forum, nature, and aims of the social system, and regional and international issues, particularly after the fall of the socialist regimes, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the crisis that ensued from this within the international communist movement. 67. The editorial pledged its commitment to publish all views, no matter how varied they were or how contrary they might be to the party line, though urging that the discussion be impersonal. Obviously, the leadership of the SCP was pinning its hopes on discussions that would come up with guidelines that could direct its course in the coming years. This pursuit, however, would not bear fruit if it was not extended to include a grassroots participation. The subsequent contributions to Gadea Sudania discussed a wide range of issues: current affairs, the confrontation of the Alba SHIR regime, the revitalization of the NDA's activities, and alterations in the Sudanese Democratic Revolutionary Program, all of which caught the imagination of most readers. Amin Miki Midani, a non-communist Democrat and the Secretary-General of the Sudanese Organization for Human Rights, argued in the first issue of Gadea Sudania for the necessity of forming a new party. According to Midani, the main objective behind forming this party would be to gather all the national forces that had declined to join the existing political parties. He based his argument on the premise of mobilizing the silent majority, especially among the urban masses, toward a more active role in Sudanese politics. Midani claimed these forces had demonstrated viability on several occasions, for example, during the April uprising in 1985. Furthermore, these new forces would be allies of the SCP's political program because of their rejection of the traditional tribal religious parties. But with the current predicament between the SCP and the NDA, an urgent need had arisen, he maintained, to create a party that was based on liberal and progressive ideas to incorporate the new forces. 68 Further, he asserted, this call for a new party was gaining more acceptance because of the wide-ranging dissatisfaction with the performance of the NDA against the NIF government. In addition, the SCP was criticized for ineffective performance within the NDA, and certain suggestions were raised to rectify that situation, including 1. Curbing the excessive influence of the traditional parties in the NDA, as these parties were responsible for aborting the 1964 and 1985 uprisings. 2. The importance of establishing an alliance with the modern forces, that also included a working formula to maintain links with the traditional parties, as isolating them might eventually lead them to align with Alba SHIR regime. 69. A reflective contribution written in the second issue of Gadea Sudania by a number of Sudanese communists residing in Poland maintained that the main reasons behind the collapse of the socialist model was not the failure of socialism itself but the Stalinist practice of socialism in the Soviet Union and the Socialist Bloc, and could be attributed to structural reasons that could be summarized as 70. 1. The rise of socialism in an environment of technological and industrial backwardness, and in semi-feudal communities that unsuccessfully attempted to leap over the stage of capitalism. 2. The unreadiness of these societies and the working class as well, for the intellectual and cultural tasks of socialist transformation. 3. The one-party system and the bureaucracy that distorted socialist thought and changed political affiliation from a voluntary choice based on class awareness, to an opportunistic practice aimed at reaching higher leadership levels. 4. The establishment of the Leninist Party had immensely reduced the potential for democracy in communist parties and hence, the state. 5. The non-democratic nature of the former socialist parties in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union that ascended to power as a result of the strategic situation created in the aftermath of World War II and the presence of the Soviet Army in these countries. 6. The opportunistic treatment of the working class had led to the alienation of the masses from socialist thought toward a rightist consciousness. At the same time, the article suggested that a new indigenous theoretical perspective was needed for the Sudanese revolution, taking into account the real experiences of the Sudanese democratic revolution, incorporating the impact of the changes of the last 25 years and differing from the ideological base of the traditional Sudanese political parties. That required, the writers maintained, flexibility in interpretation, and required the rewriting of both the SCP's history, along with the history of the Sudanese national movement. This would correct the application of Marxist theory, and provide a redefinition of its terms of reference. They asserted, "Our first responsibility to build a new revolutionary theory is to re-examine the old theory and break the forced tie between Marxism and Leninism, and understand Leninism with its specific questions, time and space along with its of the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the one-party system, and surpass Leninism as a contradictory concept to Marxism and theoretical materialism, because this model does not fit our Sudanese realities and the requirements of the Sudanese revolution." Accordingly, Marxism needed to be reinvigorated to perform its role as a scientific and critical revolutionary model. 71. A well-known communist, K.H. Alid Al-Kid, who had devoted 3 decades of his life to the SCP, and had spent almost a decade in prison or in exile, argued persuasively in the 3rd issue of Gadea Sudania that the questions raised by Al.Sh. EUI 156 were essentially leading questions that assumed certain answers. He emphasized that the problem centered around the concept of democratic centralism, in which the cadre had duties but never rights as the hierarchical pyramid shifted, and constructive input into the decision-making process was not tolerated, thus minimizing the party members' relationship to the party, in the final analysis into a forced union and not a voluntary commitment. Democratic centralism meant the absence of democracy in party agencies, which inverted the hierarchical pyramid, the normal bottom to top, to its opposite, so that any dissension from the party line would result in the exposure of those committed party members to assassination. Democratic centralism was the opening through which all the theoretical justifications to confiscate democracy flowed. In the name of democratic centralism, the leadership was no longer democratically elected. Rather, the leadership was promoted or appointed centrally. This was not a theoretical statement but a description of a proven reality exercised in all party organs. What we really need is not a clarification of theory. What we need is the relationship between theoretical clarification and real practice. 72. He then argued against the concept of the working class propounded by Marx and Engels. His premise centered on the fact that the Sudanese working class was no longer influential in production and thus no longer the main force on social change. Al-Kid then raised the vital and controversial question, why a working class party? In the Sudan, the stagnation and deterioration in industry and public utilities was almost complete, and this had led to the virtual demise of the industrial working class in Sudanese society. The SCP, in its existing description as a working class party, its commitment to the leadership of the working class, and by extension, its rejection of other forces and strata that had emerged in Sudanese society over the previous 3 decades, consequently rendered the party irrelevant in Sudanese politics. As it then stood, the party is not suitable to encompass all these new strata, which will not accept the leadership of the working class whose existence and social impact does not qualify it to lead. 73. He reaffirmed that the gap between theory and practice had to be bridged, and that the socialist parties in the Arab African world had to take into account the continent's cultural legacy and merge theory with reality. 74. Farouk Muhammad Ibrahim, one of the earliest members of the SCP, was in its central committee until 1970, when he became a dissident and left the party because of a number of issues, including his conflict with Secretary General Mehjoub, and his disagreement with party tactics and strategies, especially the party position on the May 1969 coup. Ibrahim, however, never ceased to be sympathetic to the party and its principles, and later, in 1989, reclaimed his membership when party members recruited him to run as an independent electoral candidate, though 5 years later his membership was again in question. He continued his criticism of the party in every intellectual forum available to him, yet never relented in his rejection of the NIF regime or his commitment to opposing it. When Gadea Sudania was created, Ibrahim was invited by Al-Tigani Al-Taib, its editor, to write freely his opinions in an article that occupied over half of the space available in an early issue. Appearing in the fourth issue, the article was seen as a very rich and critical analysis of the party's history, and its basic theoretical tenets and practices. The significance of his article must be understood within the context of the debate, as Ibrahim was contemporaneous with, and involved in, the history of the party from its inception. The fact that Gadea Sudania solicited and allowed the publication of such an article, with its tone, opinions, scope, and conclusions, was reflective of Ibrahim's reputation, and the openness of the SCP at this time, in its general search for new directions and answers. Ibrahim accused Abd al-Kh. Alik Mehjab of Stalinist fundamentalism, which he considered to be responsible for the dismantlement of communist regimes and parties in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. He considered Mehjab to be the cause of the ineffectiveness of the SCP. Ibrahim traced Mehjab's formal adoption of Stalinism, while insinuating that this had been part of Mehjab's style since he had appeared on the party scene at the November 4, 1964 Central Committee meeting, in which there had been a call for the transformation of the SCP to a vanguard party guided by a socialist charter and a national democratic program in which the communists would form the Revolutionary Corps 75. The outcome of the Central Committee deliberations had resulted in the adoption of this decision, and a call for the Fourth Party Congress to be convened in Algerif in April 1966 to formally ratify this new direction and orientation and elect a new Central Committee. In fact, though, preparations for such a Congress had taken place in a more democratic environment than had existed before. As the opening of the Congress drew near, the Central Committee was informed that the proposed Fourth Congress was now being transformed into a consultative conference, and that the Secretary-General Abd al-Kh. Alik Mehjab would not be present as he would be attending the CPSU Congress in the Soviet Union on the same dates. 76. The conference approved the report, elected a new Central Committee of 55 members which then met immediately after the close of the conference and elected a new Executive Committee, which would substitute for the Politburo, and then proceeded to elect Mehjab as the party's Secretary-General. 77. Implying that Mehjab was following orders from Moscow, Tareq charged that the Secretary-General, upon his return from Moscow, convened the Politburo which passed a resolution annulling the conference's decision of the party's new direction, condemning it as a rightist deviationist move whose basic outcome would be to disband the Communist Party. 78. Tareq considered this action a coup against the party and as proof of the Stalinist approach used by Mehjab, whom he identified as the figure responsible for the Stalinist fundamentalism prevalent in the party, and which he defined as the illusion of possessing an absolute truth and attempting to impose it on others. 79. Soon thereafter, Mehjab and his Executive Central Committee proposed a list of 33 nominees to the party's Fourth Congress as the new Central Committee. Dropped were all those who had opposed him, including Ibrahim. This Central Committee had stood as the party leadership from the Fourth Congress, despite the fact that only 7 originally elected members survived the Nimiri regime, with the other positions being replaced through appointment. Ibrahim argued that the tactics of the SCP since the Fourth Congress of October 21, 1967, were centered on Mehjab's plan of militarizing the new forces into an alliance of peasants and workers that would become the backbone the SCP and lead toward a revolutionary crisis which would give birth to a popular uprising and allow the party to bring about the transfer of political power to those forces and the SCP. Ibrahim maintained his commitment to a transformation of the SCP into a vanguard party guided by the charter as agreed upon at the Algerif Conference of 1966. In addition, Ibrahim condemned a number of practices related to the disappearance of democracy in the party, society, and in communist regimes generally. This had led to a gulf between Ibrahim and the party too wide to bridge. Ibrahim maintained that the SCP's existence then needed to be centered on a project of a national democratic revolution whose aim would be to transfer power from the traditional forces in Sudan, mainly the 2 major religious parties, to the organized masses. Historically, as these traditional parties became obsolete with independence, the SCP would become a potential umbrella under which all the modern organized masses of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and students could be mobilized. Ibrahim charged that this Stalinist tendency was crystallized by the time of the May 1969 coup when Mehjab and the party took a negative position toward it, not because of its nature, which Ibrahim considered progressive, if not completely consistent with party aims. Moreover, the regime had allowed the communists to penetrate all levels of the state apparatus, and the majority of the cabinet were historic allies of the Communist Party. In addition to 4 ministers being members of the Communist Party. 80 Also, the regime had put into practice the social, political, and economic program of the SCP. However, according to Ibrahim, Mehjab's Stalinism and fundamentalism led to his rejection of the regime, and even from the beginning, his desire to seek a confrontation with it increased tensions between the regime and the party. Thus, the conflict between Mehjab and the party on one hand, and Ibrahim and a number of others on the other, brought about the eventual split of the party. By November 1970, Sh. Ismael A, Babakar al-Nawr, and Farooq H. Amdallah, all members of the SCP, had been expelled from the Revolutionary Command Council, and Abdul Kh. Alek Mehjab had himself been arrested by the regime. The party reacted by denouncing the regime and escalating its confrontation with it, and on May 28, 1971, the Central Committee decided to call for the overthrow of the regime. Ibrahim claimed that preparations for an SCP military coup were given a green light by Abdul Kh. Alek Mehjab in his capacity as both Secretary General and as the person designated by the Central Committee to be in charge of the military action. Thus, Ibrahim claims the coup of July 19, 1971 was instigated by Mehjab, and was entirely his responsibility. 81 In a way, Ibrahim thus accused Abdul Kh. Alek Mehjab of the destruction of the SCP, and the bloodbath that followed the July 19 coup, along with the 16-year reign of terror associated with the Nimiri regime. 82 Furthermore, Ibrahim advanced the position that all Sudanese parties, and not simply the SCP, had failed with the coup by the NIF, and that it was not good enough to join under the umbrella of the NDA because the NDA would not be successful unless it could win more public support and recruit a more committed membership. He implied that a fundamental transformation of these parties into more democratic institutions was needed, as all suffered from some form of fundamentalism to some degree. 83 For that purpose, he called for the holding of a 5th Congress abroad, and suggested it as an imperative need to rescue the party from its chaotic condition, with discussion on the following issues. 1. The recognition of the Algeria Congress 84, which had introduced the idea of the Vanguard Party. The denouncement of the illegitimate decision of the November 1966 meeting of the Central Committee 85 and the subsequent results of those decisions. 2. The acknowledgement of the significant role that had been played by ex-members who differed with the party leadership and their rehabilitation with the party. 3. A decision to change the Congress into a preparatory committee for the coordination of a proposed new Democratic Party. 4. A decision to disband the SCP. However, this decision can be called for only by the members of the Central Committee. Those still alive are Muhammad Ibrahim Nukud, Suleiman H. Ahmed, Al-Tigani Al-Taib, Mehjab U. Th. Man, Izz-el-Din Ali Amir and Fatima Ahmad Ibrahim, as those members represent the elected legitimate leadership that has the right to call for the 5th Congress. A rejoinder by Al-Tigani Al-Taib immediately followed Ibrahim's article, in which he lamented the intentional falsification when Ibrahim attributed all the negative and positive actions of the SCP to the personality of one man who had been dead for more than 20 years. With that, Ibrahim, in effect, had absolved himself, along with all Central Committee members and the rest of the leadership, of any responsibility. 86 Al-Taib then asked the question, how can I discuss anything when Ibrahim attributes the fundamentalism of Hassan al-Turabi and the Muslim Brotherhood in the Sudan to a direct reaction to the fundamentalism of Mehjab and the SCP? 87 Al-Taib stated that while there was no personal animosity toward Ibrahim, he, Al-Taib, contends Exactly the opposite position that Mehjab was never fundamentalist. 88. Al-Taib completely rejected that either Mehjab or the party had anything to do with the July 19, 1971 coup 89, and that the party had a clear position against armed revolutions or military coups. In addition, the call for disbanding the SCP and creating a new vanguard party was emphatically dismissed by Al-Taib, who responded by discrediting it, as it ignored the brave sacrifices of hundreds of party members, merely in order to establish a petit bourgeois party. He went on to assert that the new forces, had they not been sheltered by the struggle of the SCP, could not have existed in the first place. Al-Taib also called upon those who did not believe in Marxism and the revolutionary nature of the working class to leave the SCP and form their own party. He believed that their participation in the discussions was not exclusively for the sake of promoting the party's theory and practice, but done to destroy the party and, hence, recruit its membership into a new non-Marxist party. Al-Taib asserted that the SCP is not going to dissolve itself, and there is no power that is able to dissolve it. 90. An ally of the party, Mehjab Mahmud, in Gadea Sudania, went on to propose some revisions in the program of the Sudanese Democratic Revolution. 1. The expanding and accentuating of a pluralist democracy and the rights of Sudanese marginal nationalities and developing the economically deprived areas. To accomplish this goal, the following should be done. A. Promote a social and cultural awakening. B. Activate its potential for an accomplishment of these tasks through a consolidated alliance with the progressive vanguards in the cities and urban centers. This process should be continued to protect the national unity of the country. Rather than decentralization, there should be an emphasis on a balanced regional development and a closer alignment of youth and women to sustain the above-mentioned objectives. 2. Recognition of the recent ethnic ascendance among political groups as being inspired by different factors, including the severity of the atrocities of the NIF's regime in the south, the low standard of living and dissolution of political forums. This new situation might lead also to the emergence of other forms of political expression that have to be borne in mind. 91. According to Mahmud, another dilemma that needed to be handled was the involvement of certain traditional political forces whose interests were aligned with international capitalism. How would the Sudanese revolution deal with these groups that were represented in the NDA? How could the SCP attenuate the influence of these other groups, and forestall their attempts to dominate the NDA? The discussions that were triggered by the changes in the former socialist world and the internal political situation in Sudan, brought on an unprecedented and open debate of all the controversial issues in the history of the SCP in Sudan, its position on democracy and its linkage to the issue of democracy within the party, the Stalinism of the former Secretary-General of the SCP, the July 19 coup d'état, and the role of the SCP in the NDA. On the theoretical level, the discussion challenged central concepts in Marxism, such as the dictatorship of the proletariat, democratic centralism, the leading role of the working class, Stalinism, and perestroika. More importantly, the discussion crystallized a trend that called for radical change in the structure, ideology, and practices of the party. Fathi al-Fadl, a member of the Communist Party, proposed, in the same issue of Gadea Sudania, that the SCP had to review its past critically, and addressed the following issues. 1. The schisms within the party, especially after the Fourth Conference. 2. The stance of the party following the May coup d'état, and the repercussions of that event. 3. The involvement of the SCP in the July 19 coup d'état of Sh. Ismael, and how deeply communist officers participated in it. 4. Following the success of the uprising, the SCP's position regarding the Garang movement, the alliances within the NDA, the building of the party, the SCP's newspaper, the preparation for the Fifth Congress of the party, what prevented the convening of the Congress and the legitimacy of the leadership. 5. The fiscal policy of the party and the means to improve it. 6. How the party reacted to the 30th of June coup d'état and the implications of that on its strategy to oppose it. 7. The NDA and the role of the party within it. 8. A review of concepts associated with democracy within the party, the rights of the membership and the obligations of the leadership, all in light of the past experiences of the party, and 9. Through a critical review of the party's program, the identifying of the most capable forces to implement the objectives of the program, re-articulating the alliances and the role of the modern forces in the working class. 92. These issues were considered extremely important and timely for the SCP, and were subsequently discussed extensively in Gadea Sudania. After publishing 5 issues of Gadea Sudania, the Board of Editors, headed by Al-Tigani Al-Taib, the Secretary of the Central Committee of the SCP, was still questioning whether it was a proper decision to open a public discussion on such issues without framing the party's opinion about them. This line of thinking had developed into a tone of disappointment, expressed in the editorial pages of Gadea Sudania, where the editor-in-chief inquired whether the contributions published hitherto had addressed the intrinsic issues of the debate. He also questioned whether it was possible to claim that, after 2 years of discussions, new theoretical trends had crystallized. 7. Renewal of the party. With the publication of Al.Sh. EUI number 156, the Secretary-General had unleashed an intellectual exercise to evaluate the party's experience, identify its strengths, and correct its weaknesses in all areas of party life, thought, and practices. This brought to the surface a great number of questions and conflicts that had been dormant over the previous 20 years. The leadership of the SCP planned to garner feedback from the cadre in preparation for the 5th Congress. However, a leading member in the Secretariat of the SCP, Al.Kh. Atim Adlan, and 3 other popular figures, Kh. Alid Al-Kid, Umar Al-Najib, and Ahmad Ali, declared their resignations from the party in a press conference in London on October 3, 1994. These resignations obviously distressed the party as they came during a critical time for the SCP and affected its negotiating power and status within the NDA. A heated polemical war broke out between the SCP and the UMA, a main rival of the SCP in the NDA, contesting the priorities of struggle during this period of time. Al-Umma party resented the SCP's accusation of ineffectiveness in the activities of the NDA, and Al-Khartoum, an independent newspaper published in Cairo, quoted a statement by Al-Umma that asserted, "These accusations are irresponsible and can cause an unwarranted confusion among the Sudanese people. It would have been better for the SCP's leadership to handle its own internal problems instead of casting aspersions on others." 1. During the same period, Al.Kh. Atim Adlan gave an interview with Al-Ittihad, the DUP's political organ too, where he explained his resignation. He believed that the modern forces are required immediately to unite their powers and will in a new party, that does not stand as only a new number to be added to the list of already existing parties, but to include and integrate the enlightened sectors in these parties with the majority of non-affiliated masses. This discourse of the new party should address, however, the segments that were forced, due to the lack of other options to maintain its current commitments. The unity of this party will be manifested in the national program, which will reflect its civil, democratic, and progressive nature. Adlan made it clear that perestroika had brought about vast changes with regard to the understanding of Marxism. It emphasized the importance of the evaluation of orthodox Marxist categories and the aptitude to evolution. Marxism for us is just a tool and not a creed. It is a vehicle for analysis and reflection. We should not view it as a static text. After the collapse of international communism, we realized that human thought always requires a serious discussion, not a hasty one, and we did not foresee any premature change in the name of our party. Evolution is an indispensable fact of life. Therefore, let us all open the doors and windows for a free and rational discussion. 3. He also stressed the importance of asserting the central role of Sudanese intellectuals, including those of the Communist Party, in Sudanese political life, arguing, "The Communists and others who consider themselves as the new forces have to authenticate their liberal convictions and overcome the illusion of being the only beneficiaries of the interim period, and hence, impose their conditions on the others. A new policy shift should be recommended to emphasize that only effective forces that have contributed to the downfall of the regime would be rewarded. 4. The group that resigned from the SCP denied any intention at forming an alternative communist party. On the contrary, they declared their willingness to participate in any viable opposition force, i.e. the Democratic Forum, the Forces of the Uprising, the Alliance for Democracy, likewise. Kh. Khalid al-Kid believed that the leadership of the SCP had already decided on the outcome of the debate, given the latest statements of al-Tigani al-Tayyib, the member of the Central Committee of the SCP, when he declared, "If 85% of the total number of the members were convinced with the necessity of change, and the rest wanted to maintain the party and its Marxist orientation, the 85% will be considered as mere secessionists because this type of issue cannot be solved by democracy." Obviously, if the current leadership of the SCP believe that the opinion of 85% of the membership does not count, this means a total rejection of democracy. It also raises increasing doubts on the political stance of this leadership, i.e., isn't this leadership cynically solidifying the maintenance of their privileges and current status which they have acquired since the inception of the party? Accepting democracy and change might result in the loss of their current positions. 5. Al-Kid further asserted that thousands of members from the party and others outside it are supporting them and are intending to join the group. He also noted that their contribution to the resolution of the Southern question is articulated within a holistic conception, based on serious research, that grasped the issues of identity and ethnicity, which were mistakenly dealt with before. The Sudanese identity is the maximum goal that we need to attain. The main components of this national identity are the following: Africanism, Arabism, Christianity, and Islam. If we converged these main elements into the issue of the Sudanese character, then we will not need to fight and destroy our beloved Sudan at all. 6. Al-Kh. Atim Adlan claimed that the Marxist paradigm for social change had collapsed, and that the viability of the SCP as popular party in the Sudanese political arena had increasingly deteriorated. The alternative party they were proposing would be based on the idea of the convergence of the modern Sudanese elite, and would confront the current regime and work seriously to overthrow it, thus opening the way for a new Sudan. In an interview with Al-Khartoum, Adlan attempted to demystify the ambiguity of the concept of the modern forces. He stated, "There is a stage where it is difficult to define concepts, it is the stage when clear boundaries and identities do not exist, therefore a succinct and defined statement will not be easily accessible. But the concentration should be on achieving a political consensus that maintains the unity of the Sudan, diversity, democracy, separation between religion and the state, equitable distribution of wealth, targeting the pressing needs of the society and the formulation of a comprehensive program for Renaissance. 7. In the program of the new forces, diversity was noted as a defining characteristic of the national experience, in cultural, racial, religious, and linguistic terms. Attempts to disregard this reality, in fact, as traditional forces were wont to do, had been responsible for the hostilities and wars that bedeviled the country since its independence. Arabization and Islamization, the very existence of the country. 8. In this vein, secularism, the separation of religion and the state, was advanced as a program to accommodate the country's inherent diversity, while nevertheless paying continuous respect for the different religions, and their contribution to the country's civilizational character. In its manifesto, the new Sudanese forces justified their critical mission as a reaction to the chauvinism and reaction of the NIF, who, by dissolving parties, trade unions, and disbanding all the organizations of civil society, by totally subjugating the institutions of the civil service, by rebuilding the armed forces to become political arms for the, by forming new security organs permeated with an ideology of hate and with unlimited capacity for repression and violation of human rights, that has left those struggling for the restoration of democracy in the modern sector with no choice at all but violent confrontation. The road to freedom has effectively been blocked, and it can only be reopened by force of arms. 9. Given its revolutionary pretensions, and its call to arms, the NSFM hack was ambivalent, at best, toward the NDA, the mainline opposition to the reactionary Sudanese regime. While applauding the NDA's role in exposing the affiliation of the regime to the, as well as its exposure of human rights violations to the international condition, the NSFMHAC criticized the efficacy of the organized NDA movement. Owing to the heavy presence of traditional, conservative, and Islamic parties within the NDA, the coalition was loath to do what was necessary, that is, to escalate the confrontation with the regime with armed struggle. In some sense, the NSFMHAC envisioned itself not as a competitor to the moderate NDA, as such, but as a complementary force, an armed movement willing to make the necessary sacrifices the NDA was unwilling to take. The NSFMHAC envisioned a total confrontation with the NIF regime, to counteract the terror and oppression, repression and torture, murder and assassination of the National Islamic Front. As matter of strategy, the NSFMHAC aspired to target all military, security, and economic facets of NIF. They see in all legitimate targets for paramilitary action. Further, the movement hoped to coordinate these comprehensive assaults with the Southern Resistance Forces, chiefly the SPLA, Beja Congress, ETL. Predicting a successful assault against the NIF-backed regime, the NSFMHAC envisioned a new Sudan, secular and democratic, that would be marked by various agreements about self-determination, system of rule, separation of religion and the state, just distribution of national wealth. 11. He also revealed that the root causes for the conflict were represented in the collapse of the Marxist paradigm for social change, which stood on a polarization between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This polarization was supposed to heat up the conflict until it reached the momentum for the rise of the socialist revolution, which would propel the stage for the building of a socialist community. Within this community a total state of prosperity, equality, statelessness, and freedom would be enjoyed by everyone. He asserted that the steps leading to this program had collapsed, and the anticipated polarization had not materialized. Further, the proletariat had not chosen for itself the path of comprehensive revolution, but rather a compromise that was represented in the democratic society. Adlon argued, "We have not seen the disappearance of the middle classes. On the other hand, they have utilized technological advancements, and now they represent the majority in all societies." This indicated an utter negation of Marxist expectations, as the classical factory industry is no longer considered the main production model. The proletariat itself as a Marxist category is dwindling in numbers and representation does not exceed 12–16% in some societies. If Karl Marx was referring to 9 manual laborers out of every 10 people during his time, presently the equation has totally turned upside down and the road leading to the proletarian revolution is completely blocked. 12. Furthermore, creative intellectual work was a phenomenon that had not yet found an interpretation in Marxist value theory. Adlon contended that with the collapse of the former Eastern Socialist Bloc, it was becoming difficult to rationalize the situation by arguing that socialist failures were merely Soviet failures, rather than theoretical Marxist failures. As far as the SCP was concerned, its party program was completely bankrupt, and the Sudanese experience had shown a gradual decline in both popularity and effectiveness since the early 1970s, as the SCP had failed to address certain basic issues: the unification of forces that had similar programs, handling the problems of minorities and nationalities, and most importantly, confronting the NIF at a time when all potential opposition forces were available to defeat it. 13. He continued that, apparently, the SCP is going through a profound crisis and half of its membership has resigned or simply left. 14. Accusations of prior knowledge of the NIF's planning of the coup were also made by Al-Kh. Tim Adlon, who asserted that the leadership of the SCP had not taken any preemptive measures to prevent the coup. Al-Kh reiterated in the same press conference that in February 1989 Mohammed Ibrahim Nukud, the Secretary-General of the SCP, had asked him to go to the ex-president of military intelligence, Salam Mustafa, to convey important information involving the planning of a coup d'état by the military wing of the NIF, and condemned the current party leadership for concealing this significant information from the Sudanese people. He also alleged that this leadership was illegitimate because the most recent party elections had been held 27 years earlier. Adlan declared that his group was going to cooperate with Al-Manbar al-Demokrati, a leftist group based in London, and with all other groups that had been formed recently following the NIF al-BA sh. Ir coup, for the sake of convening a general conference in London to investigate the possibility of forming a new party. 15 In the October 5, 1994 issue of Al-Khartoum, Al-Kid maintained that the SCP failed to transform itself into a popular force in order to achieve its aims, because of barriers between the party and the Sudanese masses, which saw in their name and theory something contradictory to their culture, tradition, and spiritual feelings, and because time had passed Marxism by. Later, in the October 12 edition of that paper, he asserted that the Marxist project was not able to solve the people's problems. Izzeldin Ali Amir, a member of the Politburo of the SCP, reacted to the allegations of Adlan's group by declaring that the party had intended to announce major renewals and changes even before the controversy erupted. He claimed that the controversy that accompanied the resignation of Adlan's group was merely a whirlwind that might hide a secret agenda, but Amir continued to refrain from making any judgmental statements. 16 Amir accused Adlan and his group of being egocentric, but again this is part and parcel of human nature, and that their recent demeanor is considered as individual plotting wrapped in a gown of generational conflict between the youth and elders in the party. 17 Al-Tigani Al-Ta'ib, a member of the Politburo, in a commentary on the resignation of Adlan and his group, pronounced, "This is not the first, and definitely not the last leading member to leave the party." Al-Kid had resigned from the party in 1990 when he was detained in Shala. Adlan left Sudan on the party's request to perform a certain mission. However, what happened to him until now is not a coincidence, but a well-deliberated plotting woven a long time ago. Adlan's failure in getting support from the inside has led him to think of achieving some success abroad. 18 He described the speech given by Adlan and the accusations posed against the SCP's leadership as a stab in the back, and an unprecedented insidious act. 19 He also responded to the criticisms of rigidity, orthodoxy, and a decline of membership, and described them as not astounding at all. It would not only be surprising to witness the decline of the party since the 1970s, the year of confrontation with Nimiri, and the secession of the Ahmad Suleiman group, or be a leading member for a quarter of a century, without questioning it. 20 The SCP, according to Al-Tigani, had started discussing the international changes 2 years earlier, when the Central Committee had opened the discussion that Adlan had participated in by writing 2 official papers distributed to all the members, but Adlan could not apparently wait until the settlement of the discussion. Al-Tigani asserted that inside the SCP everything was open to deliberation and discussion, including the name of the party, alliances, foundation, and future. For him, Adlan must have wanted to avoid the collective opinion, and his resignation signifies his defeat and withdrawal. 21 By 1995, the movement for the new democratic forces Harakat al-Qawa al-Hadi (TH) was taking form and held its first conference in 1996, with Adlan chosen as its head, a position he held until his death in 2004. Almost from the beginning, conflict arose among the leaders themselves, virtually paralyzing its activities and effectiveness. One of the most important reasons for this was the difference in tactics on the nature of the struggle against the Sudanese regime. Adlan called for a revolutionary action against it, while others, especially those inside Sudan, called for a negotiated settlement. By 2001, a formal break between these two sides occurred, effectively ending its existence and reducing it to a forum for Adlan and his cadre. 22 The group held a number of conferences in Britain, US, Canada, and Egypt, but for all intents and purposes it was shunned by the NDA as a renegade group and rejected by the SCP, and according to Adlan, our movement was met aggressively by the NDA, and from the inside. Thus, when the NDA chose to strangle the movement and denied it membership, this meant the movement could not exercise any political activity, which meant it was isolated from the Sudan. In addition, it was attacked by our own group. 23 In January 2006, the Adlan Group held its third conference in Khartoum and tried to reunite the movement for democratic new forces. However, nothing eventuated from these efforts. 24. Ultimately, no serious entity emerged from these rebel organizations. Adlan withered away and found employment in London, where he worked as a translator and copy editor at the Pan-Arab, Saudi-owned daily Al-Sharq Al-Awsat, apparently with no ambitions to form a party. Kh. Khalid Al-Kid was killed in a car accident in London. In the meantime, the SCP's formal leadership devoted its entire activities to coordinating its efforts within the NDA as a junior partner. The debate, however, within the party, expressed in Al-Sh. EUI, continued. In issue number 159, the SCP provided a very critical account of the history of the party between 1946 and 1989. Party activities post-1971 were evaluated, and a deconstruction was offered for the years where the SCP literally withdrew from active involvement in Sudanese political life, the era where the SCP had concluded that it required a comprehensive look at all aspects of the thought, program structure, leadership, and even tactics. In the following issue of Al-Sh. EUI, number 160, a seminar on all topics related to the party's life, including a revision of its rigid party structure, the rejection of the concepts of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and democratic centralism were discussed. He further admitted that the party suffered from a serious intellectual deficit and had to initiate a campaign to educate its members, and eradicate the anti-religious orientation prevalent in the party. Gadea Sudania, however, remained the main forum of the debates surrounding the party, and continued to claim in an editorial in a special issue on the 50th anniversary of the party that the debate was raging in our party for the renewal of party structure, its theoretical foundations, bylaws, programs, and even its name through a critical evaluation of its experience, the crisis in socialist thought and the failure of the socialist experiment. 25. Two trends emerged from the debates in both Al-Sh. EUI and Gadea Sudania. One called for the liberation of Marxism from its ossified interpretations, and included an evaluation of the party's experience in intellectual terms that called for the rebuilding of the party and a renewing of its vigor. The other called for the formation of a new party, incorporating the new forces, which would draw the membership and cadre from the SCP, digesting its experience and influence, liquidating the party, and ridding it of its Marxist tenets. 26. By October 1997, Gadea Sudania had published 15 issues in which 58 articles dealt with the renewal debate, averaging 4 articles per issue, though the last 9 issues averaged 5. However, after the 10th issue in April 1996, the articles dropped to 2 or 3 per issue, and by the 15th issue there was only 1 article, thus signifying a decline of interest in the debate. 27. In December 1997, at the Central Committee meeting, the party decided that the discussion should focus on only 3 areas: the reasons behind the collapse of the Marxist experiment and the lessons to be learned from it in recasting socialist thought; second, the necessity of studying this crisis in Marxist thought, and the party's participation in its renewal as a program for political action that would be based on science, human reason, and the experience of the Sudanese people; and third, studies on the renewal of the party's theoretical framework, reviewing its structure, programs, bylaws, and name. The Central Committee concluded that the party possesses all elements and energies for renewal. For that reason it refuses to dissolve or eliminate itself. It will not devolve into another structure. 28. This was considered to be high-handedness by some members of the party who wondered why they were continuing the public discussion if the declaration of the final decision had already been made, even before the discussion on this topic had concluded. 29. Nevertheless, a party committee was instructed to produce a draft of bylaws and the party's program for the cadre to discuss and ratify. As part of this process, in early 1998 the Central Committee held a number of special seminars to deepen the cadre and supporters' understanding on crucial issues facing Sudanese society and the party before it finally determined the direction and future course the party should take. The themes of these seminars reflected the issues of concern to the party and included, Socialism and Religion, Secularism, Socialism, and the Impact of the Technological Revolution in the Third World and on Sudan in particular. Point 30. Initiating these colloquia, the first section of the Secretary-General's presentation was entitled How Rigidity Usurped the Marxist Thesis on Socialism. In this part of his address, intended as a catalyst for party renewal, the Secretary-General identified the essence of his paper as unmasking the misinterpretations of Marxism, and the consequences of rigid theories and strategies. He stressed that not only did Soviet socialism claim to have a comprehensive, energizing, socialist theory, but it went further when it claimed to have a clear blueprint even of the details that required nothing but implementation. He identified how Marxism had become ossified into rigid molds, and closed categories, and been presented by the CPSU as restricted only to the Soviet experiment. 31. He emphasized that communists should not be fixated on past socialist experiments, but should transcend these toward a more trenchant understanding of the present, and add new knowledge to comprehend the future, thus renewing socialism's horizon and vision, through an elevation of its approaches, tools, hypotheses, concepts, and research methodologies. In addition, it should seek to understand its concerns, all of which will enable it to comprehend the scientific advances and the innovations of the present age. 32. In the second part of the presentation, he called for an open-mindedness and flexibility in dealing with the issue of socialism objectively, and not the way the Soviet literature had portrayed it, as it reordered facts to fit the Soviet archetypes. If European socialist thought studied and researched the thoughts of social justice tracing it back to Greek, Roman, and early Christian roots, socialist thought in the Sudan should continue its commitment to the study and research of the values and ideals of social justice in Islam and Arab Islamic culture, in addition to its African heritage. 33. He continued in this part of his presentation to question and condemn Soviet Marxism and described how political democracy and democratic economics were absent from the Soviet experiments, resulting in bureaucratic tyranny in the application of socialist theory in the USSR. In fact, he concluded that planning is not the monopoly of socialism, and attributing it solely to socialism is a gross lie. 34. Soon after, the Secretary-General, Mohammad Ibrahim Nukud, in an interview with Al-Nawi, the semi-official organ of the Arab Communist parties, expressed his views on the three areas of discussion. 35. His intellectual arguments, however, appear to be a rebuttal of the rebel group, particularly those made by Adlan and Al-Qid. Nukud's position was that the resolution of the multifaceted Sudanese crisis lay in recognizing the specificities of the culture and history of the Sudan, the achievement of national sovereignty, the attainment of democracy and the adoption of and commitment to political pluralism. The first step to that end, in his opinion, was terminating the civil war, holding a constitutional conference, and the coalescing of all national democratic forces under one banner made up of professionals and labor unions. 36. Reiterating the points made in his seminar on the collapse of the Marxist experiment in the USSR and the lessons learned thereafter, Nukud explained that rigidity, dogma, and mental languor infected both Marxists and the application of Marxism from the time of Stalin to the present. Whereas Marx emphasized the fluidity of life, and that his theory was no more than a general guide, and not a perfect or ultimate model to understanding the basics of the socio-political history of humanity, Stalin had interpreted Marxism in rigid and encapsulated terms, which the Sudanese communists borrowed uncritically, while dubbing these interpretations creative applications of Marxism. 37. Socialism, from a genuine Marxist perspective, is a self-renewing and self-regulating social system that is based on the exercise of self-criticism, which affords it the crisis management capacity that definitively corrects performance shortcomings as they arise. 38. Nukud averred that a comprehensive assessment of the crisis of Marxian socialism in terms of thought and application would not have been possible before the enormous flux of events, which followed the end of the Cold War, and the emergence of the New World Order. 39. The forces of transformation in the contemporary world, communication technology, informatics, globalization, the rise of the Asian economic giants, the creation of the European Union, the American military's pursuit of world hegemony, and the emergence of Islamism as a political force, did not exist in Marx's time and experience, nor could he possibly have imagined them, let alone their effects. Indeed, Nokud argued that the impact of the interplay of these new dynamic forces on the shaping of a new world order had still not been fully realized. Nokud went on to declare that though a comprehensive analysis of the failures of the Soviet experiment were still a long way off, there were certain lessons to absorb, namely that a Sudanese program required the development of safeguards that might guard against ideological rigidity and the utilization of dogma in socio-political revolutionary discourse and praxis. He suggested such safeguards as the efficacy of the scientific method that guards against the power of habit and its inertia, the prevalence of intellectual and political pluralism throughout and after the triumph of the revolution, and the steadfastness of democratic norms through the socialist transformation. 40. On a second issue that the Central Committee posed for discussion in 2003, Nokud elaborated on the concept of civil society from a Marxist perspective, as a practical and theoretical tool on which the SCP could build its platform and launch its actions. 41. After he had critically reviewed the political literature of the concept, its origins and ramifications, Nokud concluded, contrary to many others, that Marx, in 1852 had become aware of both the potential and the limitations of civil society. Of which Marx said, the state apparatus ensnares the civil society, regulates its space and tempo, and even controls the actions of the individuals. Nokud asserted that Marx had proposed a remedial program that consisted of a decentralization of state power, a minimal bureaucratic machine, and freedom for civil society to set up its own forums, independent of the government. 42. Nokud reasserted that according to The Economist, in the issue of the first week of February 2002, quoted in the Sudanese paper Al-Ayyam, many NGOs were significantly financed by foreign governments in return for what amounted to intelligence gathering from wherever such NGOs operated. Examples of such NGOs were Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders, World Mission, and Global Witness. 43. A few months later, in May 1999, a party representative in the NDA published a paper entitled Strategic Questions that set forth the principles of a Sudanese pluralistic democratic civil society, including separation of religion and politics, which the SCP approved. Nokud recounted the principles as follows. 44. 1. Civic equality and freedom of conscience and religious belief. 2. Equality of religions, based on the historic harmony among the Sudanese multi-religious and multi-belief cultures, regardless of their numbers. 3. Sovereignty residing with the Sudanese people, within a system of constitutional government. 4. Notwithstanding race, religion, or origin, all people as equal before the law, administered by an independent judiciary. 5. The safeguarding of the freedom of scientific and philosophical research, and the right to religious understandings. 6. The protection of basic rights and freedoms whether political, civil, cultural, social, or economic, as specified in international conventions. 7. An unwavering commitment to the Nairobi Declaration of 1993, which reflected the consensus among the major Sudanese political groupings. Nokud delineated the specifics of the Sudanese context as the foundation for the analysis, discourse, and practice of the SCP, and that recognizing the Sudanese reality left no doubt that there had been large-scale demographic and socio-political alterations that the SCP had to fully grasp through the rigorous application of the scientific method. Only with such an understanding could the SCP renew its internal dynamics and determine the national forces with which it should ally itself. Nokud went on to assert that the Civil War had taught all who struggle for democratic parliamentary pluralism, the founding of a civil society and for socio-economic development, regardless of their ideological persuasions, that they should converge into one national organization. 45. While the SCP was willing to enter into a front with all forces that shared its vision, it would not build this alliance on any preconceived formula as had happened in the case of the National Front in the 1960s. According to Nokud, the SCP did not necessarily accept all the experiments of Western civil societies as they were derived from historically specific socio-economic formations that were not necessarily applicable to the Sudanese context. The Mahdi movement, 1881-5, had achieved an essentially national revolt with the support of the tribes and influential Sufi orders. Therefore, there was good reason to suggest that the Sudanese state should be founded on the principles of Islam, but with a balance between the institutions of religion, which have been a formidable force in the Sudanese history on one side, and the secular thinking of the people of Sudan on the other. 46. He reiterated that the focus of the Sudanese state should be the Sudanese historical experience, the march toward democracy, the role of religion and its influence in the political experience of the Sudanese people, the difficulty of drawing up a constitution, and whether a parliamentary majority or military dictatorship would subscribe to it against the wishes of ethno-religious and national divisions. For Nukud, the constitution remained the core question in the socio-political struggle of the Sudanese people because it would be the ultimate frame of reference for resolving the present and future controversies that would confront the Sudanese. The democratic civil society, which Nukud envisioned for Sudan, differed from its Western counterpart in that it aspired to permeate the educational curricula with the notion of the creative role of religion to build a society with a collective moral conscience, while averting a debasing of religion into an ideological tool for the exploitation of a political party, as had occurred in the case with the Islamic Front. 47. In the same interview, Nukud argued that contrary to many Arab countries, where the sphere of freedom and the institutions of democracy trickle down from above, the struggle for democracy and freedom in the Sudan, since the time of the British, had been achieved by the organization and struggle of the population and civil society organizations such as the press, the labor unions, and non-governmental associations, in which the SCP had a strong presence. 48 Nukud emphasized that the challenges that faced the SCP, at present, were incorporating into their analysis and programs the socio-economic and demographic changes, which the Salvation government had forced upon the country by acts of mass dismissal of workers in the production, service sectors, and the civil service. These changes had resulted in a mass migration from the country to the urban centers in order to escape the impact of drought, desertification, and the failed agricultural projects, like New Haifa, Al Jazeera, and Al Rad. As Nukud concluded, the main concern of the SCP at the present was to understand the changes that faced the Sudan, along with their future socio-economic impacts, in order to formulate appropriate solutions to the suffering caused by the vast dislocation of the population. In the third area for discussion, Nukud made it clear that, short of merging or dissolving, the SCP was open to suggestions from, and negotiations with, all democratic forces. 49 According to Nukud, although the change of the party's name could be entertained, nothing else within the structure of the SCP could be altered, as the bylaws and procedures that governed and directed the thought and action of the SCP had to be approved by the General Congress of the party, the ultimate decision-making body in the SCP. He added that since the 1990s, the SCP had endorsed a free exercise of internal critical discussion by all members, and that this had augmented the transparency of the party's practice, and strengthened the intellectual horizons of its membership. Nukud asserted that, in his opinion, the structure, programs, and bylaws of the party seemed to be functional and compatible with the Sudan's present conditions. Referring to the ongoing preparations for the next General Congress, Nukud complimented the Central Committee, its Secretariat, and the various program committees for their efforts in allaying any speculation about the possibility of internal structural change. 51. The SCP, the NDA, and the National Consensus Forces. On a practical level, the party leadership was active in Cairo within the NDA, and as long as Egypt and Sudan were at odds, the NDA was given support and the freedom to act. Thus, the NDA was an effective opposition, though the SCP was only a junior partner, constrained by the larger UMA and UNP parties which held ideological tenets incompatible with the SCP's positions. Nevertheless, the SCP played a role, difficult as it was, within the opposition and maintained some limited freedom of action in opposing the NIF regime. The wind shifted in June 1999, the representative of the SCP in the leadership of the NDA, Al-Tigani Al-Tai Abubakar, speaking for the SCP, presented a paper to the NDA in Asmara, Eritrea, in which he advised a continuous approach to negotiations, emphasizing the need to distinguish between a peaceful solution and a settlement based on a forgetting of the regime's past, which would mean ignoring the greatest crimes against the Sudanese people in modern history. Any attempt at finding a peaceful solution should not take place on the basis of compromising principles, and must result in an agreement to deal with the issues in a fundamental way. Thus the aim should not be a maneuver to save the NIF from its predicament, simply to give them a chance to regroup. Thus, for any peaceful solution to succeed, two conditions are essential: a. the cessation of the civil war, upon which a comprehensive and just peace can be based on a guarantee of a clear agreement; b. this just solution will lead to the stripping of all illegal gains from the NIF coup of June 30, 1989 and its bloody regime, in addition to punishing all those who committed crimes against the nation and its citizens. We repeat our call to unify our collective will to dismantle the NIF, rather than the NIF dismantling the NDA. 52. Al-Tigani pledged that the SCP's position was one with the opposition forces in the NDA and its charter, supporting and defending it, and we will not accept parallel, contradictory or substitute tactics to whatever we have all agreed on in the NDA. 53. In early 2000, some rapprochement was initiated between Egypt and the Sudan. The Egyptian government's position vis-à-vis the Al-Bashir regime thus altered, and pressure was put on the NDA to compromise with the NIF. On May 15, 2000, the NDA issued a proposal to the Sudanese government through the Secretariat of the Egyptian-Libyan Peace Initiative, in which it presented its position. The support of the Egyptian-Libyan Peace Initiative was embedded. The proposal insisted upon a unified negotiating team made up of Sudanese opposition groups from the north and south. The response by the government was a cautious invitation to participate in the NIF government, a move which implied an abandonment of their opposition role and an acceptance of the NIF regime itself. The regime eventually called for a meeting of all opposition groups with the government, but this was dismissed by all parties including the NDA. 54. Nevertheless, later, at the conclusion of the second meeting of the Leadership Council of September 2000, the NDA leadership was authorized to negotiate with the Khartoum regime, according to the May 2000 proposal. Thus, on September 26, in Asmara, a meeting between Al-Bashir and the chairman of the NDA, Muhammad Th. Man al-Mir Gh. Ani, under the auspices of the President of Eritrea, Isaias Afwerki, took place, and an agreement in principle was concluded to settle the conflict between the two groups peacefully, and not militarily. This agreement was eventually approved by the entire NDA leadership. Al-Bashir soon called on all opposition groups to return to the country and work to build a peaceful Sudan. 55. However, on November 9, 2000, the Central Committee of the SCP issued a declaration calling upon all non-governmental organizations to unify and work for a democratic solution to Sudan's problems with the aim of eradicating the totalitarian regime, re-establishing democracy, ending the war and creating a democratic state that would meet the needs of the Sudanese people. Consonant with this, the NDA conceded that while a peaceful solution was its aim, if the existing NIF government refused, then the choice had to be popular resistance. Simultaneously, the NDA in Cairo issued a plea to the Sudanese government to take active steps to coordinate the Egyptian-Libyan Peace Initiative with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development Initiative proposals, and called upon the government to widen the scope of negotiations to include the NDA. Gradually, the NDA became less ineffective and in the end began unconditional and peaceful discussions with the Al-Bashir government. 56. On August 30, 2004, these culminated in an initiative under the auspices of the Egyptian government, in which the NDA, including the Communist Party, fully endorsed the peace agreements between the SPLM and the Sudanese government, but asserted that the Sudanese civil conflict would not be settled peacefully without the comprehensive participation in negotiation with all Sudanese political forces, while simultaneously emphasizing the need to resolve the Darfur issue under the sponsorship of the African Union. To that end, the last week of September 2004 was agreed on as a time for direct negotiation between the NDA and the government of the Sudan. 57. In 2002, a group of intellectuals created an informal group, the Forum for Sudan First, to stimulate discussion by Sudanese intellectuals to find a peaceful solution for Sudan's problems, on the basis that the IGAD proposals were only between the SPLM and the Al-Bashir regime. In the coming few months, the Forum Group lobbied all other groups to participate in its discussions, which then became the catalyst for a dialogue between all opposition groups and the government. In March 2003, in response to the Forum invitation, Alama Party produced a proposal known as the National Pledge. Its purpose would be to transform the Protocol of Machakos 58, signed in Machakos, Kenya, on July 20, 2002, into a comprehensive plan that would include the participation of all of the other political groupings, with the democratic transformation of the country being its foundation. At the same time, the NDA and Alama Party more fully delineated the aims of this comprehensive plan. Simultaneously, John Garang alerted the leadership of the NDA of the problems he was suffering in implementing the Protocol of Machakos. He informed the NDA that the government wanted to exclude the NDA from any involvement in these decisions and that the IGAD group did not object to this exclusion on the premise that the negotiations were to achieve peace, and the other problems would have to be dealt with later. 59 Garang also made it clear to the government that he would be discussing the implications of the Protocol of Machakos with his allies in the NDA, and that they also should be participating in the transitional government. 60 Encouraged by Garang's continued commitment to the alliance with the NDA, and to democratization and peace, the NDA responded positively and became more involved in the negotiations. This created an atmosphere of inclusion in which all the political parties became involved. In April of 2003, the NDA leadership met in Asmara and issued a detailed paper supporting these initiatives and authorizing a formal agreement with the regime. In July 2003, the NDA and Alama authored a joint paper outlining their vision for peace, national unity, and democracy, and on December 12, 2003, the regime signed the Jeddah Agreement with the NDA, recognizing the NDA for the first time, and in a way legalizing it. The Jeddah Agreement supported the Protocol of Machakos and emphasized democratization, citizenship, and the rule of law as the basis of political life. Further, the Jeddah Agreement established a mechanism for implementing the Agreement 61, which the NDA leadership began by opening a dialogue with the government. At the end of December, however, the General Secretariat of the Central Committee of the SCP issued a statement rejecting the Jeddah Agreement as merely an agreement between U.Th. Man al-Mir G.H. Ani and his party, the Democratic Unionist Party. This was not surprising, as on August 9 the Central Committee of the SCP issued a pronouncement criticizing the Machakos Protocol, the basis of the Jeddah Agreement, as it reflected the issue of democratic transformation through eradicating the totalitarian regime, rather than participating in it. The Central Committee demanded the participation of all political forces, as we do not deserve a share of the regime's pie. However, we look to our people's bitter past experience that led us to conclude that all issues affecting our destiny cannot be resolved without a national solution involving all the people. On October 25, 2003, a preliminary security and military agreement was signed between the SPLM and the regime, which, after prolonged negotiations, eventually culminated in an agreement on power sharing, which led to the peace agreement on January 9, 2005. Under this new scheme, 52% of government posts, the executive and legislature, would be held by government parties representing Northern Sudan. The Sudanese northern opposition groups would receive 14% of the posts, and the SPLM, representing the south, would receive 28% of seats and 6% for the other southern forces. Nevertheless, at the conclusion of this power-sharing agreement, the NDA would criticize the arrangement as inadequate, in that it failed to repeal laws that do not conform to international laws regarding human rights, also want to repeal laws that restrict the working of political parties, prohibit an independent judiciary, and allow for arrest and detention outside the court system. 62. Notwithstanding the suspicions of the NDA, the peace agreement would facilitate the inauguration of John Garang, Southern rebel leader, to the office of Vice President on July 9, 2005. Following his meeting with President al-Bashir, Garang would celebrate, saying, "I congratulate the Sudanese people. This is not my peace or the peace of al-Bashir. It is the peace of the Sudanese people." This put the NDA in a very precarious position. If the NDA did not endorse, and eventually participate in the political settlement based on the Naivasha Protocols on security arrangements, wealth sharing, power sharing and the resolution of the conflicts in the southern Kordofan/Nuba Mountains, Blue Nile states and Abyei between September 2003 and May 200,463, they would lose a major partner in the SPLM. Nevertheless, if they did participate, they would become a weak partner within the al-Bashir regime. Considering the intense discussions taking place within the party on a restructuring and readjustment of its bylaws, strategies, and its overall renewal, in addition to the ongoing oppression of the regime, the only workable alternative was working under the umbrella of the NDA. In essence, this did not contradict its historical practice of cooperating with other national forces to achieve its strategic aims, and gave the party a breathing space while it determined its ideological position and place in the totalitarian environment in Sudanese politics. On July 29, 2005, the NDA leadership arrived in Khartoum to initiate the implementation of the Cairo Agreement. However, the very next day, John Garang died in an apparent helicopter crash, returning from a meeting with Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni. Both President Omar al-Bashir, and the leadership of Garang's SPLA, would declare the crash an accident, a technical failure, though the spectre of conspiracy would later be raised by SPLA rank and file, as well as by the aforementioned Museveni. Despite this setback, the delegation continued its tasks, though a very powerful and important ally had been removed, leaving the regime, once more, in control, though riots broke out throughout the country. Faced with this crisis, the members of the NDA delegation and the regime established a national committee which would continue to implement the agreement to achieve social peace in the country. 64. Negotiations continued for 4 weeks to create the committees that would oversee the implementation. 65 Soon after, the NDA's participation in the government in the transitional period, with outside pressures, especially from Egypt and the SPLM, resulted in more NDA compromises. At the same time, the DUP exploited the situation in order to gain more representation, and the regime, aware of this internal NDA dissension, gained the upper hand. This situation led the SCP representative, Farouk Abu Isa, to admit that the NDA's negotiating power had diminished in contrast to the regime. 66 Thus, the DUP were allocated 12 seats in the transitional appointed parliament and the SCP were given 3. However, in the cabinet, all 3 seats allocated to the opposition went to the DUP. On October 25, 2005, the SCP named its 3 members in the appointed parliament. This, moreover, did not occur without some criticism from the cadre and leadership. In the words of Ahmad al-Haj to the party's official organ, Al-Miadin, the disappointment was not only about the SCP's participation in the organization of a state that it had rejected and fought fiercely and conducted a long and bitter struggle against, but because the decision was based on an incorrect understanding from a political party that is considered, perhaps, to be the most qualified among all parties in understanding the regime. 67. In an October 2005 interview, Commander Paganamam Okek, head of the SPLM, further added a note of frustration, commenting that the National Congress Party was dragging its feet in implementing the agreement on very important aspects relating to oil and the future of the country, the South in particular. As per the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, we were supposed to receive 50% of all the net revenue from southern Sudan right from the first day. We have so far received some money, but there have been discrepancies over the figures. 68. Okek would further note that the government failed to meet its promises, denying the SPLM the ministries of energy or finance. Nevertheless, on the question of Darfur, Okek continued to believe the conflict could be resolved by implementing the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. When Nukud was asked why the party refused to participate in the cabinet, but was willing to serve in the parliament, he explained that the reason the SCP was not participating was that the percentage of cabinet positions was low and that the SCP had never actually been a formal partner in the agreement, and when a new constitution was approved, they would have the legal right to be an official party. However, it was asked, if this was so, the logic would seem to dictate a total withdrawal from Parliament. 69 Moreover, Al-Hajj asserted, the 19 chairs of parliamentary committees, powerful in conducting parliamentary affairs, had 10 for the regime, 5 for the SPLM, 3 for the northern political forces, and only 1 for other southern political forces. 70. On January 4, 2005, the SCP hailed the peace agreement in a statement that delineated 4 basic conditions necessary for its implementation. 1. Repeal all emergency measures. 2. Allow all political parties to function freely. 3. Guarantee freedom of the press and association. 4. Participation in the committee to write a new constitution and electoral laws. On January 5, Nukud appeared after hiding for 11 years. 71 10 days later, on January 14, the Central Committee in an extraordinary meeting took a decision to inform all party members to come out of hiding and announced that the NDA would be returning home. 72 On January 25, the leader of the NDA announced his return in February after 15 years in exile. 73 Then, on April 7, the Director and Deputy Director of Intelligence visited Nukud at his hotel residence to consult on national issues. On October 2, the NDA in Cairo decided to participate in al-Bashir's government. The strictures of the CPA have, as yet, failed to take off. Implementation of the CPA is, indeed, in a state of deadlock. On the SPLM's end, failure to reach genuine peace has been blamed on the absolutist nature of the NCP government, who have been unable or unwilling to meet the spirit of national reconciliation, democratic transition, and power sharing, which are pillars of the Sudan peace agreement between the NCP and the SPLM. 74 A particular sticking point has the NCP insistence on including the issue of a national census, whereby the SPLM objects to inclusion of tribe and religion on the census questionnaire. Seeing in his efforts crass sectarian games. Reflecting its tradition as a party of opposition, the SCP chose to participate in the newly formed National Consensus Forces, an umbrella group for a broad array of parties opposed to the al-Bashir government. Formed in 2009, the Consensus had its eye focused on the scheduled 2010 elections, with the goal to reform all the laws related to freedoms and democratic transformation as a precondition for its participation in the political process and the 2010 election. In addition, the Consensus demanded, as an additional prerequisite to its participation, the solution to the Darfur problem, the demarcation of borders between the North and the South, a political agreement to address the dispute over the population census, and the reinstate of the independence of the civil service, especially the media, by placing them under the supervision of the National Elections Commission, in adequate time before the elections, to ensure equitable distribution of time between the competing parties. 75. These demands were too much for the al-Bashir regime to accept, and as expected, were not seriously considered. Thus, the opposition parties embedded in the Consensus declared a boycott of the farcical elections scheduled by the government, arguing that the planned election failed to meet the fundamental requirements of a free and fair election and that it was meant to reproduce the NCP one-party rule in a democratic robe. Subsequently, the Consensus has maintained a position of unyielding opposition, demanding in 2011 that the government call a National Constitutional Conference to create a new democratic constitution. 76 The Consensus further criticized the government in terms of curtailing public liberties and oppressing women in the name of Islam, as well as entrenched totalitarianism. The Consensus emphasized the fact that if the South voted to secede, it would seriously challenge the political legitimacy of the regime. Ultimately, the Consensus declared that if the National Congress Party refuses to address its concerns, the forces embodied in the consensus would immediately embark on a political work aiming at removing the regime through tested methods of civil and peaceful struggle. 77 This bold opposition stance occurred in the backdrop of a successful secession vote in the South, thrusting the country into unknown territory. The Fifth Congress and resulting party activity. The preparations for the Fifth Congress started with the August 1970 Cotter Conference, which coincided with the period of ideological confusion in the aftermath of the Nimirai coup in 1969. The Central Committee even prepared its agenda, and the Secretary-General, Abdul K.H. Alec Mehjub, was preparing his own contribution, when the aborted Al-Ata coup of July 1971, and the subsequent reign of terror, put an end to the preparations and was followed by the execution of the party leadership, including Mehjub. The decimation of the party made it virtually impossible for the SCP to continue preparations, and forced the party underground. It was not until the March/April 1985 uprising, which ended the Nimirai regime, that the party was given a breathing space, and the freedom to function openly. Thus the Central Committee in its October 1985 session resumed preparations for a Fifth Congress, which was again interrupted by the NIF-LBA SHIR coup of 1989, and was also impacted by the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Socialist camp. The Central Committee, in August of 1990, continued preparations, while dealing with the intellectual confusion resulting from the collapse of the Soviet Union, and worked to reformulate its theoretical base. The result was a complete intellectual challenge of the party's raison d'être, which took almost 2 decades to accomplish, and was hampered by the brutality of the LBA SHIR regime, and the exodus of most of the party's leadership from Sudan. The discussions took place both inside and outside of the country, and included all levels of cadre and party leadership critically analyzing the past experience of the party to determine its future direction. These discussions were not confined only to members, but were also contributed to by former members, allies, and independent personalities. Thus, for party members, L.S.H.EUI became the forum for discussion from number 156 to 169, and for that purpose the party published 26 issues in Gadea Sudania in Cairo for the others. The party also conducted a number of seminars, particularly in North America and Europe. As a result, the Central Committee decided to appoint 4 major committees. One was for the preparation of the draft constitution, another to prepare a draft program, a third to accurately determine the number of the cadre and membership, and a fourth, the Coordination Committee, to focus on 3 categories. 1. The reasons for the collapse of the socialist experiment and lessons to be learned from those experiences, and their place in reformulating socialist thought. 2. The need to deal with the crisis of Marxist thought and encourage the use of Marxism as a method based on science, human thought, and experiences of the Sudanese people, and 3. On the party as it related to the renewal of its structure, theoretical foundations, renewal of the program and constitution, the possible change of its name, and a critical examination of its practice. 78. For that purpose, the committee produced general pronouncements and press releases on how the direction of the discussion was proceeding, and prepared news items and articles for Gadea Sudania and Al-Sh. EUI. 79. On October 2003, the party issued a draft constitution that took into account the nature of the NIF regime, declaring that the people of Sudan are struggling to overthrow an oppressive totalitarian regime as a pivotal point in international control, representing a manipulation by a small group of parasitic capitalists that cloak themselves in religious garb to impose their view on a multiracial religious and cultural reality. The experience of the collapse of the socialist camp starkly revealed that totalitarianism will come to an end. Stalinist centralism is one of the factors that paved the way to this collapse and opened the door to many negative side effects such as rigidity, the personality cult, disrespect for others' opinions, and a rejection of an analysis of our objective reality. Now that we are renewing the party, what we learned from this experiment is dealing with Marxism and its dialectics as a scientific tool and not as rigid texts or religious tenets, and to open our party to other intellectual schools. Point 80. Between 2005 and 2006, the committee issued 5 booklets summarizing all its discussion under the title Final Summary. The first booklet, issued in December 2005, concentrated on the lessons learned from the collapse of the socialist experiment and the future of socialist thought. It contained 34 contributions, 31 of which were centered on the Soviet experiment. Point 81. Delineating the reasons and lessons from the Soviet experiment, the booklet summarized the opinion of the 34 contributors on the lack of democracy, the exploitation of democratic centralism to strengthen a dictatorship, and the concentration of power in the hands of Stalin, in order to demolish the power and role of the masses. Indeed, the SCP spared no words in its condemnation of the Stalinist enterprise, arguing that Stalinism had obliterated the Marxist dream, and had cast a shadow of totalitarianism over the communist world, hence descending it into a state of unthinking dogmatism. The Soviet Union was condemned for its national chauvinism and its attempt to play godfather and direct the international communist movements. These chauvinistic tendencies were best exemplified in the crises in Eastern Europe and subsequent Soviet interventions, Hungary in 1956, Czechoslovakia in 1968, Poland in 1956 and 1980, and the Sino-Soviet conflict. The second booklet was devoted to the party program and dealt with 3 main topics. The party program itself received 63 contributions, with 10 of these from Gadea Sudania and Al. Sh. EUI, 51 coming from party branches, and the remaining 2 from independents. Point 82. They spanned 12 topics, one of which was political power, democracy, and state institutions, which emphasized the multi-party nature of Sudanese politics, while taking into account the representation of the new and different forces and the ethnic nature of Sudanese society, and calling for a reformation of the state structure. Point 83. On the economy and development, the emphasis was on reforming the economy, ending corruption, and more emphasis on public sector growth and the modernization of the means of production. Point 84. Agrarian reform was also emphasized, and the need for the reversal of declining trends in agriculture was discussed. Point 85. The environment was also given attention, and the reformation of education and culture was reiterated. It also emphasized the separation between religion and state, but warned against taking an anti-religious position. Point 86. On the national issue, the emphasis was placed on solving the southern issue through the strengthening of democracy. Point 87. On social issues, women's issues were prevalent and women's rights were highlighted. Youth programs were also featured, as the population was made up of 60% youth. Point 88. On international relations, globalization was recognized, and it was stressed that foreign policy should be conducted and based on national interests. Point 89. Socialism was also defined as a developing science, with the aim of liberating human beings from needs and exploitation through democracy. 90. All this was reflected in a draft of a party program, which was eventually approved by the 5th Congress, with very minor editorial changes. As such, the program finally emerged. As a first principle of the new party program, the SCP argued that a recognition of cultural multiplicity and diversity must be paramount in the formulation of policy, and hence must give way to a pluralistic democracy cognizant of difference. More specifically, the party program envisioned a Sudanese state that would adhere to international human rights conventions, including those prohibiting discrimination against women and national minorities. In broader terms, the program proposed an independent judiciary, regulation, and reorganization of security forces, and critically the need for the establishment of a committee on national reconciliation where all crimes and abuses would be accounted for. Beyond these broad philosophical positions, the SCP program also sketched a vision for the reorganization of the state along democratic lines. Chapter 2 of the program, now approved by the 5th Congress, surveyed economy and development. The SCP analyzed the contemporary predicament in terms of the apparent political triumph of the capitalist development model and its impact on the underdeveloped world, Sudan chiefly. The SCP viewed the application of capitalist development models as having expanded the circle of poverty in Sudan and having deepened the inequalities in Sudanese society. Instead, the SCP recommended a structural readjustment of the Sudanese economy, urging the state to take an active role in economic affairs. Nevertheless, the SCP saw a role for a national private sector in the economy, only that such a private sector ought to be deeply regulated to reduce parasitic activity and prevent the emergence of monopolistic activity. In a broader, regional sense, the SCP recommended the strengthening of African economic blocs, one focused on the development of member countries and safeguards against the exploitation of weak countries by the stronger. Chapters 3 through 7 of the SCP program discussed a variety of social and cultural concerns. First, the SCP outlined environmental questions, recognizing the natural environment as the fulcrum and starting points for development and human progress, and thus advocated the protection of water resources, the development of environmental infrastructure, and the development of alternative energy sources, chiefly solar. Next, the SCP program concerned health policy, recommending comprehensive primary health care, provisions for a healthy environment, an increase in public expenditures on health care, and a frank consideration of diseases including HIV/AIDS. The SCP proposed a similar approach to education, viewing education as a vehicle to civilization renaissance that could be a force for national unity, emphasizing the shared history and culture of the country. In this vein, the SCP envisioned the broad provision of primary, secondary, and post-secondary education, with an emphasis on technical and scientific training. In the cultural realm, the SCP stressed the importance of democratic culture informed by the scientific technological revolution, which emphasized freedom of creativity. Conversely, the program denigrated traditions of fundamentalism, chauvinism, and fanaticism, likewise condemning the darkness of exploitation. The party's vision of a democratic culture necessarily involved the liberation of vulnerable groups, women chief among them. Hence, the SCP advocated the rights of women in a variety of areas, including social mobility and land ownership. The improvement of women's status is argued to require reforms of personal status law, particularly in the realms of custody and guardianship, inheritance, testimony of marriage, divorce, alimony. In the broader sense, the SCP advocated the signing of international agreements concerning the rights of women and integration of women into the world of political representation. The physical meeting of the party's Fifth Congress on January 23, 2009 was long overdue, the Fourth Congress having taken place in 1967. The Fifth Congress necessarily proceeded with some measure of humility and self-criticism, Nukut acknowledging that while the Fifth Congress was long delayed in order to protect the SCP cadres and structures from ever-present oppression, it was nevertheless unacceptable, with party bylaws stating that the party Congress ought to be convened biannually. In light of this, it was announced the Fifth Congress was an opportunity to revive the organization and its thought, and also to be critical regarding its performance. It aims at practicing democracy, offering a venue for accountability, self-criticism, and correction, not a carnival or festival. 91. Given that the Fifth Congress was 40 years overdue, some critical evaluation is required, namely a critical evaluation of the substantive content of the meeting. The party reinforced its dedication to democratic practices, within the party and within larger Sudanese society. Moreover, it realistically revised its theoretical perspectives in light of the profound shifts in the international and regional environment. The party debated the chief issues of the day, including the party's position toward the International Criminal Court and its prosecution of al-Bashir, the ever-present question of Darfur, as well as the delicate question of the SCP's participation in the National Assembly. On the question of Darfur, Secretary-General Nugut's inaugural speech advocated that the government revise its administrative demarcation within Sudan, dividing the country along municipal/departmental rather than the existing provincial system, which is viewed as a perpetual irritant to the cause of peace within Sudan. In broader terms, Nugut insisted that the government seriously attend to the demands of Darfurians, including the resettlement of internally displaced persons and the pursuance of justice for those affected. 92. A significant debate proceeded with regard to the possible renaming of the party, to the Socialist Party. While this may seem like a minute matter, the proposal symbolically represented an acknowledgement of the party's ideological and practical shifts, and the effort to rebrand itself under difficult circumstances. The example of the Islamic parties was raised, who had strategically rebranded themselves the National Congress and the Popular Congress, facades for the Islamic political current. Ultimately, the members of the SCP voted unanimously to retain the party name, and hence symbolically, to reinforce their dedication to the principles of the party as it had evolved over the decades. Of note was the high attendance rate of young activists, who comprised 80% of the audience. Likewise commendable was the inclusion of feminist cadres, such as Fatma Ahmed Ibrahim and Khalida Zahir, who were well received. Representative of the party's willingness to cooperate with all democratic forces, the Fifth Congress included the attendance and participation of the National Ummah Party, the Unionist Democratic Party, the SPLM, the Sudanese Nationalist Coalition, the Sudanese Congress Party, the Sudan Liberation Army Movement, and the Unified Unionist Party. In addition, the Congress received letters of support from the Solidarity of United Democratic Forces, the Sudanese Ba'ath Party, the Nation Reform and Renewal, the NDP, the National Democratic Union, the National Congress, and others. The SCP and post-secession activities. Following the results of the referendum on secession in January 2011, the SCP's first formal response to the secession of the South was delivered through a document entitled Post-Secession Issues and Tasks. According to the document, the overall climate inside and outside the country is favorable to mass movements that express the anger for the secession of the South, and grievances against the high cost of living, increased prices, and oppression of women. This is true in light of the fact that current mass uprisings across the Middle East have been fueled by youth, who have been heavily participating in and targeted by the party. In spite of the weakness of these movements so far, all the local, regional, and global reasons for its growth and advancement have been met. Realizing the fact that the regime of the NCP is now at its most vulnerable, the SCP is dedicated to strengthening the mass movement. In this regard, the SCP is embracing the future with a determination to adopt new aggressive tactics. These tactics have the main goal of uprooting the regime through an escalatory mass struggle that aims at dismantling the totalitarian one-party state. This can take place through expanding the prospects of public participation, building grassroots alliances, and strengthening the party branches at universities for a broader alliance with students. In this context, changing the balance of power is the core concern. In this framework, the SCP is working to strengthen the current opposition alliance. Hence, the party is dedicated to following the successful model offered by their Egyptian neighbors, thus continuing the protests, and breaking the barrier of fear. This can be triggered by cumulative uprisings against the price hikes, corruption, human rights violations, and unfair dismissals. The party cadres are already on the loose, playing a major role in the creation of the public agitation through writings, rallies, seminars, and running elections of people's committees and local government, and trade unions leading to the demonstrations and mass protests from within these bodies. The trade unions are central to the SCP strategy, and under the banner of recovering the trade union movement from the hands of the opportunists and corrupt, they can play their critical role in defending the demands of workers against the high cost of living and corruption. The peasants are also to be approached for this ever-wide alliance, defending their rights, and standing firm against privatization and selling of the national projects, and other agricultural ventures. This ambitious exposure to the future seems more realistic than the past romanticism, which has been defeated either by lack of internal organization, or state oppression. Now, the party seems more dedicated, energized, and organized, whereas the oppressive state has already been weakened and practically dismantled. The party is aware of the golden opportunity of being at the right time and place to carry its message forward. In the final communiqué resulting from the meeting of the Arab Left in February 2011, the SCP and other attendees of the meeting hailed the mass uprisings triggered by the youth and workers of Tunisia and Egypt, and emphasized the need to unite forces of the Arab left behind the movement against reactionary forces. This meeting focused on the following priorities: 1. The leftist struggle for democracy and public freedom, beginning with the right for political and trade union assembly, and 2. The right of the working classes to organize strikes, sit-ins, and demonstrations in order to achieve their goals. Participating leftist forces also came to the realization that they could serve as a vehicle of change, through programs that would highlight the concerns, aspirations, and demands of the younger generation. To this end, they called for a review and assessment of past strategies in order to develop a plan focused on building the young leftist cadres, and enriching their experience in their struggle. The attendees further recognized that youth could be better represented in their party apparatuses. 93. The SCP is aware of its remaining limitation, which is reaching out to the masses who have been systematically disenfranchised by the NCP regime. Developing the capacity of El Mitten newspaper and devoting it to shed light on the issues and slogans of the hour is thus a mere necessity to help the SCP communicate with civil society organizations working in areas vital to the citizen. Thus the party's mass discourse must focus on 1. The high prices and the difficult living conditions. 2. Holding the NCP responsible for undermining the unity of the country. 3. Freedoms and exposing violations. 4. Promoting the civil state of citizenship and democracy. 5. Darfur. 6. Exposing corruption and the exploitation by the state apparatus toward self and partisan interests. 7. Revealing the destruction of vital national projects, such as Al Jazeera and the railways. 8. The strategic relationship between the North and South, and 9. Addressing the army, police, and security to be more biased in favor of the masses. Without upgrading its capacity and developing its tools, the SBC's contribution to the mass movement will be frail. Therefore, the party will initiate a capacity-building program to improve the performance of its cadres, and simultaneously develop a plan to promote the capacity of its democratic organizations among students, youth, and women. 94. The legacy of the SCP might be highlighted in the party's comeback after 40 years, and how this strong comeback manifested itself in a promising document that delineates its devotion to uprooting the NCP regime in light of the encouraging pro-change internal and external factors. As it has been a champion for the causes of national liberation and unity, followed by Arab nationalism and the Palestinian cause, the SCP's creed and promise to the future Sudanese generations seems ready to manifest itself in an NCP-free Sudan. 8. Party positions on local and regional issues. The contributions of the SCP extend beyond its activist role as an oppositional force in Sudanese national politics. Through more than 60 years of its party venture, the SCP has produced a voluminous output of ideological material in its official and underground papers, its party congresses, and communiques. In its development as the crucial progressive force in Sudan, the SCP developed a careful position on the ever-present question of the South, and later Darfur, and extended its analysis to regional affairs, including Pan-Arabism and Arab socialism, as well as the question of Zionism. From its inception, the SCP proved itself to be the only national party in Sudan to maintain a clear and consistent policy toward the South. It advocated for the representation of the South within the national government, a just allocation of resources, and a complete rejection of the military option pursued by successive Sudanese governments. Subsequently, the SCP advocated on behalf of Darfur, viewing the accelerating violence a consequence of the government's failure to resolve the southern conflict. At the level of the Arab region, the SCP was forced to reckon with the challenge of Arab nationalism, Nasserism in particular, as well the enduring issue of the Palestinian struggle. While the SCP struggled with aspects of Arab nationalism, it differed from other communist parties in the region with its general support for Arab nationalism and its champion Nasser as an anti-imperialist force. In this regard, the SCP supported the nationalist and progressive regimes in their ideological struggle with the Arab monarchies and reactionary regimes, particularly in the global context of the Cold War. The SCP's support for the Palestinian cause and its opposition to Zionism dovetailed along these lines, casting its opposition to Israel as a struggle against the imperialist Zionist alliance, and in turn, took a rejectionist position concerning the successive peace negotiations. The SCP in the South. The SCP has been the only national Sudanese party to maintain a clear and consistent policy regarding the South. The earliest communist attempt to deal with the issue of the South could be traced back as early as the 1940s, when the SCP began to work on extending its reach to the south of Sudan. This was achieved through the dispatching, during the late 1940s, of several communist cadres to the south for the purpose of laying down the foundation of an early syndicate movement there. Perhaps the most noticeable among these cadres was Tag al-Sir Hassan Adam, who played an important role in establishing the first branch for the Sudanese labor union in the south. The SCP efforts in the south materialized in 1950 when a number of Southern Union members participated in the first General Conference of the Sudanese Labor Union, with some of them being elected as members of the Union's Central Committee. 1. The SCP's early realization of the importance of the question of the South was further seen in 1953 when Abd al-Kh. Alec Mehjoub, the Secretary-General of the SCP, translated Joseph Stalin's book Marxism and Problems of Linguistics into Arabic. In the introduction of the translated book, Mehjoub wrote, "The science of linguistics is of a special importance to our country. We are confronted today, and probably more in the future, with the problem of linguistic diversity in Sudan, and unless we prepare ourselves to deal with this issue by working on finding suitable solutions, Sudan will be subject to serious crises." 2. Mehjoub then moved to address the Sudanese case when he referred specifically to the situation in the south. "We have local languages in the south, east, and north of Sudan, in addition to ongoing social transformations and their impact on these languages as well as on the social fabric of the country. All this represents crucial problems that are linked to the future of an independent Sudan, and the political and social structures of the various ethnicities living within, especially the southern ones. Accordingly, the study of local languages in Sudan is one of the important bases for our state system, and for anyone concerned with the development of the most politically, socially, and culturally underdeveloped areas in our country. 3. In line with these efforts, in 1953-4, the SCP started to raise concerns about foreign attempts to play on the element of national unity in Sudan for political purposes, perhaps the most important of which were the attempts made by Major Salah Salim, a member of the Egyptian Revolutionary Command Council and the special delegate of Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser to Sudan between 1952 and 1954. Although the main mission of Salah Salim in Sudan was to pave the way for a possible union with Egypt, the actual policy of the Egyptian major, especially his policy on the southern question, was seen as ill-received by a large segment of Sudanese intellectuals and politicians. This was particularly the case when he tried to use the threat of southern separation as a pressuring card on the north to adhere to Egypt's demands. 4. In 1954, the SCP's concerns were reflected when El Middan, the party's newspaper, published an article on January 19 under the title of Salah Salim Threatens to Separate the South, in which it accused Major Salim of meddling in Sudanese domestic affairs, and of fueling the separatist tendencies in the South in order to pressure the NUP on the question of unity with Egypt. Up to this point, the SCP approach to the Southern question focused on raising an awareness of the presence of ethnic diversities in Sudan, and the necessity of understanding, and more importantly, recognizing such diversities as an integral part of the social and cultural fabric of Sudan. By the end of 1954, however, the SCP went beyond this initial stand, when on October 7, Al-Gamahir, an organ of the Sudanese Communist Organization, published a new approach to the problem which provided for the following. 1. The South constitutes a different ethnic group and must be treated on an equal footing with the North. 2. The South is entitled to political separation, but it is the duty of the North to enlighten the South on the grave consequences of exercising this right. It is in the interest of neither North nor South, as long as unity will help end colonialism and combat backwardness. 3. The South must be granted self-rule and must be ruled by Southerners, and 4. The North has to do its best to develop the Southern territories. The interest of the anti-imperialist Front Party in the Southern question was reflected in its political activity inside and outside the parliament. The Front's only deputy in parliament, Hassan al-Tahir Zarruq, played a very important role in this respect by raising the different aspects of the subject in the parliament. In his response to the speech of the Governor-General, Zarruq criticized the prevailing attitudes that dealt with the situation in the South, and suggested the following. 1. Equal pay for equal work for the workers and the intellectuals of the North and South. 2. Curbing the activities of missionaries who stir the hatred of the Southerners towards the Northerners, and 3. Rendering the native administration in the South more democratic. 5. On November 11, 1954, in reaction to a clash between a senior Northern inspector and some Southern elements, El-Mitan reopened the issue of the South when it warned, on its front page, that the clash would not be the last if the roots of the Southern problem were not seriously addressed. The newspaper also condemned the central government's policy, which either ignored the potential problems in the South, or dealt with them through short-term measures that tended to bypass the origins of the problem. It also criticized the other political parties for their advocacy of a military approach to the South. The SCP warned that such an approach would only result in replacing the British colonials with Northern Sudanese ones. Further, the newspaper called for building confidence links with the Southerners, and suggested the issuing of a joint declaration on the part of all political parties in which they would express their willingness to grant the Southerners self-rule as soon as Sudan receives its independence. 6. El-Mitan concluded by affirming that the situation in the South should not be viewed as separate incidents, but rather as a nationalist problem whose origins trace to differences in history and ethnicity, as well as the colonial policy that deliberately complicated the issue. 7. In September 1954, the official position of the SCP was further expressed when the party, represented at that time by the Anti-Imperialist Front, issued a memorandum that underscored a Leninist conception of the problem. The SCP re-emphasized its perception of the problem as a nationalist cause, i.e. African ethnic groups in the south, Nubian in the north, the Beja in the east, and Arabs in central Sudan. The diversity among these ethnic groups has created disparities in their development. The solution, therefore, is autonomous rule within the framework of a unified Sudan that could address the inequalities among these groups and expedite the evolution of the disadvantaged areas, since self-rule enhances a better understanding of the affairs and customs of the people. 8. The memorandum also analyzed the causes of the Southern problem when it referred to the role of unbalanced development across the different parts of the country, the slave trade in the South, and the colonial policy of perpetuating the cultural, social, and economic disparities between the North and the South. It went further by emphasizing that the suggested solution of autonomous rule would not undermine the unity of the country as, the memorandum adds, autonomous administrations within the state were entitled to deal only with local issues, while being represented in the national parliament, and subject to a general constitution that guarantees the unity of the country. The memorandum recognized, however, that the Front had not yet developed a fully matured approach to the Southern problem and, more importantly, raised the need to conduct further studies on the various dimensions of the problem in order to reach a comprehensive and practical solution. 9. On August 21, 1955, 3 days after the mutiny of the Southern Battalion in Tareq, which kindled the spark of the First Civil War in Sudan, the Workers' Federation issued a memorandum that signaled the danger of the situation and the role of colonial powers. The Workers' Federation also called for the Parliament to address the problem and declare what was called the right of Southern provinces in internal governance. 10. In the meantime, the Front forwarded a memorandum to the Prime Minister and the heads of parties, the Confederation of Sudanese Workers, the Jazeera Farmers Federation, and the Khartoum College Students' Union, that criticized the tax policy which discriminated against the South. Furthermore, the memo called for the abolition of the undemocratic laws implemented in the South, and criticized the absence of any measures to limit the domination of foreign traders or Arab Sudanese ones. Finally, the memorandum called attention to the transference of some British administrators to the colonies abutting Sudan. 11. In essence, the Sudanese left was undergoing a process of formulating a conclusive policy toward the South, which would be seen later in its party literature. The SCP's progressive position regarding the Southern question was outstripping the positions of other national parties, including the Southern parties themselves. Despite the admission by the anti-imperialist Front Party of not examining the problem properly, the other parties had not examined the issue adequately either, and that the solution had, in effect, to come from the South. The Front, however, was at least capable of producing some position on the Southern question, and unifying other forces around that perspective. Point 12 In a more concrete statement, the Front called for the protection of national agglomerations from ethnic oppression, rendering the right of autonomy to national groups, implementation of indigenous laws within the spectrum of the unity of the country and the national interest. 13. In 1955, the SCP began to publish a newspaper in English, Advance, addressed to the South, and Joseph Garang, architect of SCP policy on the South, was appointed its editor. In its Third Congress on February 1956, the SCP issued an important document that outlined in detail the party's position on the Southern problem. The document, titled Towards Enhancing Independence, Democracy, and Peace, recognized the socialist political system as most suitable to deal with the nationalist question in Sudan, as it was the one which would unify all ethnic groups in Sudan, grant them the right for self-determination within the framework of a united Sudan, and end the control and monopoly of one ethnic group over the others. 14. The document also called for granting the three major provinces in the South internal autonomous rule in the form of a governing council consisting of representatives from all the southern tribes to run the local affairs of these provinces. It also called for the representation of the southern tribes in the national parliament and the central government, as well as the allocation of enough resources from the state budget for the development of the southern provinces. 15. Further, the document re-emphasized the equal pay for equal work demand which had been advocated earlier by the anti-imperialist front, and called for an increase in educational opportunities, changes in the educational curriculum, giving precedence to the Arabic language and other local languages in the North and South respectively, and the expulsion of missionaries in the South who worked against the unity of the country. 16.